Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere presented by NGE. I'm your host, Caleb Simmons, and joining me is David Williams and Anthony Miserandino. We are so excited for what we have in store for you today. We've had two fantastic group stages, so much action. 2 teams are going home today. 4 teams qualify for the LAN. David, tell us about the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Where have we been? How did we get to this stage?
Well, Caleb, we started all the way back in December. We went through some pretty exhaustive qualifiers to find our 8 teams that we then pushed on into the next stage called the Group Play Phase 1, which is basically an 8-team round robin. The top 6 teams from that push on to the Group Plays Phase 2. The top 4 teams after that advance into the live finals at PAX South in San Antonio to play for $100,000.
That's right. We find out those 4 teams today. It all comes down to today. A couple have made it in, and a couple more still yet to be decided. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It's going to be so great. We'll take a look at the standings as they are right now before we get our matches underway. Immortals sitting pretty up on top. They and Complexity have secured berth into the LAN. They are just fine no matter what happens today, but everybody else still in flux in some situation, could possibly make it in, and so they will all have so much to play for. As we take a look at our schedule today, interesting to note that Immortals and Complexity will be playing, won't be playing each other at any point. There's no real tiebreaker, like head-to-head situation that'll come up in this particular schedule today. Here's our tiebreaker rules. Team placement is decided by the match record overall, but then if there's a tie in match record, it's the head-to-head. If head-to-head can't resolve a tie, we go to the map win-loss. So every game could really matter as we move forward today. These teams, so much to play for right now.
That's right. There's, as you said, a lot to play for, and even the teams that have already qualified, they could totally change the way that the rest of the standings play out, who actually makes it in. So, I mean, every match is incredibly important for all teams. So I'm excited to see how things pan out.
I'm excited too. We will start off the day with Kungarna versus Complexity. Now, Complexity has qualified. They do not need this win here, but it would feel good to be able to tie up with Immortals at the 8-win record. Kungarna, though, Kungarna needs at least 1 win today. They will have 2 games. This is the first one. If they get a win, they will qualify. They will be able to move forward. So if they could do it here against Complexity, that would feel great. Let's start with talking about Complexity, though. These guys have been on fire of late.
Yeah, they've been tearing it up. I mean, they had a rough start to their round of 8, or the Group Play Phase 1 had some trouble there, but now within the Group Play Phase 2, they have been on a tear for sure. And a lot of that has come due to the fact that Complexity have really started to gel with Winghaven, who came in as a substitute or a new player in place of JKW. And really, since they've started to find their rhythm in this Group Play Phase 2, they have just been dominant, haven't lost so far yet. So I mean, it's been incredible to see them kind of come together as a unit. And I mean, we even heard Hardblue say that he credits a lot of their success recently to the fact that Winghaven's fit in with the rest of the team. They fit in with Winghaven, whichever way you want to look at it. But I suspect Kungarna is really going to be in for it here in this match today.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that for Kungarna, they do need that 1 win. They've already lost to Complexity earlier in group play, so if they beat them today, then they actually tie up in the head-to-head in that tiebreaker scenario. Potentially, if Kungarna doesn't win too, gets decided by plus or minus, which will probably go in Kungarna's favor. So right now, Complexity playing gatekeepers to Kungarna a little bit, but also defending their 2nd place.
Yeah, and defending their seed in the LAN situation, which is something that Complexity does have to play for today. But on the other side of the bracket, Kungarna, a team that not many people were familiar with before this. Everybody knows them now. They've been on quite the hot streak. Let's talk about Kungarna.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. No one really knew a whole lot about them except for the very initiated individual in the Overwatch scene, but man, they have made such a statement throughout the winter premiere, and a brilliant opportunity for them today to solidify a spot in the LAN finals at PAX South. So, I mean, what can you say about this team? You have Connor J, just a brilliant DPS player, whether it be Roadhog or various assortment of different heroes that guy can play. But between him, Michael, along with Remix and Baby Bay, those 3 players too, they can really set up these beautiful combinations. The Diva mech bombs with the Graviton Surge, that is one of their trademark plays really that they go to a lot, and they do it just about better than really any team in North America. They can, pull that off with precision time and time again. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Throughout the Winter Premiere, they have been showing off those set plays, and everybody has them to some extent, but the way Kungarna executes them, definitely second to none. It's something to watch, and a lot of the times it just works so flawlessly that when they get on a roll, they can pave their way all the way to the objective.
Now, Kungarna feeling really good right now. They would love to get that win in this particular matchup against Complexity. If they would get a win here, able to secure a spot to PAX South, which would be so exciting. Now, map number 1, Dorado. We've seen these teams play very well here. Complexity's had some excellent games on Dorado. Thoughts about this matchup? Thoughts about this particular map?
I mean, in terms of the matchup in general, we've said now that Kungarna only needs to take just one match today and they will make it into the LAN finals. I honestly don't know if that's going to come against Complexity. I personally don't think it will come against Complexity. They will have their match later on today where they play Renegades, and I think that's a much better opportunity for them. But with the way Complexity's been playing as of late, they've been so on fire, I don't think Kungarna is going to get their win right here.
Well, the match between Renegades and Complexity yesterday was a thriller, so I wouldn't rest on your laurels for either one of those. Kungarna can beat any team in this tournament, and so can Complexity. So this is going to be an interesting match to watch overall. Starting off on Dorado, just by how everybody's been playing, it's hard to even decide who has an edge here, but I'm going to give it to Complexity just a little bit.
All right, so you're both predicting Complexity with a win. Is this a 2-0 or a 2-1 situation?
No, 2-1.
Yeah, I'm thinking 2-1 as well. Kungarna's, they've had their moments. Sometimes shaky at points. Obviously, they've lost the past couple of matches that they've been playing in. So, I mean, if they come out on fire, I can definitely see them getting a map against Complexity, but I think in terms of a whole best-of-3 series, Complexity should take it 2-1.
Okay, so with you both predicting the 2-1 here, both of these teams have put up a 3-0 on Dorado. Yesterday, we saw nobody able to finish Dorado. Who's winning map number 1 here?
In this scenario, I'd still say Complexity here. I think they'll be able to come out strong. Kungarna will get their map pick on number 2. They'll take that one, but I think Complexity will start us off here.
I think Complexity has the edge here as well. At the same time, both of these teams, the last time they played, were very, very close. It was a 1-2 series, or a 2-1 series, I should say, in favor of Complexity. Complexity taking Gibraltar and Hollywood, if I remember here. And that Hollywood was crazy. That was a game that could have gone either way, but ended... maybe not ended, but had to be reset due to a crash. So bringing that hopefully doesn't happen again in this match.
Complexity striking. Hopefully that won't happen today. We would keep it nice and clean. But here's Complexity's start on the offense. Once again, we see the Symmetra, David. A lot of teams loving it, especially on Dorado. Ajax will be manning that one for Kungarna. And it's had some mixed success, and sometimes, allowing at least a strong defense for quite a while. Not too many full holds necessarily, but I mean, get at least a good defense in there. Of course, you get your second shot at life. Generally, most teams going for the teleporter, yes, rather than the shield generators nowadays. But either way, we'll see what Complexity brings to the table. So far, they're showing torque on that Genji, which they've also really liked to run on the offensive side.
Mostly breaking that out here in just the second phase.
Yeah, they've been breaking it out more. So on this map specifically, they've been running torque on Genji quite a bit on this offensive side. He gets in behind right off the start and will just kind of get the shurikens out there, build his Dragon
Ajax
Blade.
is waiting for him, though.
He knows. I mean, Torque's been doing it pretty much every day here. Any day that they played Dorado, he's been doing the same thing. So I'm sure he has a keen eye to it, and you can see Torque all the way there in the background, sitting up on his perch, just distracting, getting shurikens. Michael has already gone to the back and try to deal with him a little bit. Initial hook will come through onto Nicholas, but managed to keep himself nice and healthy. Heart Blues taking some damage now, will start to get healed out. But Kungarna in a bit of an odd situation. They've got a couple different directions to look with Torque in behind and just distracting. Complexity's continuing to just press this card on forward. Kungarna's going to have to take a fight with them here momentarily, but they're just going to let them continue to get free ground, and Remix already falling here. Nice hook from Harblue to find Ajax, and there will be no teleporter going down. That is massive indeed. And there will be attack visor as well out from the side of Congarna, Baby Bay tried getting it off, but completely shut down. Complexity in full flow at the moment as they breeze through checkpoint 1.
Ajax had the teleporter when he got hooked there, but he's going to go ahead and switch off to Lucio, giving up that first point. Now Complexity is going to be rolling into the second point here with 5 minutes and 40 seconds plus, with a Dragon Blade and Earth Shatter, Self-Destruct, and a Whole Hog. No Nano Blade to pair with, Shake burning that Nano already. Kungarna, they're going to have a Self-Destruct of their own, Earth Shatter of their own, and a Whole Hog. Whole Hog definitely going to come into play in this high ground fight.
Whole Hog does come out from Hard Blue, just breaking down that shield. Now the Earth Shatter, what a combination. Break the shield, go for the Earth Shatter. They only get one off the back of it, but still, that's a great way to start things off. Now Self-Destruct coming through from Michael, trying to land onto the cart. Not going to find anybody, though, from Complexity, and they are certainly coming out on top of the numbers game. Michael's still just stalling on the cart for now for Congarna, making sure they don't get too much free ground, buying a little bit of time for the respawns to come back, but Complexity winning a team fight there, and they will press forward. Teams as of late have been struggling to find this second checkpoint and actually being able to cap it. So Complexity with a brilliant opportunity to do so. 4 minutes left on the clock for them. So now coming in for the Dragon Blade is Torque, immediately going into the back. Only 80 health, attempting to get onto some of these squishier targets. Does take down Blam, and he finishes off Remix in the end. So 2 big kills for Torque should help Complexity secure this next checkpoint. There's just nothing Congarna can do to stop all this momentum that they're building up right now.
Yeah, Dragon Blade for only 1 Ana, but either way it worked out for him, taking down Blam and just removing all of the healing Congarna had pretty much in that situation. After that, it's pretty much just a house of cards. Complexity rolling into the third point here with a Nano Boost equipped, and a Whole Hog, Harblue. The rest of Complexity so far have been using those a lot of times to break shields. Whole Hog cranking out a ton of damage into a shield in that situation, so a little bit. Always been interesting to see how everybody's using the Whole Hog throughout. Some people using it exclusively for the pushback, very rarely just for fragging.
Yeah, you can also, use it defensively, depending on situations. Just a number of utilities it can serve. Harblue using that Whole Hog, speaking of which, as the rest of Complexity just continuing to move forward. Congarna is giving them a lot of time on the cart. Finally now do take a fight on the payload. Winghaven getting hooked back in, very low on health, needs to get some heals. He has an Earth Shatter at the ready, and Ajax goes down for Congarna, so Complexity with a decent opening right here as they're looking to come in. They find Remix as well. Congarna just not looking to be coordinated at the moment. They're getting picked off one by one and not really taking a decisive fight. It's just a lot of staggered fighting coming out from them, but now coming in with a Graviton Surge that will allow Congarna to pick up a couple of kills here. Torque actually getting a Nano Blade, did find Blam off of it, but that's about all. And Complexity still sitting around on the cart at the moment. Winghaven tries to charge himself out, but finally Congarna slowing it down, but Complexity a lot of time left on this on their time bank for now.
Yeah, Congarna just burning a Graviton there to slow things down. They didn't really get a whole lot out of it. They did pick up Joe Meister, but after Torque equalizes by taking out Ana with his Dragon Blade, that's roughly equal in the 1-1 ult and 1-1 kill exchange. And Ana's definitely get a better grab than a Lucio in this hold scenario, but either way, Congarna holding on to 4 ultimates of their own. A Sound Barrier now going to be back in the mix, and Remix is going to be looking for an Earth Shatter.
And Harblue's up there waiting. There was a Nano Boost used. Oh, Connor J, 4 off of the Whole Hog. See you later, Complexity. Just putting him into the meat grinder there, but either way, Complexity will just go for the regroup here. That's all they really wanted to do with that fight. Just go in, take a fight, a dry push, let Congarna use ultimates. Oh,
that has to be a mistake.
Oh no. That's a hell of a time for a fat finger from Baby Bay.
That could be the defense right there. Complexity's pushing into this with 4 ultimates up, and Earth Shatter along with a self-destruct, and now make it 5. Joe Meister showing up. Actually, hold on. Harblue breaking out a Nano Whole Hog here.
Just going to shred that shield, looking for maybe an Earth Shatter opportunity on the side of Complexity, but that is honestly devastating for Congarna to lose that Graviton. That was one of their things that they were really going to need on this fight, but there is a Sound Barrier used. Now, Shake ended up going down for Complexity. They managed to trade it out, and now Joe Meister uses his Sound Barrier to keep Complexity in this fight. But with the Earth Shatter coming through from Remix, that will help them clean it up. Congarna, it's all right. Baby Bay's almost up on another Graviton here. Maybe a bit of an opportunity missed from Complexity, to say the least. But hey, now down to 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock, and Garnet doing a good job of killing time.
The Complexity dumping quite a bit to try and win the shield war right here, where we see Remix standing roughly, but not really paying out as Kungarna basically just backing off, regenerating that shield, keeping themselves away from Complexity. And even though Complexity had the high ground, there wasn't a whole lot they could do with it.
Now Winghaven coming out through the bottom with the rest of the team. Nicholas up top is going to send Remix right down onto the Cardis. Could be easy pickings. They go for the Earthshatter Winghaven, but a big swing and a miss, as now they try to initiate in the fight. Complexity, now here comes the Graviton out of Baby Bay. Wasn't going to mess that one up again. Takes out Joe Meister with it, and they've had a one-for-one trade so far as the self-destruct comes in. Connor J is going to have a whole hog ready, and the attack visor out from Torque might be just a bit late to keep Complexity going here, as Torque ends up falling to Michael, and things are a little bit rough for Complexity at the moment. Shake might even get caught in on top of that. The positioning just not ideal for Complexity, and now they're down to 35 seconds to try and bring this payload onto the finish line.
And Complexity, one final assault left here on their half of Dorado. Remix, though, for Kungarna, he's working on an Earthshatter, and that could be the end of their entire assault if he finds the right angle. Complexity, they just have a self-destruct, which they're throwing out right now.
A little something to initiate with
up
Ajax. Oh, that's pretty rough for you there, but Earthshatter does come through from Remix to shut down Harblue's whole hog, and he's got a biotic on himself, so that is easy pickings. Now Complexity down 2 players, trying to keep themselves in the fight, maybe finish it off. It'll be a tough task indeed, but they're going to give it a shot regardless. Still a pretty strong presence on the payload at the moment, but those respawns from Kungarna will be coming through any moment now with a whole hog out as well as a self-destruct. It's going to be tough for them to even get back onto the payload. Connor J finds 2 off his whole hog, and now Michael's going to get the nano boost. Things not looking good for Complexity. Someone needs to get onto that payload. Time ticking down. Michael getting put to sleep by Shake in a brilliant play, and Harblu is back on Tracer as well to try and keep Complexity in this fight, but they just continue to lose players. Torque, Nicholas, both down. Kungarna, very strong presence here. Nobody's on the cart for Complexity, and Kungarna finally holding it off there. The final seconds, making sure they don't get that last point.
Still a pretty good distance for Complexity. Kungarna's going to be hard pressed to get it that far. Complexity just had so much momentum through the first and second point that Kungarna really wasn't able to stabilize until pretty much one of the strongest chokes there right around the final bend of the third point. Kungarna, they're going to have to put something together real big in order to match that.
Yeah, they are certainly going to have to bring it together on their offensive side. And I mean, Complexity moving the payload further than most teams has as of late on Dorado. I mean, for the most part, no one's really even moved the payload past the second point. So granted, even getting the second point has been quite the task for a lot of teams lately. So good on Complexity, really showing how it's done through the first 2 stages of the map, but then struggling towards the end. Kungarna really getting their feet on the ground and putting up a strong defense. And disaster was averted when Baby Bay fat-fingered his Graviton. Lucky that didn't come out to bite them on the backside, but now it will be Complexity switching over to the defense. Joe Meister up on the Symmetra, as we've seen so much from Complexity lately. Joe Meister really liking to play Symmetra. It has had some good success for them, so see how it pays off here on Dorado as they try and start off their defense.
In hindsight, Ajax did wait quite a bit for Torque to come over that wall on Genji, while Ajax was on Symmetra. He was trying to get an early kill on him and maybe just shut down that angle, put a little bit of fear in him. At the same time, that might have been a little bit of a missed opportunity to get some earlier charge. He did have the teleporter, but just in time to get pulled a few seconds earlier. He might have been able to get that down, and that could have been a different story for Kungarna.
Here we are, Complexity starting to see what they can get on the defense as they're trying to take map number 1 here. Kungarna cement their own offensive pushes. They do have the quad tank setup. I mean, Kungarna, the team that runs quad tank more than any other team in the Winter Premier, they certainly like to do it a lot. And now they are looking to make a push maybe in through this courtyard side. Connor J just getting a little bit of early damage out there, looking for a hook opportunity possibly, as Michael just brings up the cart as well, moving it forward. Complexity backing just a bit, getting hooked in right off the start was Shake. He manages to keep himself alive, really putting the Biotic down. Luckily, the rest of Complexity coming to his aid, but Shake eventually going down to Remix. Joe Meister returns, getting a trade, but Complexity starting to stabilize just a bit. Remix and Baby Bay, both victims of the boys in red, and now Connor J might end up falling there as well, but he gets the hook and takes down Joe Meister as he goes just a bit too aggressive. Joe Meister, he has the teleporter at the ready too. That's not a good time to go down. Same situation as Complexity, or as Kungarna on their defense. And with Nicholas falling, Connor J getting caught inside of the Earth Shatter. Now Complexity actually an opportunity to stay in it. Harblue picking up 2 kills off his whole hog, and there, that should bring Complexity maybe out on top of the fight. I actually thought it was going to be them holding it, but Torque couldn't stay alive in the end, and Joe Meister couldn't get that teleport up quick enough either. And that will be Complexity getting taken out on the first point. Kungarna also starting off well on the offensive side.
Yeah, same situation for both teams on the first point. Getting a teleporter, but not getting it in enough time to make it matter. Same Complexity here. Joe Meister switching over to Lucio for the Streets phase. Kungarna rolling into the Streets phase with an Earth Shatter, working on a Graviton here. They've already picked up Harblue, but Nicholas responds by getting Connor J both hogs out of the fight.
Oh, nice boop onto Remix to make sure he didn't charge Winghaven. He's now down to 52 health. That's an easy pick for Complexity. 2 kills go in their favor, and Kungarna is going to have to regroup. Michael's still trying to get some distance on that payload, though, as he hasn't had too much contention yet. Now will back off to meet up with the rest of his respawning team. And Kungarna is going to have some big ultimates online here to win the next team fight. They should be able to take it if they execute properly. And even getting hooked there is going to be Nicholas, is just looking for their opening. Kungarna, a lot of tools in the kit ready to go. As Torque just staying up top, keeping that high ground presence. Michael is going to get the nano boost on the side of Kungarna. Self-destructs are out. 2 kills come the way of Kungarna. Blam was taken care of by Torque, but it won't be enough for Complexity. They need to convert on more kills or it's just not going to work out, and they aren't able to. They do have players at least dying on the cart for Complexity, trying to slow it down a little bit here and there, but Complexity should have one more opportunity to take a fight before the second point's capped.
Kungarna now rolling into the final part of the second point and thus on to the third if they can get through Complexity. They have all the tools they need, 5 of them, and Graviton rolling out for Kungarna. Earthshatter responds from Complexity.
Earthshatter to shut down those pushing Kungarna players. 3 kills coming the way of Complexity. Nano Visor onto Torque as he was up top on the high ground, able to really lay out damage onto the surrounding players of Kungarna. And that is going to send them to the respawn queue to back up and meet up with everybody, but still got that Earth Shatter online for Kungarna, and there's really not much Complexity has to respond with.
If they can keep themselves away from the Earth Shatter at least, or kind of recover from its effects, Kungarna still has a whole hog. It's a very situational ultimate, whether that's going to make a gigantic difference or maybe just pick up one person or maybe perhaps a save. But Kungarna, they're going to take the high ground here, coming around from the backside. They're going straight into a shield war with Complexity, which they're starting to win.
They're going to win that because the whole hog from Connor J just shredding that shield of Complexity, and now Complexity will come back out onto the low ground. Harblue goes down thanks to a hook from Connor J. They have the 1-player advantage, Kungarna, and they're going to want to look to burn this Earth Shatter potentially. Actually, they may not even need it, as Connor J's been able to pick up 2. Charge in. Joe Meister narrowly avoiding it and using Sound Barrier. Now is going to go for the Earth Shatter as he gets the nano boost as well. Connor J picks up another kill as he takes down Joe Meister, and Remix getting the final blow onto Winghaven, and that is Kungarna taking point number 2, 3 minutes and 15 to match Complexity.
Just behind Complexity's time, by enough for Complexity to maybe have an advantage here, but really Kungarna put together such a great hold on this point. That 1 minute might be a deciding factor if Complexity can match. However, Complexity, they do have a nano visor ready to go, and they're working on a few more ultimates to back it up. Kungarna just with a bomb combo, but that's been enough for them in the past.
Oh, goodness, oh. There it is. You can see it coming. That's an oil painting of a setup from Kungarna. Oh, they've done it yet again. That's exactly what they are known for. They're going to continue to move this forward. Complexity needs to get players back out onto the cart, and quickly. Those respawns waiting to come through. Tac Visor coming out from Torque. Earthshatter in from Winghaven. That should be Complexity taking the fight. But Kungarna setting themselves up beautifully off of that Oh, actually, Remix getting the charge, taking down Winghaven. Hello. But, man, what a setup from Kingarna again. They done it. You saw no shield there. You knew it was coming.
What a recovery from Complexity. That's not an easy situation to come back from. But, yeah, Kingarna, Michael throwing that self-destruct from the bottom floor onto the top at a funny angle, landing it perfectly in Baby Bay's Graviton in order to pick all that up. That's huge. It's one of those set plays that we've talked about they're very well known for. Everybody tries to flex that one, but very few people do it as well as Kingarna does.
Absolutely, and now Kingarna with a brilliant opportunity to take map number 1. They have an advantage in ultimates. Certainly, they're leading in the economy against Complexity, and all they need is one team fight win, and they will certainly send it home. Remix getting a solid Earth Shatter off. Hardblue goes down right off the start, and there will be a self-destruct over the top from Nicholas. He's able to find Ajax, but the tack visor from Torque will come out yet again, not finding a whole lot of value off of it. And Shake is in dire straits in the back. Complexity finding all the kills. Nicholas needs to stall this one out as long as he possibly can. Hardblue is there as well, but goes down to the self-destruct of Michael, and that is Kingarna taking map number 1 against Complexity, showing us how it's done here on Dorado. And both of these guys coming out with stellar performances on the offense.
Oh my goodness. What a thrilling game right off the top. Not a lot of defense at the beginning, but then some good ones towards the end. Both teams really putting up a fight, and still nobody's completed Dorado at this point, but still that was much closer than we got yesterday.
Hey, we're getting there step by step. It's a process.
You're just hard to please, aren't you?
He's a perfectionist. He likes seeing it done to the end, the completion. But hey, man, they're getting better and better over time. We're almost there. Maybe in one of the next games, next match, we'll get to see.
That's a great game. If Kingarna wasn't so spot on with a few of those, then Complexity might have been able to defend it, but when Kingarna's turned on like that, they're really hard to stop.
And when they're able to pull off plays like that Graviton Michael Diva Bomb situation, oh my goodness. We've seen him do it every day, it feels like. This was maybe about the best one we've seen.
Oh man, the placement of the self-destruct from Michael is so good. I mean, it is... The guy, I would love to know how many hours he has just practicing like the timing and placement of self-destructs, because I see very few Diva players that get them as consistently in just about the perfect spot as he does. It's fun to watch.
And in that situation there, I feel like that's a place that it's so perfect for it too, right? Because like there's a backstop to kind of hit it up against. It's up into kind of this corner area, and you saw as soon as Winghaven was dead, you knew it was happening. You knew they were going to finish it off.
Yeah, you just saw a giant ball in the middle of a bunch of guys up top there on the high ground, and if you're caught inside of that, you're just like, well, I'm screwed. And that's brilliant play from Kingarna to pretty much almost seal the deal on the match. It helped them bring it home.
They certainly did, able to get the win there. And I was impressed at the beginning. We saw Kingarna really committing a lot of players, a lot of energy towards blocking Torque's Genji play that we saw on the Dorado multiple times. Always want to get in that flank. They knew it was happening. And I want to get your thoughts. Is countering it that way, is this a smart decision from them to counter the Torque? Because they're also committing 2 players. They committed Michael and the Symmetra, and that takes 2 people off the front line. That first point, they just kind of rolled on through.
This isn't a Shadowburn situation. This isn't really focusing on one person and trying to take him down. This is Complexity. And I think that just focusing on Torque is just going to let other players really flex the way that they can in those situations and clean up on it. For Kingarna, Ajax perhaps developing a little bit more a teleporter and then dropping that early would have been a deciding factor. Going for an early pick, I can't fault him for it at least.
Yeah.
All right, so map number 2, Complexity, understandably goes to Eichenwald, where they have played so well this entire group phase. Now, if Kingarna gets the win here, they secure their placement into the LAN. It would be awesome for Kingarna if they can pull it off, but they've got a mountain here to fight against.
Yeah, taking on Complexity on Eichenwald is no easy task at all, to say the least. But guys, keep in mind, you can go ahead and check out below our channel here. You can get a chance to win a little bit of trial subscription to Loot Crate. Go ahead and check it out. You can follow the links and get yourself into the contest and maybe get your chance at a little bit of Loot Crate action. Sorry for those Rhode Islanders getting knocked out of this one. You can check it out there, but definitely take a look at it. Thanks. Big props to Loot Crate for getting in there. But here we go. It is Eichenwald. Complexity Gaming against Kingarna. Map number 2. And Kingarna proving us wrong, shutting us up and taking map number 1 against Complexity. But this has been the pretty much the home field advantage this map for Complexity throughout this Phase 2 so far, hasn't it?
Oh, they've been deadly. Being able to flex their Sombra comp on the first point and actually riding it all the way through to the third a number of times has just been paying out for them the entire time they've been running it. Nobody's really put together much of a defense on the first point against Sombra. Some getting a little bit close, but not as definitive as you see Sombraless offenses sometimes crash into a wall and not get progress. That doesn't mean you have to run Sombra on this. Plenty of teams have gotten pretty close to the same amount of time without her, but that's irrelevant when you're playing against Complexity. You got to figure out how to stop them.
Oh, Harblu narrowly misses going down, and Remix is actually the first pick for Complexity here, and a brilliant opportunity with 2 kills as Ajax gets taken out by Harblu, and they really need to capitalize on this one. 2-player advantage. And Ajax was not quite up on that teleporter yet. Kingarna's just going to want to try and buy some time for Ajax to come back in and be able to build up that extra little bit on his teleporter and be able to put it down. And now EMP already being used by Complexity. Remix falls yet again to Winghaven. Torque gets Connor J. And now that teleporter is very close for Kingarna, but I don't know. They're not going to be able to get it in time as Complexity just all over this point, capping point number 1. And Complexity, again, just looking very strong off the initial stage here on Eichenwald.
Complexity throwing Kungarna into complete disarray without even using the EMP before that. A pretty deep hook on Ajax as he was trying to get away. It's going to guarantee, or did guarantee, that that teleporter wasn't going to be up in time. And when Torque finally did get to use that EMP, it was huge.
He pretty much sealed the deal for Complexity right there, and now Kingarna looking to drop down from the high ground and just immediately get onto the Complexity players, but Kingarna loses Connor J to Harblues while winning the better of the Roadhog battle thus far. Complexity now getting quite a few number of kills. Harblu looking for another one, hunts down Ajax, getting put to sleep though, and Ajax is going to look for the boot maybe once it comes back up. Nah, he's got Connor J there, that's fine. Get the hook back, avenge his previous death, but Complexity, during that whole encounter, have just been moving the payload forward.
They're going to roll into right across the bridge here with 6 ultimates in this next fight.
And that will be Shake using the Transcendence, trying to keep his team alive and healthy. EMP comes through, in fact, from from Torque as well as they find Connor J. Sound barrier to follow up for Complexity is giving them a couple player advantage here. Torque actually grabs himself up 2 kills, so Complexity is still just rolling full steam ahead. Kingarna can't seem to quite win a team fight here. They'll have one last shot to stall this card out at the second point, but it'll be a tough task with Harblu sitting in this whole hog right here. Now the counter whole hog comes from Connor J. Earth Shatter through from Remix. Self-destruct from both divas on both teams, and I think I saw, Blam just getting tossed off the map as well. And Nicholas is able to get a couple with his self-destruct. There are some Kingarna players still around trying to stall it out. Winghaven taken out of it. Oh, Nicholas almost able to secure the cart for Complexity, but these Kingarna players just continuing to filter onto it. It's only Baby Bay for right now. He will end up going down. And now Blam's not careful. Oh no, he went a bit too far there, as he's just going to go ahead and go for the reset. There's no going back at that point. Complexity still in full flow.
Complexity is synergizing so well with Winghaven here on Eichenwald. That team of Nicholas and Winghaven in that final point right there, the second point, was doing so well. Nicholas barely taking any damage, reigning supreme on the point while the rest of Complexity came back. And so far, nothing's been able to stop their momentum. Kungarna on their back foot, but they're into the third stage here, and that's going to be the best place to hold for Kungarna.
Connor J making his switch over to May as well, which we've seen be a problem for some teams so far. EMP out from Complexity. 2 more kills for them as they just keep the train rolling. Right now, Michael getting pulled in. He'll be easy pickings for the rest of the Complexity squad. And now Kingarna really needs to make a final stand here once they get these respawns, or it's going to be almost an unsurmountable hill for them to climb. Coming back into this match when they come onto the offense, Remix gets the nano boost. Transcendence being used by Complexity, and Nicholas's self-destruct takes down Connor J. One of Kingarna's best stalling techniques, but a big Earth Shatter comes out from Remix. Only able to get one off the back of it. Michael ends up trading out, getting Joe Meister. That might stall out Complexity here. Yes, all the kills coming through now as Baby Bay and Michael clean house on the Complexity squad. Finally, that's what they needed, Kingarna, to just slow down that momentum a little bit.
And they drained a lot of Complexity's economy here, but Kungarna, they have a self-destruct and a sound barrier. Both of those zoning potential and just sort of a delay tactic absorb a lot of the abuse from Complexity. So those are two big ones. Connor J, he's 40% away from a Blizzard, and that's definitely a huge factor here on the final point of Eichenwald. Complexity, they just changed Nicholas over to May himself. Right now, they're looking to find another angle back in here, but Blam taking down Shake is going to put all that on hold. 3 minutes on the clock for Complexity, and they're going to back off just a little bit. Wait for Shake to get back. Torque getting very close to his EMP. Ooh, that was a hairy situation.
Very close indeed.
Joe Meister, Hardblue, and Winghaven all getting very close to their ultimates as well.
Nicholas is also making a switch. Oh, nice hook from Hardblue. That's an opening now for Complexity. They're going to want to move. And Nicholas did also make a switch over to May, so it'll be a nice May v May battle here. EMP at the ready for Complexity. They're going to want to look to take this one in as the wall goes up behind Remix. He's totally isolated by himself here. Now the EMP comes through. Kungarna able to pick up a couple of kills right here, and Complexity haven't got too many themselves. 3 falling the way of Kungarna. And they will continue yet to hold on as they will find their rhythm on the defense through the last point phase of another map, and it is going to be Complexity. Still a minute 55 working in their favor, but going to have to get things going soon with ults.
That is a dangerous game, Connor J.
Yeah. See, didn't pay off too well for him before when Hardblue got the hook.
Well, right now, Connor J. Locked and loaded with his Blizzard. Baby Bay has another another Pulse Bomb here, and Remix with an Earth Shadow. That's a lot of weaponry for Kungarna to keep holding here with 2 such strong choke points for Complexity to come through, but Complexity getting a little bit of distance here. That Pulse Bomb coming out.
Pulse Bomb won't find anything for Kungarna. Now another wall up from Complexity. Will it give him an opportunity, though? Kungarna actually coming through with their own, and that might end up being Torque caught in a bit. There's a lot of hurt players on the side of Complexity. Earth Shatter falls from Remix, but he will fall in the end. And a 2-for-2 trade so far. It's a 4v4 fight. That respawn from Kungarna is so close, though. Complexity knows there's not really much of a fight they can take. They'll have to regroup here. 50 seconds now. Kungarna doing a brilliant job of continuing to kill time just as they did on Dorado.
And with the card having rolled back as far as it has, this is really, really difficult for Complexity. They have to be utterly perfect to get it all the way through to the final point. There's so much weaponry.
Walls from Connor J have been pretty on point to get some split between the Complexity players. Now Blizzard will come through from Kungarna. Oh, there was an Earth Shatter from Winghaven. Doesn't really connect on anything. Wanted to try and find Connor J with it. Still 2-for-2 trades across the board here, and now Graviton comes out from Torque. They need to clean up on these kills, and it's just not happening for Complexity. Well, they are starting to get the kills now, but the thing is they're also losing players in the process, and Kungarna will just come back with a stronger player advantage here. Complexity needs to put someone in on the payload. I don't even think they're going to make it there in time. No, they will not. Kungarna really finding their rhythm on the defense yet again, coming into the last point.
And those final moments, Torque being frozen and Michael getting to just lace into him right in the head with a Bunny Blaster, probably was exactly what sealed the deal. It was more likely than not over for Complexity before that, but there was a chance for some hero plays had they been able to keep both Torque and Shake alive. But right after that, Michael just mopping up Shake, and that's going to be it for Complexity's offense. They did get quite far, though, just moments away from the final point, looks like.
Yeah, they certainly did come close. So, I mean, it's going to be no easy task for Kungarna, but certainly they've set themselves up nicely, so if they do manage to at least be able to get it all the way to the end, they can take this map and even the series and secure themselves a spot in the LAN finals. That's a big thing here in case you're just joining us and not currently aware of how some of the standings are at the moment. It's Kungarna. I mean, this is their opportunity to get to the LAN finals at PAX South. If they win this match against Complexity, where they've already taken the first map, which was on Dorado, if they can pull this one out too, which would be a tall task, especially since this is such a strong map usually for Complexity, but they will get into LAN if they can just get it together right here on offense. As Complexity, you see running Joe Meister on that Symmetra. Again, Torque will be on the 76, presumably sitting in the back on the high ground, just keeping that constant damage going.
Impressive.
Yeah, and everything else pretty standard for Complexity here.
It's going to be Symmetra for Joe Meister again. We'll see if he can actually be the first person to get a proper teleporter up on the first point.
Yeah.
So far, Harblu consistently ruining Ajax's dreams of teleportation. Harblu's been on fire with Hog today.
Yep, been on fire with Hog. This time on the defense, we'll be playing Zarya, at least on the defensive side for Complexity. They will have no Hog, so Shield War should go the way of Kingarna since they do have the Hog. Really be able to pump out a lot of damage onto the shield, but Joe Meister already 50% down for his teleporter. And Kingarna making their way onto the point now. Michael really keeping that pressure onto Torque on top, and Torque is actually incredibly hurt. He's got to get some heals or he will fall early in this fight. Michael, though, getting pressured by the rest of Complexity, and oh no, Joe Meister's gonna go down before he's able to get the teleporter up again. Kingarna, 3 kills go their way, and that should be pretty easy point number 1 for them. There's no way Joe Meister's gonna make it back in time, or the Complexity's gonna be able to stall long enough for him to put that teleporter up. So Symmetra continuing to not really work out for teams today, and that is yet another first point take.
Joe Meister changing over to Lucio, giving up Symmetra for the Streets phase. Complexity, they've already pressed into Kungarna to try and take some of this momentum away. They've done a decent defense so far. Not fantastic, but so far the first point's been very difficult to hold against these two teams, no matter who they've been playing. Kungarna trying to get a little bit of momentum here. They do have a Nano Boost and an Earth Shatter to work with. Baby Bay not far away from his Graviton. Torque, Shake, Harblu, they all have their own ultimates. The Graviton coming out from Complexity.
Graviton's gonna get a few players wrapped up in it. Nice Earth Shatter from Remix to put some guys on the ground, but the follow-up just isn't there from Kingarna. Well, just as I say that, though, they strike back with a couple of kills themselves. And it should play in their favor in the end. Harblu does get, oh, he's gonna get a Nano Boost just charging forward. 2 kills for him, and he's still on this cart looking to wreak some havoc, but there's just too many guys from Kingarna around to contest him, and there's nobody for Complexity. And now 4 minutes for Kingarna, and they're already almost up at the second checkpoint. Complexity has got to win a fight here in one of these next ones. They'll be in trouble.
And Winghaven is looking for the Earth Shatter, though, to guarantee they do win that fight, but with Baby Bay's Graviton still on the field, that could go either way.
Attack visor from Torque as he stands behind the Reinhardt shield. That Graviton for Baby Bay is online. They're looking for the opportunity to use it. And Michael with the self-destruct, they got that combo ready to go as it sends over top. Winghaven gets charged. There's 2 more from Michael. Connor J taking down Nicholas. And Kingarna, great opportunity to take point number 2 right here. Blowing through Complexity, a full team wipe. Kingarna, they might take down the Complexity here and secure their spot at LAN.
I'm really curious if Remix had timed that charge so perfectly that Winghaven would have gotten pulled out. It was very close. Winghaven trying to countercharge to keep him alive, ended up dying either way. Kungarna already starting to wrap around that final bend, but the cart's still working to follow the tip of this spear. 4 ultimates on the side of Kungarna, just 2 right now for Complexity. Nicholas on May. Kungarna right now looking like they should be able to match this. Complexity dropping a Graviton from Harblu.
Graviton comes in. Kingarna getting very close here. Winghaven going down early to Connor J yet again, and he's got a Nano Boost on him. Should find Harblu as well. 2 kills for Connor J. This is Kingarna's moment to try and send it on home, as those respawns from Complexity will be coming out quickly. Nicholas is up on May to try and stall things out, but Kingarna has a full 4 minutes to make something happen as they continue to press forward. What a hook from Connor J yet again. This could be it, folks, as now that payload just moves forward. Someone from Complexity's got to get on it. They do have players there, but a lot of guys hurt on their side as Harblu now goes down as well. The Graviton coming out. Kingarna just moments away from being able to do it. Torque is going to be on the payload. He goes down, and that should be it. There is Nicholas there still on May, trying to stall things out. He is going to get a Blizzard. Baby Bay is still making kills, but Kingarna is going to end it, beating Complexity, and they've earned their spot at LAN, packed south. Here they come. Kingarna certainly making a statement here against Complexity.
Oh, that Blizzard was so close to being a deciding factor of a Baby Bay chasing down Nicholas and guaranteeing that was going to go right to the bank.
It was so close, but the thing is, I think when you're frozen, you still can push a payload, right?
You can,
Like,
yeah.
it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
So, like, yeah, it gets the zone, but there wasn't any follow-up damage, so they're able to get the win there. Oh, man, that's the first time Complexity has lost Eichenwald.
Yeah,
first time.
Kingarna came to play today, man. They showed us what is up. We thought, I thought they had a shot, but Complexity, with the way they've been looking recently, I didn't think Kingarna was going to be that good against them. That was incredible to see. And man, they got their spot. That's I can only imagine what their Discord is sounding like right now after that win.
And beating Complexity 2-0 in the tiebreaker situation, once it's now 1-1, makes a big difference in the differential.
Oh, and I think that would probably give them, we'll see how the standings eventually pan out, but it should give them second seed as well. Just their win differential is so much stronger. Their win differential is just below Immortals at this point, I believe. I think they're at 8 wins. But holy cow, Michael's play on map number 1 was just maybe a little bit better than his play on map number 2. Like, holy cow, the Diva Bombs continue just to rain from the sky.
And, I mean, this timing of the charges with Remix, it's just, man, so on point for Kingarna. And, I mean, what do you do if you're Complexity in that situation? I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do there. You just kind of, you almost have to take it. I mean, it's beautifully set up every time from Kingarna. It's so much fun to watch. We said it time and time again. There's not many teams that can pull off that sort of execution continuously with that strategy.
No, there are not. Kingarna looking like one of the top dogs. We'll take a look at the standings as they're able to get the win here over Complexity. And, yep, they'll take the number 2 spot for now. Complexity has finished their run in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. They've played all 12 matches, so they are finished for the day. Kingarna will have one more. But, oh, my goodness, just look at that. Look at that wins. Look at how many more wins they have over Complexity, even though they have the same record, basically.
That is wild, man. But good for those guys. Either way, Kingarna, I mean, the team that no one really knew too much about coming into this tournament, they secure a spot. They're sitting in second place in the standings. I mean, it's just, it's a brilliant thing to see. I'm quite happy for these guys.
Somebody sponsor these guys already.
Seriously, come on. They deserve it at this point. With this performance, I mean, all they need to do is show up at LAN, and if someone doesn't sponsor them after that, I don't know what these guys are doing, man, but good for them.
We'll take a look at the schedule next. That was our first match of the day. Luminosity versus Renegades will be next, followed by Immortals versus Team Liquid. Renegades in a very, very tough situation right now. They have to win both of their matches, and they have to just have some tiebreakers really go in their favor if they're going to be able to make it in at this point. So everything on the line for them. So we'll get this next match rolling right here. Luminosity versus Renegades. This one's going to be quite a doozy. I'm so excited to see if Renegades can pull it off.
Yeah, I mean, it's really important for Luminosity at this stage of the game to come out with wins. They need everything that they can get. They have 2 matches today in total. Later on, they play Immortals, but they really need to get some wins because everybody's trying to fight for that last spot. There's only one more up for grabs, so these teams really need to go for it here.
And we'll start off talking about Luminosity. Both of these teams, the 2 teams currently outside of the top 4, so everything to play for both of these guys right now.
Yeah, and I mean, when you take a look at Luminosity, of course, we talked about it a few times. Ube did make the switch from crew originally. Shaky performances here and there, but he has filled the spot quite well, and he has done some amazing things for Luminosity alongside guys like Spree, Super Pluke. Hedan, really one of the better supports out there. He's a lot of fun to watch, but I mean, one of my favorites has got to be Spree in general. This guy can tear things up on Zarya, and then you combine some of his gravitons with Ube, and I mean, guys like Super Pluke as well with his Earth Shatters. They have some moments of brilliance, this team here.
I'd also point out Mineral. He's been playing a vicious Symmetra lately, from what I can tell.
And then on the other side, Renegades. This team started off so hot. We've said it so many times. They looked like they were going to be one of the strongest teams and then have just not been able to get anything together. It's all down to the wire here for them.
I mean, they had the hype train behind them at the beginning of qualifiers, man. They were just on cruise control, and then something fell apart for them along the way. I'm not sure exactly what it was, but yesterday you saw that Man of Snow for the second match got subbed out for Kib. I'm not sure exactly the full reasoning there, if that will continue in today either. I guess we'll have to see once we actually get into the game, but they did make that transition. Man of Snow was I don't think really having any performance issues, though, for Renegades, because he was having some great play on Zarya and D.Va combined. But you also have Juvenile on the side of Renegades, who himself having some shaky performances here and there. Some of the Earth Shatters not connecting at crucial times, but still moments of brilliance to go along with that for Renegades. And they're going to want to make a statement here at least to maybe take down Luminosity, play spoiler. You know, they have that opportunity to do so. But it's a great squad. Something along the way just went awry for them.
Well, and the only loss they've had that was 2-0 was their very, very first loss to Immortals. Everything else has been 2-1 or, like yesterday, 2-1 tie and 1. They even made that one 4 games long to just barely come up short. So they've been right there hanging in the mix with everybody, just not able to finish it off. I have been told Kib is still in from yesterday, so we will see Kib once more. He did seem to be playing very well. I didn't feel like Kib was the reason they lost yesterday versus Complexity.
No, not at all. I mean, they played pretty well, all things considered, yesterday.
It's a great game.
Yeah, they really brought together. They had a good performance. Stayed very competitive, but just couldn't pull it out in the end. Kid played great. You know, we said this yesterday, too. I don't know if that's the reasoning why they had a higher level of play. We can't say for sure that just subbing out Man of Snow and putting Kib in was the definitive thing that made them so competitive in the match, but it certainly helped them, it seemed.
Yeah, now one of the situations here for Renegades is that they have been beaten by most of the teams that are sitting right above them in the standings, so they need these wins. Not only do they need these wins to just nullify the head-to-head situation, but they need these wins like 2-0 to give themselves the best map record possible, just so they do not sit in the bottom of the map records. Because if your map record is the lowest, you are removed, and then they move on the tiebreakers to see if they can resolve it head-to-head again. So they really, really need these wins, and they don't just need them period. They need them cleanly in 2-0.
Yeah, and if not, it's not going to be looking too good. I mean, this is the day where you need to show up and fire at all cylinders. There's no other choice at this point because everybody wants to make it to the LAN, and at this point, because of the performances that we just saw from Kungarna, there's one spot left, so you got to pull it out here.
Absolutely. Well, last time these two teams played, Renegades beat Luminosity 2-0, 2-1 on Gibraltar, and on Nepal 3-1.
So we will see if they can repeat that. We'll be playing on Dorado for map number 1. We'll start on Dorado again. So, predictions, guys. Does Renegades keep their hopes alive here? Can they? I believe they could also possibly shut out Luminosity if they got a win here. Luminosity does really need the wins today as well. So, thoughts about who's winning here?
Honestly, I mean, even though Renegades started to bring it back a little bit, started to play a little bit better, I'm thinking Luminosity is going to pull out a win here. I could see it being a close game, but I got a gut feeling towards Luminosity in this match.
I got a gut feeling towards Renegades. They do stand a chance. I believe if they play the way they played yesterday, they can absolutely tear it up. Luminosity's been a team I've had a lot of faith in throughout, and they're certainly going to be hungry today, but Renegades was just so good last night against Complexity.
They did play quite well. Guys, check us out at Overwatch_NGE. You can vote as to who you think is going to win this match. There's a poll there on the Twitter, so go ahead and check it out. Vote. Let us know what you think about this matchup between Renegades and Luminosity as we head over to Dorado. Renegades starting on the defensive side. Luminosity will attack to start us off here. And so far, we are going to see, again, Renegades. They love doing it. Symmetra, Torb on the defense, and I know we bring this up every time, but I mean a lot of people they were liking the Symmetra lately, but Renegades, at least from what we've seen in the Winter Premier, out of all the teams in the Winter Premier, Renegades are the only ones that are running the Torbjorn combination on top of the Symmetra. I mean, how do you feel about that combo so far for them?
Well, I believe in Mangachu.
Yeah.
I don't believe in Torbjorn.
Yeah. I mean, Mangachu's, he's a great player. The guy can play so many different heroes, but it does seem as though the Torbjorn, it doesn't, I mean, they have had, I will say, some good moments of success with it here and there, but I don't know if they've had more success than
what you would get if Mangachu played something else.
Right.
That's how I feel about it.
Oh, right away.
Oh, man.
Hello.
Okay.
Ube. Here we go. He's going to take out Juvenile to start it off. That's a start for Luminosity. They'll be able to get some ground off of that. And
It's a fine how do you do?
yeah, howdy do. That is... All right, well, they're going to just press forward. There's not much Renegades can do until they get Juvenile back up here.
Sure.
Yeah, getting close.
Jur's already up to 72% on his teleporter. Oh, but Mangachu's turret going down to Mineral. Never mind, that's not a big deal. Kib's going to find Hedan in the meantime. Luminosity, they're on offense, and they've now lost 3 players off that, so back to the drawing board. They're going to have to come back and do this one more time. Jur's teleporter is going up right now. But wait, that's going to be a shield generator.
All right, we are going to get beefed up. We got
Yeah.
shields, folks. Well, here we go. This is what we like to see. Shields, armor. Luminosity is going to have some tough times trying to break through the beefiness of Renegades right here.
Oh, look, Sherlocky's already got armor. This is going to be, this is going to get nasty real fast. Luminosity is going to be having to push a boulder uphill in ice to get through this.
Oh, now the Molten Core from Mangachu. Look how tanky this guy's going to be going into the fight, looking to lay in the hurt onto the Luminosity players. Icefeld, Super Pluke, both going down. The rest of them running for the hills. Gets hooked back in. Thank you, Cactus.
Cactus MVP.
Oh, man, that was a lifesaver for him right there. And Mangachu just eating.
It's the nature
eBay
of the
alive.
hook. Most of the time, apparently, they go your way, and occasionally they backfire. Or at least that's the case if you're Ube or Connor J or whoever, right?
Yeah, well, I mean,
for most of the rest of us.
Yeah, well, the Cactus that time was the saving grace of Mangachu. He will thank him later. Maybe give him a hug, but...
Now, Luminosity does have... Oh, never mind.
Big Earth Shatter comes in from Juvenile. Self-destruct over in there as well. Coming out from Kib. 3 kills go the way of Renegades. And Jur ended up falling in the middle of it, but Luminosity getting wiped off the face of Dorado. Mangachu even chiming in with a couple of kills on that Torbjorn.
Got a little taste of what that looked like from Luminosity's angle. You're getting ready to get set, and there comes Juvenile jumping around a corner with an Earth Shatter.
Oh no, and Mineral was called in.
Oh, but Mineral did find the shield generator from Renegades, so Renegades... Actually, Jur looks like he switched over to Lucio.
Oh yeah, he did. He did make the switch. He's not even going to try and come back on the Symmetra. They just want to get the heals, and Mangachu is still on that Torb as he plays forward with them. There will be on Earth Shatter coming in. There's a Graviton on top of that one. Super Pluke is going to get it kicked off for Luminosity. 2 kills, 3 kills for Super Pluke. Mangachu is still in there, and he has a Molten Core if he needs to maybe try and stall, but he'll back off for now and try and meet up with the rest of his team as they come off of the respawn. Maybe in an attempt to take one more fight before this card gets capped. Renegades will certainly have the opportunity, even in Earth Shatter with Juvenile.
Look out for the spicy meatball. Mangachu coming in from the backside. Juvenile throwing down an Earth Shatter.
There's going to be a self-destruct there as well. Ube is in on Farah for the squad of Luminosity. Renegade still relevant in the fight as Mangachu is still fragging out here on Torbjorn. Takes down Super Pluke. The guy is... He's been going hard on point number 1 here.
6 seconds.
Yeah, Luminosity's got to get it going or it will be a full hold on first point for Renegades. It's been a back and forth affair so far, and Ube's just getting left clicked on by Mangachu, dealing so much damage. And if he can hit this shot, not quite, but Kim finishes it off. Oh my goodness.
He took him down.
No, Kim got the final blow, but man, the Torbjorn play too strong from Mangachu. He hurt us doubting the Torb at the beginning, and oh man, he just laid it into Luminosity, and Juvenile just going full aggro right here when Luminosity least expects it. Huge Earth Shatter, self-destruct from Kib, and the rest of Renegades coming through to follow up. That's a stellar defense out from Renegades.
Just after that play, already generating 38% back on his Earth Shatter after that.
What a start, man.
Well, I still don't necessarily believe in the Torb, but I said I believed in Mangachu before.
It worked there.
That's why.
Yeah, that was, man, they got that shield generator going plus the armor, and it was just a tank that would not fall.
That's the dream.
That was beautiful. I love to see it, man. I wish more people started to pull that one out. It's tough to execute and make effective, apparently, but Renegade's making it work right there. Luminosity switching over to the defense. Mineral on the Symmetra is going to have to have the teleporter of a lifetime. Or I guess even shield generator, but probably teleporter of a lifetime for Luminosity. They want to take map number 1 here because Renegade's getting the full hold.
So first deployed Symmetra ultimate of the day goes to Jur.
Congratulations.
Cheers.
Collect your trophy after the tournament.
We'll see if Mineral, well, that's certainly what they're looking for, isn't it? Long way to go now, though.
Yeah, that's true. They have quite the uphill battle ahead of them, but
let's see if Mineral can match. Well, probably a teleporter for Luminosity. They're not looking for the armor shields snowball effect. They've been known to put down the teleporter in the past, so expect that again. We'll see if we even get there. Renegades now taking their turn on offense.
Little Mangachu Hanzo to kick us off here is going to be on it. And they want to send this one into the books with some offensive Hanzo play. I like it. Renegades getting wacky today. We have seen Hanzo work for some teams, though. I mean, that'd be Envious, and
Mangachu is one of them.
A few others, yeah. I think Renegades pulled the same strategy before, and I believe it has worked for them. So we'll see what he can get done sitting up top for now. But there's a lot of spam coming through that little corridor. And Luminosity going a bit aggressive into Renegades through the choke point. Jesus getting hooked on the side of Renegades is going to slow things up a bit. Just looking to regroup with the rest of the squad. But that Dragon Strike coming quickly for Mangachu, already at 84%. And that might create a bit of an opening, but no Graviton yet to pair it with. But that's really the dream combo that you look for when you have a Hanzo and Zarya here.
Mangachu doing so much, putting in so much effort to try and stay away from Ube's hook, always changing up the different angles, and then just let a few too many arrows fly from the same location, and Ube hooks him right in. Now Mineral's teleporter is going to be deployed relatively soon here. Back-to-back ultimates actually working out. Keedan does have a nano boost. A couple of others on Luminosity are working close to theirs as well, but Mangachu now has a dragon.
Oh, there was a big Earth Shatter out from the Super Pluke, but he got, oh man, the meat grinder coming in from...
Oh no!
Mangachu got 2 off of that, and Luminosity had gotten 3 kills right beforehand. Renegade's evening up the playing field quite a bit, as Jesus and Mangachu did work right there, but now Jesus should fall to Ube. And Luminosity holding for now. They do have that teleporter up, so respawn's coming through very quickly. Renegades just needs probably one more good, solid team fight win. Once that teleporter runs out, it's going to be tough for Luminosity.
A little bit better synergy out of Renegades between the ultimates of both Hanzo and Zarya probably would have allowed them to get through this point, but as it stands, no dice so far. Mangachu changing over to Farah to see if he can get a better impact out of that. Jesus will have a whole hog, probably going to throw that into a shield war cleanup near the end. And Mangachu's already finding the teleporter and just a rocket away. That's going to go down. Now Mangachu, infamous on Farah throughout this tournament.
It's a huge opening for Renegades. Now it's really just one team fight is all they need. Sound barrier for Renegades. 2 kills for Mangachu. 3 kills for Mangachu. He's coming in from behind, and nobody on the side of Luminosity is doing anything about it, as he is just crushing them at the moment. Now self-destruct does go out, but that's not going to do all that much. Icefeld's taken care of. Renegades looking good to just breeze through map number 1 here as they send it on home. Nobody there for Luminosity, and they came to play. Mangachu making some big impact plays for Renegades there to take map number 1.
Taking map number 1 in style, the 1-0, the full hold, and I think it was kind of the Mangachu show on both sides of the map.
Yeah, I mean, whether it be him on Torbjorn on the defense, he made some big plays. You're giving the look.
He did make some big plays, all right, but a Torb can't carry a whole team. Mangachu came pretty close.
Yeah.
I mean, I still want to believe that was a headshot at the end on Farah that he was able to land with the Torb. That was pretty impressive stuff.
What?
Or that it would have been had a kill not been taken just in time.
Yeah, Kib stole it from him. Let's be real.
Of course. But on the offensive plays, his Farah situation just completely uncontested in the back, able to get the teleporter, and then so many kills.
Yeah, Luminosity just not turning around. I mean, he sits here for a bit, just spamming, and it's just easy peasy. I mean, literally just aiming in the general direction of the choke point, and you have the other guys from Renegades pressing in through, sandwiching them in, and at that point, Luminosity couldn't figure out which way to look. It's just so much damage coming from both sides.
It looked like Luminosity might have been trying to step forward and take an uneven fight into their hands, and then Renegades just backed off, and then they're kind of in a no man's land where they would have been going into a concave situation in front of them, and going backwards was a little bit too late. There's also, Cloudy with a high chance of rockets. So,
yeah, just spamming him into the choke, and that's a lot of damage.
You even saw the D.Va turn around and think about looking in defense matrixing, but then it was like, no, let's worry about what's right in front of me. Bad decision there, as Mangachu's just able to romp him in the back. I think this is the first time we've actually seen a round end with a Torbjorn on the field. Like, usually he's on the first point, and then they switch off as soon as they lose first point. This is the first time he's played the entire round.
I think you're right.
Yeah, and hey, they got great effect out of it. Hopefully it can work out more often for them, because normally and the fun inevitably ends for Renegades, but hey, they kept it going there.
And they get the win. They need the 2-0 win so desperately here over Luminosity to keep their hopes alive. They got that first one. We're going to go on to Anubis, which is where Luminosity wants to make that final defense here. So, thoughts? You think they're going to put it away here? Does Luminosity bounce back? Do we go to a game 3? What's happening?
Renegades are playing, lights out right now, though. I'm not going to change up my pick. I still think Luminosity is going to take it just for the sake of standing my ground, but with the way Renegades is playing, it's going to be tough.
You make a strong case in defense of your stance.
Hey, man, I got
well,
my
I
gut
already
feeling.
committed, so.
Exactly. Yeah. I'm going to change it up.
There's some honor in your word there.
Yeah.
Just sticking to it.
Yeah, because then if they do pull it off, then I kind of look half cool. So, hey, whatever. I'll, yeah.
That's a player.
Well, it's middlecaster things. But here we go. In case you guys haven't checked it out yet, you can click on the link down below the stream and get a chance to win a free 12-month subscription from Loot Crate. Go ahead and check things out. You can follow the links and maybe get yourself in for a free 12-month subscription, or there's also a possibility to win the 1 month. Go ahead, click that link. I dare you. Check it out, Loot Crate. But it is map number 2, Renegades and Luminosity. They will be going at it. Renegades showing us how it's done on Dorado. And now they're looking to take that to Anubis. This is, of course, Luminosity's map pick, but they're going to have to win this one. It's a big one for Luminosity in terms of trying to land a final spot in the final 4 to go to LAN.
Now this is interesting to me. We have Mangachu on D.Va and Kib on Zarya. But when Man of Snow is in, he would have to play D.Va when he's, as far as I remember, a pretty notorious Zarya. Then again, so is Mangachu. I don't know. I guess it's hard to go wrong.
They have. It's good that they have the flexibility in people.
Hold on. Mangachu change to Winston?
I think honestly, I think they were expecting. They're expecting maybe Ube to be going Genji potentially. That's something
Perhaps.
we've seen Luminosity do it. I think he's thinking ahead of the ball.
Winston's a pain when you're playing far. He can jump up there and tase you mid-flight, and it's not necessarily easy to defend yourself against him. We'll see how it all plays out. Jur, 23% on his ultimate already. Keydon getting an early biotic. Actually, both of them, both already at nearly 30% here. Mangachu getting a little bit of the tase effect in on Luminosity, but Luminosity still holding the high ground. Oh, Mangachu getting put to sleep, just barely getting away on that one.
Oh, managed to stay alive. Nice hook to bring Ube down, and that will force Luminosity to take this fight right on in. Wow, 2 kills, 3 kills going to go their way. Renegades strike back with a couple of their own, but it's really all Luminosity in this kill feed, and they should be able to take point number 1 off the back of that, because Renegades were not able to get any sort of a teleporter up, so Luminosity coming out strong. A bit of a slow pace first fight. They took it calculated, and it paid off. They will grab point number 1 and have a hell of a lot of time to move through onto point 2. 6:45 on the clock, but as we've seen over these past few days, just because you have a lot of time doesn't mean you're going to cap last, because that last point can be just a pain in the butt to get through.
Well, this is Luminosity's map choice, so pain or not, they elected to take it upon themselves. Ube already with a barrage. Super Pluke pretty close to his Earth Shatter, along with Heat and a Mineral, both support ultimates. Renegades, they don't have a whole lot to work with right now, as Luminosity already engaging on the final point. Super Pluke charging Spree right out of the fight.
2 kills. Luminosity They're going to have to convert a few more than that and make sure they don't lose any themselves if they want to be able to take this point. Mangachu is back in on 76, just stalling for time at the moment, but now Sound Barrier from Luminosity is going to make them look pretty good as the kills just continue to ring through. Ube with a barrage finds 2 for himself, and they're putting a lot of time down on this point. 2 ticks at least. Kim gets absolutely melted as he tries to come back onto the point. Jesus there on Tracer is just stalling things as long as he possibly can for Renegades, but Luminosity looking to be in brilliant form right now. Mangachu is back in on May to continue to try and stall things. Juvenile gets the nano boost, and he's going to have to come up big for Renegades, but he does find 1 so far, and you have Jur just wall riding all the way around up top there. Renegades might be able to hold on. It's a back and forth exchange, but Ube is really laying in the rockets and the kills. They're just moments away. If they can take down that 1 on the point, if they could have gotten Kib a little bit sooner, they could have had it, but I think things... Oh, what a shot from Mangachu. Oh, baby.
Oh, that's the stuff.
That is the stuff right there, especially for you. You're like a May addict. You like seeing this stuff, but man, what a right click.
Headshotting far out of the air is very high up there on my list of things to watch. Mangachu playing May as well. Just as enjoy.
Oh my God! Make it stop, please.
No, don't listen to him. It's exactly what I want.
Oh, the right clicks. What is going on? It's a heat-seeking missiles, and they're just gonna press forward. Renegades playing a bit aggressive, putting the wall up, but don't want to go too far. But Renegades, he stopped things right in the nick of time. Luminosity narrowly capping that off with like 5 minutes, 5 and some change left in the time bank.
Certainly showing off why they selected this map. That was incredibly close for a first attempt on offense. The second point here. Oh, and they're already starting off with a number of kills here. Luminosity getting a lot of momentum, and Nano coming out, and a barrage, and they're going to take down 1, 2, no, just 1 out of it, but Icefeld following up with Kib.
Oh, here's the Blizzard, though, from Mangachu. They might be able to hold it off for the Mangachu with 2 kills. He's just been going off on May, and those 2 kills should secure it, I would say, for Renegades, because it's really tough for Luminosity to keep that strong presence on the point with those guys down. But just as I say, they strike back with some kills here. Now Earthshatter in from Superpluke should be able to help secure a kill onto Juvenile. Maybe not, though. Never mind what I say. Renegades are still coming through with kills. In the end, Kib with a couple to help keep them in it. And this, I mean, the May play from Mangachu has been a big part of why Renegades have held on for this long.
I love it when he plays utility kits. He's so good with it. We saw it on Torbjorn. And that's just one of those things. The more you can get into your opponent's head and use the different weapons that you have, the better it is. This isn't simply point and shoot. Although Mangachu plays that quite well. We saw him do that with Soldier 76 yesterday, but right now on May, he's absolutely tearing it up. Juvenile for Renegades holding on to an Earthshatter. Cherlaki with a nano boost. Renegades actually getting pretty aggressive here for a defense.
They're just going straight in. Superpluke pretty hurt. Jesus is wrapping around from behind these few players of Luminosity. Just trying to give the jukes a bit. Will Rewind has put Hedan in quite the rough spot. Very low, just missing that the sleep, but now the Pulse Bomb from Jesus will get a secured kill onto Superpluke. Cherlaki, the only one there for Renegades at the moment. Now Sound Barrier a bit late.
That's going to be it?
Oh, nobody around from Renegades. I thought someone was going to be able to get back onto the point shortly, but I mean, they at least even things up. It could have been much worse for Renegades, to say the least. But in the end, Luminosity getting it done. A pretty good performance so far, but there's another second look at what Mangachu was doing right there on the May. Was a big part of why Renegades could stay in it.
That was the one where he let Ube freeze and fearfully suffer for a while before you put him out of his misery. Well played, good stuff.
Oh yes, thank you, Mangachu, for that brilliant performance. I know David got a kick out of it. I have to say it was pretty nice.
Ube plays May too, man. It's all fair.
That's true. That is true, but now we go to the change of sides. Luminosity, 229 will be left in their pocket for a second half if we need it. And Renegades going to try their hand at offense, see what they can bring to the table. And Ube going to be looking to do the defensive Pharah, as it's something we've seen quite a bit from Luminosity on a lot of the maps they played, defensive Pharah. Ube really liking it, so guy can play a good Pharah too. I mean, you saw when they made their initial push on in there, he was just pummeling people with rockets.
Absolutely.
So certainly not to be taken lightly, him on Farah. But no, he'll just be waiting around the corner. Renegades.
Just keeping the legs warm.
Yeah, that's right. You know, don't want to.
Gotta stretch before you can
stretch. Yep, no cramping. Hey, look who it is.
It's Tommy.
It's Tommy the cat. Hi there, bud. Well, we're getting started. Renegades rocking and rolling. And it will be a quad tank setup for them. See exactly what side they want to push, and Luminosity not electing to run any sort of Symmetra play, as a lot of teams have been doing as of late. Now Hedan just pumping out those heals, and Ube will just sit relatively uncontested, will be able to do whatever he wants with these rockets. Beautiful positioning on the side of Luminosity, already able to secure 2 kills for them. Now he's starting to get contested. Nice hook from Jesus, shutting down Ube. And now,
what can you do?
Yeah, what do you do against that one? He concussions himself right into Jesus' wheelhouse, and that'll be a shutdown. Jesus does get charged now. Earthshatter in from Super Pluke. Icefeld's going to help the cause, cleaning up on a lot of those kills. Getting put to sleep, but there's not a whole lot left in terms of presence for Renegades on this point, especially now as Juvenile goes down. The rest of Renegades at this point really just need to back up and regroup to go in for another push.
Luminosity looking hot right now on Anubis. They've been playing some pretty aggressive defenses, controlling the tempo of the fight, and that's throwing off Renegades so far. Renegades actually doing the same on their second point, but Luminosity on the first point, getting a lot of return out of it. Well, here we are, coming through the first point right now. Mineral going to go down. And Super Pluke wasting that nano, perhaps not necessarily getting a whole lot out of it. Kib still holding on, looking for his Graviton.
And he's got it locked and loaded. He's really laying out the damage onto Spree, melted in a matter of seconds. And now Renegades looking to take the fight to the point. As Kib's got that biotic on himself, needs to tread carefully as he comes in, but they do have some presence down onto the point. Will Luminosity try and come back in? They do have some numbers to work with. They've timed it well. They are going to come in now. Graviton out will only find Mineral. There is a self-destruct there. Luminosity, a couple kills. Renegades, a couple for themselves. They use that sound barrier. They are keeping it even, but now Luminosity lay out their Graviton. That might be enough for them to hold on. Super Pluke charging in. Luminosity still holding the point for now. And Icefeld, thank goodness he's there for the Luminosity squad, because he has been able to find himself quite a few kills. And Luminosity will hold on here, putting up a very good defense. Not something you see too often on Anubis' first point.
There are 2 ticks already, so it's not completely hopeless here for Renegades. They are down in the ultimates by quite a bit, but Mangachu right now on Farah. Let's see if that can be the deciding factor.
Is re-engage coming from Renegades? They're going to have to make it happen, as you said. Mangachu on that bar, they're going to be looking to him to make the plays happen and open things up for Renegades. Only 40 seconds left. 2 ticks on the board. Icefeld trying to engage a bit and just disrupt some of the Renegades players up there, and Mineral actually found his way in there. I don't know about that. He just charged right into him, tried to get the boot, but ends up paying for it as Juvenile sends him back to the respawn queue. 2 kills, 3 kills for Renegades. That should be enough for them to take it. Icefeld's going to try and stall as long as he can, but ends up going down, and that will be Renegades in the end finding that first point take, and they will have some artillery to move into the second point with as they try and do it quickly.
Keep it alive in the final moments. 4 minutes to push into the second point, though. Pretty much disregard the time advantage for Luminosity. All they need to do, what they need to focus on right now, is just capturing the second point so that they can even tie up this map so far. Kib, Sherlocky, Juvenile all holding on to ultimates. 2 of them, actually all 3 of them pretty big. Mangachu's working on a barrage, but See if that's going to roll out here in the next fight. Right now, Kib definitely going to be looking for a big Graviton.
Pulse bomb in from Ube. Didn't quite connect onto anybody. Earth Shatter comes down from Super Pluke, but does it connect really? The Graviton coming out. There's a self-destruct laying on top of it. Ice Felt got Mangachu, and Spree picks up on yet another one. So Luminosity is going to have no trouble holding on right here. And Kib should be a pretty late kill for them, along with Sherlocky. And it just going in for the reset. Renegades just about to meet up with Luminosity in time as well. Left in the time bank.
Ube changing over to Pharah. Perhaps some air-to-air combat going to be happening here on the second point of Anubis. Mangachu does have that barrage ready. Jur sound barrier for Luminosity. They do have a sound barrier of their own and a big Graviton with Spree. Spree so far has been playing great these past few days. Hedan will have a nano boost thrown into the mix as well. Renegades now beginning another assault.
Luminosity coming into the barrage that Mangachu laid out there. 2 kills. 3 coming away of Renegades, but they lost a couple in the process. It's going to make it very tough for them to try and take the point, but they're going to try for time at least. Either way, Ube able to dodge Jesus' hook, and he's just continuing to lay damage, trying to find that big health pack down at the bottom, and the sound barrier did come out from Luminosity, and that will allow them to secure a few more kills and hold on to the point. Renegades just above 2 minutes. Just a little more than 2 minutes left for them to try and find this last point. If they don't secure it, Luminosity is going to tie this map up, or the series up at 1-1, and we'll see a third map. Renegade's going to have to make it happen here soon.
The differential matters so much for Renegades, though. They do need to win this map. Right now, 4 ultimates on the side of Renegades. Juvenile's Earthshatter is going to be one of them. Luminosity has an Earthshatter of their own to try and disrupt Ube with a barrier. Sorry, a barrage. Renegades now beginning another assault onto the point. They've already stepped into a corner, but that barrage is going to come out. So far, no big result from it.
That was eaten up pretty much entirely by the defense matrix. Now, the nano boost given to Ube. He got caught inside of the Earthshatter, so really no benefit from it. He wasn't able to do anything with that nano boost, and Spree takes down Sherlocky. Luminosity looking very, very strong on the defense. Renegades does not have long to work with. They have some big ults coming online. They need to really make it happen with Kib's Graviton Surge on the next fight, or that might be a rough spot for them.
This isn't a terrible situation. Luminosity is pretty low on the big ultimates that they would need to reverse that situation. The longer they allow Spree to generate his ultimate, the worse it's going to get for Renegades. They do have a nano boost and a Graviton of their own, and that can be quite a bit.
It's their opportunity right here, finding Ube early in the fight, but they ended up losing Juvenile again, and that is just bad news for Renegades. Now losing Mangachu. 2 guys down. They have a long walk back to the point, and they need to start converting on kills. Either back up and reset, or just end up dying. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get all 6 of their guys together. The Renegades players are pushed in right now. They're scattered. Players are going to get staggered. Sherlocky just now went down. A few more seconds to respawn, not even counting the walk back to the point. I mean, someone from Renegades is going to have to get here to at least touch it, but this Graviton from Spree is going to try and shut it out maybe before they can even make their way here. Actually looking as if they just want to take a fight on the point. Now Graviton comes out. Mangachu already fell by Ube. Ube with the rocket barrage picks up another one, able to kill Jesus, but the kills are just going all Luminosity's favor. We should be seeing a map number 3 come out here. Sound barrier in the final seconds from Renegades just will not be enough for them in the end. Luminosity cleaning up the final players that they need, and they will take map number 2 here on Anubis. That is not good for Renegades. As you said, the differential very important for them. It's going to make it even tougher to get into that top 4.
It's going to make it tough, but there still is a chance. I was doing the math the entire match just to make sure. If Renegades gets this win, and if they get a 2-0 situation later on, if they're able to make a 6-6 record, they still do have a possibility if some other matches go their way. So it's not over for the Renegades fans. They still have a chance, but Luminosity did not make it easier with that win.
No, they did not. And Luminosity picked that map for a reason. They obviously feel very comfortable there, and they put Renegades in a tough spot. As you said, they can do it, but man, it's an uphill battle. It's got to be perfect.
They do have to be perfect here. We can take a look at the winning moments there from Luminosity as they're able to win it here on Anubis 2-1.
Yeah, Spree just coming in. He waited to use that Graviton, making sure he had the opportunity. They put Jesus in it alongside of that Rocket Barrage, and the Renegades never really got themselves together to make a final push. Really, within the last nearly 2 minutes, there just was no cohesive push that came through from Renegades. They got staggered throughout numerous fights, and they never could really seem to like regroup and get a good fight going, and Luminosity will capitalize on that all day long.
Just flex with them a little bit, find the kills that they needed, and through the respawn advantage would eventually close it out. Luminosity not really sweating most of that defense, it looked like.
Yeah, it seemed like the first point was pretty even on both sides. Both teams capping pretty decently quickly, but the big difference was that second point hold. Renegades had a decent one, and Mangachu had a great stall with the Mei play that we enjoyed watching, but it was not, they eventually were able to crack, and Luminosity, just no mistakes on that second hold.
Yeah, they looked really solid. Will they be able to take that into the next map, though, and keep it going is a question, because this is a really important match for Luminosity as well. I mean, we talk about the importance for Renegades, but Luminosity's still trying to fight for the final spot as well, so it's kind of a bloodbath between both of these teams and a fight to the finish to stay in the tournament and make it to land. So Luminosity needs to keep what they just brought to Anubis into the next map, and I think that's a big thing for them, is keeping that momentum going.
Now, next map is Hollywood. All comes down to this right here, so who's making it to land here? You think it's Luminosity or Renegades? Obviously, Liquid's still in the mix too, but
yeah,
a win here would help both these teams.
I'm going to stick with Luminosity, my pick.
Right.
They tied things up. I'm going to keep going with them.
Renegades.
All right.
It's Hollywood.
It's Hollywood,
yeah,
man.
That's been a good one for Renegades in the past, Hollywood. So Luminosity's going to have a tough one for
We've
sure.
seen them break out the Torb Symmetra here before as well and had it work pretty well.
Yeah, that's true. We'll see if they can, Mangachu, your boy Mangachu can do it again on the Torb. But guys, let us know what you think. Go and tweet us at Overwatch_NGE. I think the poll's still up there, so you can say who you think is going to win this match. Vote in the poll. Let us know. Join the conversation. You can also use #WinnerPremiere and get involved with the conversation there. So we got a map number 3 on our hands. Renegades and Luminosity. Both teams desperately need a win to try and get a better position in the standings to make it into the top 4. Neither of them will necessarily be knocked out of contention if they lose this match, but it will make it much, much harder for them to make it to that LAN finals if they don't win it. So a very important map, a very important match for both teams, and it will be Renegades running Jur on the Symmetra on defense. Sadly, no Mangachu Torb. Very upset by this.
No, but they will be running him on Soldier 76. So far,
that's true, and that's a safer
had
pick.
middling success on Torb on the first point of Hollywood. I think they got pretty close to 1 full hold, but just in general, I think he's going to be better played here on Mangachu on Soldier 76.
Yeah, it's a much more consistent play for sure. So it's a smart pick for Renegades, certainly, but here we go. It's Luminosity to start things off on the attacking side. Jur already with 34% towards that teleporter. That'll pay dividends if he's able to get it up, hopefully at least. I've seen some days where the teleporter just ends up feeding alt charge, but Luminosity faking alley, coming straight in through the front. Now as they start to initiate, Ube looking for the hook, and he does find it onto Jesus. An easy cleanup for the Luminosity squad, but Kib responds with a kill onto Super Pluke, but the rest of the kills fall the way of Luminosity right here. An excellent start to their offensive side. It's just Sherlock. Spree is just going off on Zarya. And at the moment, between him and Icefeld, they just crushed the first point, and the hooks from Ube certainly helped them out. And a quick first point take there for Luminosity.
Very quick. It's going to be just over 1 minute to capture the first point here. Renegades usually slowing teams down a lot more than that.
Yeah, we've seen brilliant defenses from Renegades in the past, but not the case here. Mangachu now making a switch over to Zarya as they will try their hand at a quad tank setup. And now they have the... they're going to have... the nano boost at the ready. Spree has got a full charge too, but Renegade's doing a good job of speed boosting away from that to avoid most of the impact of the nano boost and full charge together, but they still have a Graviton, and they're staggering kills that is going to allow Luminosity to just get a lot of free distance off this payload. Renegades need to regroup and go for a fight, but Luminosity have a lot of tools to shut down Renegades when they come back for this next one. Look where Spree's waiting.
Basically call it the Graviton in waiting position at this point. Second story of the saloon pretty much always pays out. Oh, be a little careful for that Diva. And it looks like it did get eaten.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, I thought it did, man. That would have been such a good set play. He even looked right down into it, but a brilliant play from Kib to just make sure that defense matrix was right up in the face of Spree the whole time. And now an Earthshatter coming through from Super Pluke. There's a self-destruct in from Renegades, but Luminosity still find the kills regardless here, and that should be just about a first point secure for them. Renegades doing a good job of at least stalling out as long as they possibly can at the moment. Juvenile even coming back out with the Earthshatter, and the follow-up does take down Ube. Kib does get taken down by Super Pluke, who manages to get a couple of kills for himself. Jesus off the whole hog, looking to really solidify the hold for Renegades, but it's a long and staggered fight nonetheless. Super Pluke has really been doing quite a lot for them as well, going in with another Earthshatter yet, helps take down Sherlocky. It's just a trade war back and forth between these guys, but there we go. Renegades come out on top of it in the end.
It was hairy for them for quite a while, even though they did eat Spree's Graviton. Luminosity just kept pouring it on. I was thinking, man, if Luminosity is able to get through that after you shut them down that hard, that's got to be a demoralizing situation. But for now, Renegades holding strong. Sherlocky getting very close to his Nano Boost and Jura's Sound Barrier. Luminosity spent basically everything they had to try and get through the second point. So big change of momentum for Renegades, and the Spree, you're having a bad time on the second floor.
Oh, man. Ube, who's on Pharah, got taken down by Mangachu, who's also on the Pharah. Juvenile with a Nano Boost that came his way, but he got put to sleep in the middle of it, then charged. Mangachu now taken down by Spree. So it's just, again, a very back and forth exchange with these two teams, but Renegades in a much better spot in terms of numbers and positioning at the end of it, and Luminosity will just back up again. Renegades really killing down that time. 2 minutes and 15 for Luminosity to grab this next point.
These past two defenses have been absolutely huge for Renegades, starting to put things back into a situation where it looks like they might be looking pretty here on the second map. They still have quite a ways to go, though. 2 minutes on the clock for Luminosity to try and cap the second point. And they will be doing it with an Earthshatter and Nano Boost and a self-destruct of their own. Perhaps Mineral will get a Sound Barrier, but right now, Renegades defending with an Earthshatter and a self-destruct. Mangachu still on far. That's that Earthshatter coming out real strange.
No, he got pressed forward. Definitely hurt him, but Juvenile completely whiffing again. He's had some tough times with Earthshatters over the past couple days, but not all his fault there. It's a tough scenario to pull it off, but that will be our Renegades now having to be pretty careful. Super Pluke using an Earthshatter of his own, not really finding anything either. These guys just whiffing on the Earthshatters. Jesus did end up going down. 2 kills go the way of Luminosity. And now charge across from Super Pluke, as they do have that advantage, making it a bit safer for him to take the charge play. But Mangachu back out on Fair is going to look to see maybe if he can equalize things for Renegades, but that doesn't seem to be the case as he gets melted by Icefelt and company, and Luminosity should be able to send a second point into the books for themselves, as Renegades can't really put together a defense. They will just back up and set up for it the next fight. Charging in is Juvenile again. Jur goes down to Ube, who just presses forward on Pharah. Icefelt narrowly missing being demeched there, but 2 minutes on the clock for Luminosity to press into the final point and get the cap. A lot of ultimates online for Renegades here, but same on the side of Luminosity.
4 for Renegades, almost 6 for Luminosity. Luminosity should be able to pile drive this straight into the third point, or at least about halfway there with that many ultimates. Renegades already dumping some of their own, though. A Nano Barrage, Mangachu picks up 2.
Oh man, that's going to certainly win the fight for Renegades, but Luminosity didn't use any ultimates going into that. 2 expelled for Renegades, so Luminosity with a brilliant opportunity. If they can manage these ults well, they might be able to even string a couple of fights together here, but we'll see if they can keep that management. Now look at Juvenile waiting for the sneaky Earth Shatter. Wants to avenge himself. We saw him do this the other day. Massive Earth Shatter comes in from Juvenile. Mangachu's there to help with the cleanup. Juvenile and him both finding a frag alongside of Jesus. That's a great set play. Just hiding it out, getting a good Earth Shatter. That buys Renegades even more time, putting Luminosity on the back foot a bit. A minute left in the time bank. Still a full slate of ultimates. They gotta go in and use them.
The Renegades has 4 of their own to defend. They have a nano boost again. Jesus with a whole hog, self-destruct, and a sound barrier. Luminosity, though, they're looking to get that barrage out of their own. Nano already on Ube.
Ube flying forward, getting the rockets in, but it's not really connecting
it out.
Yeah, I mean, he's just creating some space for them, but that's about all he got. Now here comes a barrage, laying in a lot of damage on top of a self-destruct from Icefelt. In with the Graviton. That's the combo we were looking for. Ooh, narrowly missing the air shot there was Ube, but they wipe Renegades, pressing the cart even more forward. 15 seconds left on the clock for Luminosity here. Renegades respawns coming out, though, as Juvenile's posturing.
As long as Renegade stays calm, they are in a good position right now. Charges missing from both sides.
Kib's going to use that self-destruct to maybe zone, maybe find some kills. Ube got taken out by it. And it's a 2-for-2 trade. 4v4 fight on the payload. In the end, we are at overtime. Luminosity are finding all the kills here, though. Someone from Renegades needs to go and step on that payload. And I don't know if they will have anyone after Jur goes down right here. He's doing a good job of keeping himself alive. Jesus desperately trying to make his way onto the point. He'll stall just a bit longer, but no one else is there from Renegades. And Luminosity caps it off in overtime. It took him a little while on that second point, but they did make it happen. And now Renegades are going to try and get themselves a better time with a little bit left in the bank even to maybe take map number 3.
Luminosity dumping pretty much everything they had here to make it work to get through to the final point. Renegades, in that situation, did have a number of advantages, plus the respawn advantage. If they'd been able to kind of form up and stay calm, they might have been able to defend that point completely, but they're in a staggered respawn situation. That's certainly harder than it sounds. Luminosity jamming it in there in overtime. Renegades, they're going to have to match 3 points as well. Otherwise, this match, whole series is going to go to Luminosity, and that is probably the end of Renegades' dreams of the finals. So Renegades' fate now in their hands as they take their turn on the offense.
Here we go. Cap have a big offense here. Luminosity looking to put Mineral on the Symmetra. Yet another team going for the Symmetra plays. And Hedan was just giving the old speed boost up there, making sure Mineral can get him where he wants to, and then he will then switch back over to Ana. There we are. And that will be quad tank for Luminosity on this defensive side. Not using Ube on any sort of defensive Pharah, as we've seen from Luminosity on some maps. They will be keeping him on the Roadhog. He can certainly make a lot happen there as well. And now Renegades just waiting to plan out their moment of attack. And we'll see what they actually decide to go with. Kib just sitting on the old Torb and spawn now, but making his way over to the Diva.
Sherlocky pretending to play a different kind of sniper from the usual.
Yeah, there we go. Switching back over to the Amari family. And that will be him, of course, on Ana. So already building up quite a bit towards that the ult charge for Mineral. 63%. He's going to want to look to put that teleporter down as soon as possible. He's already got it ready to go, so just waiting for his moment to put it in. Ube in dire straits, taken down by Kib as he just holds W and M1 dealing damage. Hedan falls, and Mineral was able to put the teleporter down, so Luminosity will get these players right back into the fight, but they need to get out there and actually go stand on the point and stall it out and start finding kills, or they're going to be in some trouble. Kib is going to have a self-destruct at the ready. Luminosity so far not getting really any kills here. It is just all Renegades in the kill feed. Luminosity couldn't get positioning on the point. That was the problem. They got their players back, but they were all just stuffed inside a cafe, and Renegades pummeled them as soon as they come through the doorways. Easy peasy. Feed them ults, baby. And now Luminosity going to have to set up in the streets phase.
Could have gone worse, though. We've seen that situation turn into basically 6 ultimates online for the offense. Renegades did get quite a bit out of it. Mangachu already with a Graviton. That should see them well through the streets phase as long as it doesn't get eaten by Icefeld. Actually, Luminosity is going to throw theirs out first. Spree not picking anybody up so far. Ube with a Nano. That's a lot of resources from Luminosity.
Self-destruct from Kib. Finds Icefeld. Spree ended up getting taken down, so Renegades with a 2-player advantage. This is not looking good for Luminosity so far. It's a total of pretty much 5 down as the respawns are just coming up from many of these Luminosity guys, and Renegades have really just been pressing full steam ahead. Saw a similar thing from Luminosity, though, so it's going to be up to Luminosity to really get a good defense here, maybe towards the end of this second point phase, the streets phase. But now looking to re-engage is Luminosity. And now they just send in with a self-destruct into the back. Won't find any kills, but will at least press Renegades. Maybe give Luminosity a chance for better positioning in the fight. Now Jesus using the nano-boosted Whole Hog, sending bodies flying for Luminosity. And now looking to create an opening, getting to get a hook, won't quite connect. But now Earth Shatter in from both sides, Super Fluke and Juvenile. And Juvenile charging into the back, helping secure a kill onto Spree, but he goes down right after that to Icefeld. 1-for-1 trade. Mangachu Zarya is paying off, but now the Rocket Barrage from Ube dealing damage that Icefeld is easily able to clean up on, and Kib getting put to sleep will essentially take him out of the fight for a bit here. It's just very, very scattered. Fight back and forth on the cart. Kib is stalling, but there's really no way he's going to come out on top of the fight. Just too many Luminosity players around. He's going to try and come back, but they want that stagger, certainly if they can.
Kib is on offense there, so the idea of hanging around, a little bit perplexing for me.
Yeah, not sure exactly what he was attempting to do. It's just really buying some time for Luminosity, but well, we do have ults coming online for both sides, so it's one of those fights that could go either way.
Do have a Graviton already for Mangachu. Spree working on his, neither team with an Earth Shatter just yet. That self-destruct's rolling out, but it's not going to find anybody.
Mangachu does lay the Graviton out, and there is a self-destruct in as well. Doesn't find anybody, but Super Fluke finding the better of Juvenile yet again in these Rhyme battles. And now with 2 kills for Luminosity, Renegades are probably going to have to concede this payload and just back up, regroup. A lot of both teams struggling through this second point streets phase. Oh, nice concussion to bring Mangachu back in. But both teams really have been struggling on this second point streets phase, and good defense is being put up on top of that.
Can be hard to take 2 ultimates for Renegades, 2 minutes left in their offense as well. Luminosity has 2 ultimates to defend with, but they've got a very big 2, an Earth Shatter and a Graviton. Ube is very close to his barrage. Right now, favor probably in Luminosity's hands. That Earth Shatter not really picking up anybody.
Man, another missed Earth Shatter coming out from Juvenile. It's killing Renegades in some of these fights, and Luminosity just clean house on the Renegades players. And Kib is going to get staggered on top of that. The Renegades really need Juvenile to hit some of these coming up, because they're missing out on some opportunities for sure. But Kib might end up getting staggered here. Actually, he's going to make it all the way back. Luminosity let him get away. But either way, they won the fight, and they bought themselves quite a substantial amount of time. 1:15 minutes left on this clock. Renegades got to put the pedal to the metal on this next fighter. It's not going to be looking good. And Juvenile charges in this battle. This time, Super Fluke goes down. Barrage in from Ube is able to find Jesus and Juvenile. 3 kills come through for Ube. That's a big-time play. Make that a 4th. He wants even a 5th one if he can manage to find Jur right at the end. Oh, giving him the jukes, though. Can't quite get it. Hello.
Lucio, man.
He's pissed. Oh, man.
Everyone has been there. It doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, it's Lucio's a slippery little guy. I'll cut Ube a break right there. But the juke's too strong. Now Luminosity in a brilliant position to actually take the 3rd and final map. Renegades supremely on the back foot here. They need to get it going next fight, and they'll have to be perfect through almost 2 fights, really. Because even if they win this one, they'll be in overtime. Luminosity will probably have another shot at coming back out. Big Earth Shatter that time coming through from Juvenile. Got a few players on the ground. He has a nano boost on himself as well. Icefelt managing to take out Jesus with all the self-destruct. It's gonna be a tough one for Renegades. They use that. They use the sound barrier to give some extra gusto, but Ube flying around uncontested. Renegades are starting to get the kills though. 3 go their way, make it 4. But they have to keep it pressing in overtime. Will Luminosity come back out? Oh, what a time. Oh, what a time for the pause in this overtime situation.
Oh my goodness, you see that was a Luminosity player had disconnected. His game crashed up there or something like that. That is so unfortunate. We're so close to knowing who wins this one.
Oh, man.
So close.
That's the thing at this point. I mean, you have Renegades who finally are getting their offense going. They're you know, very close, but they're probably going to have to win one more fight in the overtime. They have no choice but to win the fight. That's the thing for them. Got to win, or it's Luminosity taking the map.
Yeah, Mineral was the person who disconnected, and we see, you can see it up there. Super Pluke's got an Earth Shatter ready to go, and he's coming in. He was the most recent spawn. This is going to be really crazy to see how this all pans out at the end, because he's going to come in, he's going to try and get that off. You think that's enough? Because I think he's kind of the only one who's up right now.
It could be enough. I mean, certainly, and
An Earth Shatter can always be enough.
Yeah.
It just depends.
Oh, yeah. It depends if you hit it. That's the thing. And Super Pluke has been hitting some pretty big Earth Shatters for Luminosity today. A couple of missed ones, too, but he has been hitting them in general. So, I mean, as long as he can connect with it, that should be a Luminosity take.
While we wait, I'm going to ask you guys, have you noticed how frequently the pros will spray? And I'm not talking about spraying at the end of a fight or after a big play.
It's just constantly.
They'll spray in the middle of a play.
Yeah.
Like, it'll be like a headshot with McCree, spray on the ground, another one, and it's like, are you just expect to be on camera all the time, or has this become a rhythm thing? Like, they couldn't stop if they wanted to.
A lot of players, it's almost like a twitch. Like, just like anytime I have a chance, I'm going to spray.
It's like,
it's
I really
think
me
that's what
with
it is.
jumping in any game.
You're just constantly.
I can't. I have to jump.
It's
just
going to happen. One of those things.
We're going back into game
going.
quickly, but I've been told Mineral actually lost a sound barrier because of that disconnect.
Oh, wow.
He had sound barrier up and he disconnected, so he's not going to have it anymore.
See, I was going to ask what his ult charge was at. That's
that's a disaster.
That is actually, that's a heartbreaking loss in Ultimate for Luminosity. And they do have Super Pluke out there. Taken out so quickly. Luminosity are, I'm sure, a bit angry at that one. Renegades getting a second shot at life. 1 minute and 15 left on the clock. They really need a win here, but so do Luminosity. I mean, this is such a big one for both teams. We have Renegades pressed up quite a bit. And now, just come down to the final minute between Luminosity and Renegades. We're tied up at 1-1 in the series, and Renegades are going to need to bring the cart to the very, very end to give themselves a shot on this one. Self-destruct goes in to initiate. Nice charge from Juvenile. Is going to pick up Super Pluke to open it up for Renegades. Mineral's working on that sound barrier, trying to get it back. Nice sleep to shut Ube down off of his rocket barrage, his nano-boosted barrage, in fact. And now Mangachu looking to start melting people here as he has the nano boost himself. Not the highest of charges, but the nano boost should really help him lay in some damage on these players. It's a back and forth affair. Renegades are finding the kills between Sherlock and Mangachu. They're only going to have 10 seconds left, but they have some big ults online, Renegades, to take one more fight and send it home.
Well, that Graviton's going to be in the hands of Mangachu. A deadly Zarya for sure. Juvenile, an Earth Shatter, Jura sound barrier. Luminosity still hasn't gotten their sound barrier back yet, but they also have an Earth Shatter Graviton. Who's going to get it out first? We're going to find out. Graviton out already. A self-destruct on the field. Another Graviton.
Another Graviton is going to come through. 2 kills coming in from Renegades. Mangachu with a couple, and Juvenile there as well. They have numbers advantage, but they need to keep it going. Continue to find kills. Renegades might keep themselves alive in this match now as they just continue to lay in the hurt onto Luminosity, but they do have players stalling, which is big because now they will at least be able to bring a couple back into the fight, but a very strong presence from Renegades on the card at the moment. Ube goes down. A whole hog is going to come out from Jesus and keep Renegades alive in this one. Oh, goodness me. The Renegades making it happen in the final seconds. We will see a bit of overtime to decide who takes this third and final map, which is just so important for both of these teams. What a finish for them, though.
This nano right here was so important. Mangachu cleaning up basically half of Luminosity with it, but most importantly, demeching Icefeld, who had been such a problem there on that last corner. We're going to see who has it in them to take it into overtime, or take it in overtime. Minute for each team. Looks like Luminosity is going to start out on offense first. Hopefully for them, they can dust off that frustration. Sound barrier might have been the difference. Let's be honest here. That was a close fight.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't know exactly what the respawn situation was when Mineral did have the disconnect, but I mean, you have sound barrier, you're losing speed as well to maybe potentially bring everybody out to take one more fight on that second point. They got to be kicking themselves, but I mean, there's nothing they can do about it right now. They need to just get their mind back into the game, full focus on what's ahead of them, and that is an overtime with Renegades in a very important match to try and land their spot in the top 4 and make it to land, because there is only one more spot left, and it's open at the moment. We have a lot of matches left today to decide how that plays out, but every single map, every match matters. And it's going to start here. Luminosity on the offensive side. Both teams get 1 minute, pretty much one shot at trying to take this first point. If they can't do it, we could be seeing a draw. If both teams can't do it, that is. Now as Luminosity starts off their attack, Juvenile, a lot of charge towards his ultimate already. 70% sitting for him. That is a lot, and as soon as he gets that, he's going to want to let it fly. Spree goes down for Luminosity. They need to back off right now and just get these respawns quickly, and Renegades are going to play quite aggressive. If Juvenile can get this Earth Shatter, that's disastrous for Luminosity now, as they could potentially lose Icefeld. He at least got demeched. Yes, he goes down. Luminosity's going to have to take a 6v5 fight at least and hope Icefeld can come back in time. But it's down to 5 seconds left. Luminosity coming right back in. Nice charge, but Super Pluke ends up going down. He had to sacrifice himself to at least get his team onto the point. Earthshatter comes through from Juvenile. All the kills going the way of Renegades at the moment, so this should be them being able to hold on. It is only Ube there. Mangachu finds 3 in total for Renegades right at the end of it, and they will hold on, and this match is in their hands, Renegades, as they will have a shot at offense. 1 minute. But a nice hold there on the squad of Luminosity. Oh, baby, we got a game.
1 minute left in Hollywood, and it will be Renegades' chance at offense to close this out and win the series, or perhaps we'll push on into a 4th map tiebreaker, but we will find out momentarily here. Jesus getting a number of pretty great hooks, along with Mangachu following up to gut most of what Luminosity had going for them there. That Juvenile's Earthshatter, though, is a little bit off.
Yeah,
fortunately for them,
it
did not bite them too hard.
Yeah, luckily the rest of Renegades really coming through, making sure good focus fire on targets to just mow through the Luminosity players. And I mean, it was unfortunate for Luminosity because they couldn't even get a good fight to begin with on the last one, at least. I mean, they had to just send Super Pluke in on the charge just so they had a body on the point to even have a chance at taking a fight. And then, they had lost Icefeld really late, so it was a 6v4 fight pretty much to begin with. And by the time Icefeld got his way up there, it was just, I mean, the roster was already in shambles on the point. So now it's Renegade's turn to try and take this series. This is huge for both teams. Renegades with a brilliant opportunity here, but again, it's only 1 minute, so it's got to be quick, fast, and calculated, and well executed on top of that, because you really only get one shot at it. And they're just posturing for the moment, faking an alley push, waiting, coming back out the front end. Jesus just waiting for his hook opportunity. He sees a couple bodies around in the back, still waiting here. Super Pluke going down as Kibe is able to find that kill. Juvenile, though, is traded out by Icefeld. It's a back-and-forth affair. 4v4 fight still on this point. Spree is very hurt on the side of Luminosity. Needs to get some heals, but they're keeping damage, consistently pounding on him. Spree ends up going down. Renegades continue to get numbers going in their favor. Kib is coming up huge for them at the moment on D.Va, and now they are putting so much time down onto this point. Luminosity looking for their opening to come back in, but Renegades are just stuffing the choke. Now Self-Destruct is going to land on top of the point. Icefelt and Super Pluke come back with some kills of their own. It is overtime. Renegades have lost 3 players. What a response from Luminosity on the point. They might just be able to hold on here, and we should be seeing some sort of a tiebreaker unless Kib can make the miracle stall happen on this point. I don't think it will. Luminosity are going to hold, at least for now. Sherlocky comes back, but isn't able to make it happen and stall it long enough, and that, oh goodness, Luminosity holds on just long enough.
Good news for Luminosity,
man.
bad news for our hearts.
Oh man, I thought they were gonna be able to.
They came so close.
I know, but Luminosity, that's a big response for them. They were down in numbers. They came back into the point, even with Renegades just like stuffing the house full of players and trying to keep them out. They got the kills in the end, man. We're gonna see a tiebreaker map to decide it.
The way that Jesus loitered on the point, didn't really try and go after anybody in specific, didn't get tunnel visioned. He just kind of kept staying in a general area and contributing to other people's one-on-ones. Really started to open things up, but apparently not enough. Luminosity coming back, the big turnaround.
Big turnaround, and this is the second match in a row Renegades has gone to a 4th game where they have tied on 1 map. These guys don't know how to give up the ghost, but they also so much struggling just to finish it off. Right there, all they had to do was take that overtime, and they would have had the win. They would have kept their hopes alive. They're not dead yet, but they have to go to 1 more game after this to take a look and get that final defense.
Oh, coming right back out there. Icefelt definitely started it, was able to get a kill on a Sherlocky. That's both supports down for Renegades, and right after that, it just falls apart. The rest of Luminosity find the opening to come back out and just shred through the Renegade squad. There's nothing that Kib can do in that scenario. There's not enough he can do there to keep Renegades in it. Luminosity hang on for dear life right there, but man, that was took a toll on my heart, that one.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was close. I could hear you yelling about it, and I'm pretty sure that means we go to Li Zhang, a map that cannot be you can't have a draw there. So we will have a winner. It'll just it might take us 5 rounds. I wouldn't put it past these teams. I fully expect them to go the full gauntlet.
These guys have been very even throughout the series so far. Wouldn't be surprised, but it's going to be a hell of a finish to a great match so far.
No matter what the Final 4 results are for these teams, they're going to be going out with a bang.
Absolutely, literally, with how many Diva ults we've been seeing. Oh my goodness, that match right there was interesting because I don't think we've seen that strong of a Streets hold. But in like a Hollywood map in the entirety of the Overwatch Winter Premiere, usually it's that final hold. The Streets is usually the fastest phase of the 3 phases of the map. But both teams doing a really great job shutting down their opponent in the Streets.
Yeah, that's great to see. I mean, you know, we're getting some different moments of brilliance on defense in different sections of the map on different days. Today was everybody decided to pull it out in the Streets phase, but, you know, it's something new every day, I guess.
Man. That was
it was good stuff.
Quite the match. We'll go to map number 4 ever momentarily, letting the players get back in. Man, you got to wonder on the side of Luminosity, could that sound barrier have made the difference? It's got to hurt when that's the situation you find yourself in.
I'm embracing the Luminosity viewpoint at this point. We've got to put the past behind you and focus on the future.
Yeah, that's the thing.
It's unknowable. It's unknowable. It's just like did the crash make Hungarna lose, or are they going to lose anyways against Complexity way back in the first part? Who knows? Everybody's got an opinion.
It could have, it could be either way. But the thing is, for these guys, they're like I was saying before. Your mentality just needs to be looking forward into this Liege, going into Lijiang Tower. That's what really matters for both teams because you can't change what happened before. So, these guys got to be looking ahead and bring their all in this final map because it's going to have big implications in the standings.
So, Lijiang Tower, final map, final moment here for both these teams. Renegades needs this win, and then they need many, many situations, many factors to kind of fall into place if they're going to make it into the top 4. Luminosity, similar situation, but not quite as dire straits if they were able to get the win here. Both these teams, though, so much on the line. It's all coming down to this, folks. Like it's gonna the last match of the day. I feel like is gonna be kind of the defining moment.
Yeah, because Luminosity does play the last match of the day against Immortals. So I mean, I think that will probably seal everything up in the end because, Luminosity is one of those teams that is still really fighting for it. So, lots of good Overwatch to come today. This is the best day, most exciting day, obviously, I think we're going to have throughout most of this, except for maybe the LAN finals. So it's a good day to be here. If you have friends that aren't here, get them in.
Yeah, no,
shameless self-plug.
And there's so much of, we might take a look at the standings while we're waiting for some players to get together. Like the bottom of this bracket right now, very, very close at the moment. And there's a possibility that were Renegades to win here, and were they to win later on today against Kungarna, were Luminosity to win against Immortals, and Liquid to lose to Immortals, they have a 6-6 tie, 3 ways. And if the map pans out correctly, Renegades could take that 4th spot over the other 2, because that would mean that Liquid had beaten Renegades, Renegades had beaten Luminosity, and Luminosity had beaten Liquid. All the tiebreakers, all the head-to-heads would kind of fall out, so it would come down to the map score. That was how it would happen. If that is basically the biggest situation where Renegades could make it into the top 4.
Carry the 2. I'm still lost. You're going to have to draw me a map, man.
It all works out, I promise. That is the biggest situation. That is the situation, though, where Renegades makes it in. If they are able to get the win.
I think I missed most of the situation where they make it in that part. As long as we know they have a shot, you're saying there's a chance.
I'm saying there's a chance, man.
That's what matters.
There is a situation for all 3 of those teams to make it into the top 4.
Well, let's see. They got to start it right here. That's the big part for them. So it is going to be Lee Zhang Tower, the tiebreaker, to see who is going to get some very much needed points and a very much needed victory to make it in. And for Renegades, it's a whole convoluted scenario in which they need that they can have a shot at the top 4. But all I know is it matters that they win right here. So, that's what we know. Hey, that's a good omen. Luminosity make a little basket, Kobe it up. And
I'm also of the Kobe generation. Apparently now that started to turn into Curry. I mean, then I get it, but
overrated. All Kobe, baby. It's all about the Mamba. That's what I'm saying.
Plus, there's also Kobe beef. I mean, it all works together. Luminosity Renegades going to put this thriller to an end here on Lijiang, no matter which way it goes.
Here we go, charging.
This map can't end in a draw. And Icefeld already taking down Juvenile.
That's 2. 2 of the way of Renegades. I think that maybe even across the board, Luminosity is just going to have to back it up. Right here as Icefeld now goes down, so Renegades are going to start us off right there and start ticking away. But both teams, actually no, not both. Luminosity has the quad tank, and Renegades are running Jesus on the Tracer.
It's been a while since we've seen that.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful sight indeed. Luminosity now taking a 1-player advantage in the fight as they start to engage back onto the point. Mangachu's got certainly quite a bit of charge. And now Spree starting to grind down that mech of Kib. Slow but sure. Now Spree actually quite hurt. The Earth Shatter comes through as well as a Graviton on top of all the Luminosity players. My goodness, Renegades crushing them on that fight there. Mangachu is at such a high charge for so long in that fight, able to deal tremendous amounts of damage. Renegades really pressing the issue forward here.
If you're going to throw out a fire strike, and there's some sketchy situations, sometimes it's worth it on Zarya. In that situation, definitely not. Just adding to Mangachu's pain train and making it much harder to get through. Mangachu perhaps getting caught out here. Spree's going to find him, and that's 2 down in the last few seconds for Renegades. Luminosity getting a lot of momentum. They will take the point back with 4, almost 5 ultimates. Renegades, they're now going to have to take it back and hold for what is essentially what you call roughly 2 fights. Each fight often somewhere between 20 and 30%, depending on how long they go.
Sure. And now, with that, Luminosity are going to be in control, and they have a lot to defend with. As well as the Graviton starts, the self-destruct there will sway things in favor of Luminosity again in that engagement. So they'll keep ticking up, and they've done a good job at managing ults, really only using 2 off of that exchange, and they'll still have a lot for the next one. So they're, the ult management is going to be one of the big points of this King of the Hill, of this control point series in general to decide it. So now a Graviton coming through from Renegades as they have quite a bit in the bank on top of that Graviton, but no kills on the Luminosity players. And Ube, in fact, will get it kicked off. Ube off the whole hog is able to grab 2. That's 3 even for Ube. Goodness, Renegades just getting shredded by him and Spree as they go to town, and Kib will just go and reset. So Luminosity, after retaking the point, have really held themselves strong there, and they'll take even an advantage in percentages. Now look at Super Pluke setting up.
Renegades just dug themselves a big hole there, burning 5 ultimates and not getting anything out of it. Now that Luminosity is surpassing their capture percentage, they're going to have to go directly into that. And Earthshatter coming out both ways.
Oh man, and Mangachu is going to be the fallen soldier of Renegades. Kib throws out that self-destruct. Spree gets Kib though. Spree with 2. Jesus finding a nice pulse bomb to grab a couple of kills back in Renegade's favor, but Spree has just been going off alongside of Ube and really most of the Luminosity players. So Renegades got to find an entrance back onto the point, and now they won't really have any direct ultimates to fight with. And Ube, the whole hog, is just going to be looking to keep some of these Renegades players back. Juvenile was on it for a moment, so they will delay, but he ends up going down to Spree. 3 kills for Luminosity. That is going to be all of them on this fight unless a miracle happens. But there is no miracle to be had on this stage. Luminosity retake the point, and they hold it out for the whole 99% as they take a 1-0 lead here on this tiebreaker of Lijiang.
So far, so good for
That's
Luminosity.
Right. They are looking great. But, I mean, they managed the ultimates well. I think that was one of the big points for them.
Yeah, and Renegades just burning so many of them and not getting anything out of it. It was pretty much the turning point in the match. From that point forward, Luminosity had some pretty easy defenses, as easy as it gets against a team like Renegades. So let's see. Renegade's going to need to put it together and have a better response here on the second stage. Otherwise, it's going to be a match point, series point situation for Luminosity. And that is a tough position to be in for anyone.
Kib was thinking about rocking the Zarya, but instead he's going to go Diva, and Mangachu is on Pharah this time around. Be quite the Pharah player, and this is the stage to do it on, though.
It's already down.
Yeah, that's not good for Renegade. Sherlock, he's also taking quite a bit of damage. Super Pluke did end up getting taken off the map, but regardless of that, I mean, all the kills really going the way of Luminosity for the most part. Ube shutting down Mangachu off a brilliant hook. Oops, indeed, my friend. And that will be Luminosity striking first again. Now, Renegades looking to re-engage. So far not. Oh, Super Pluke charges in, does get a bubble right as he gets pressured, and Juvenile this time getting sent off the map. Ube shutting down Mangachu yet again. Another brilliant hook, flying all the way through the back line to take care of him. And Renegades now down 30%. The percentage is looking to re-engage.
Economy completely in Luminosity's favor right now. They already have a nano and a self-destruct. Spree is pretty close to a Graviton, and Pluke himself 20% away. Renegades somewhat close to an Earthshatter, but that Graviton's pretty far away, and right now Luminosity passing 50% on the capture point. Nano going off Pluke, Pluke charging all the way to the back line.
Oh, he's so hurt though. Kib gets the final blow. Still, one player advantage will go the way of Luminosity. There is going to be a Graviton out from Luminosity. In fact, it's Spree laying that one out and helps them secure pretty much one kill, but Renegade's now really coming back strong, and Kib is charged up and ready to go with a nano boost on himself. In fact, he has a Graviton, but would love to hang on and really not use that one unless he needs to. It should be very doable for Renegades without using anything in this scenario. And Kib has just been melting all of Luminosity. Minerals in trying to delay for Luminosity, get them some extra percentage, and not too shabby to get it kicked off. 86% goes the way of Luminosity, and Renegades are going to really have to hold it out for the rest of the stage.
Bit of a fumble Rooski for Luminosity. Laces out, boys. That should have been an easy defense. A number of those, a number of situations where Renegades players were just begging to die. Luminosity not able to convert. Renegades now in control. Graviton and a self-destruct out. That's going to land somewhat, taking out Icefeld out of his mech. Sound barrier.
Oh, nice hook from Ube. Some shields actually saved Mineral in the back there from dying to that self-destruct, and that will be Super Pluke goes in, gets charged, or charges Juvenile, but Super Pluke quickly taken care of by Jesus, who manages to find yet a few kills for Renegades, helping bring themselves back into it. Luminosity did take the point. They're at 99% now, but Renegades will get themselves back on it to cap up, and Hedan will be a late stagger here as well, as Mangachu has switched over to the Hog, or he is on Hog, and has been quite a bit of a factor here since the change for Renegades. And Luminosity, no trouble yet. I mean, they just need to win one more fight and they're fine.
Renegades probably could have staggered Hedan for a lot longer than that. That might be a misstep. Perhaps 50% for Renegades. They still have to double that in order to take this map away. Charges from both sides. Ube is going to find Juvenile.
I thought they might have been able to get an exchange on Super Pluke. He still is quite hurt and will eventually go down, and Renegades get the one-player advantage from it. Luminosity, again, going to have to back up. Renegades really want to try and exchange here if they can. On stages, even up the playing field at 1-1. It is a best of 5, keep in mind, even though it is a tiebreaker stage. So it will be now 80% for Renegades. Luminosity is going to have one last good shot to take this one on in.
This should be the last fight of this stage. Either way it goes, Luminosity, Graviton, Earthshatter, Nano on their side. Renegades, they're only going to have a Graviton. Well, I guess the Earthshatter's there too, but no Nano for them. Slight in favor of Luminosity, but we'll see how it plays out.
Graviton in from Kib. That could be a game stealer.
Oh, no.
Did he just keep walking off or get booped? Got booped. Kib, he's going to go down. That is sad for Renegades, because so many kills going the way of Luminosity. Alt after alt, they dump it all on him right on the last point. And Juvenile trying to do what he can, but that is just heartbreaking for Renegades. In the end, they were looking so good for so long there. Luminosity getting a reversal on the point in the last second. 2-0 on Li Zhang, and that is a match point for them here on this tiebreaker map.
Luminosity, a nice retake there.
Big Earthshatter. Getting
Juvenile out of the way pretty early. And some early charges to start it all off, really. And when your Reinhardt is holding onto an Earthshatter, perhaps that's not the right way to intro unless you're positive you can keep him alive. Earthshatter certainly coming into play for Luminosity. And a big boop from Mineral to send Kib out of the mix, which also a really big factor.
Yeah, that's losing a guy like that, certainly not going to help you out. That's for sure. But a big
sometimes speed boost does some funny things.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here we go, getting put to sleep right away. I don't know what was Super Pluke. Ube goes down off a start, and Super Pluke is very hurt alongside of Spree. The player advantage for Renegades continuing to trade, but Renegades still with a leg up on their adversary, Luminosity. Spree still on this point. He is charged up and really building his ultimate at the moment. Will get hooked back in by Mangachu. Gets Biotic put onto himself. Renegades find the frags in the end, though, and should have a pretty easy time taking this point first. And they will get it. Can they hang on is the question. But, both sides doing a good job of ult building during that last exchange here, too. Both teams really getting a lot coming online.
It looked like Mangachu actually willingly took some damage while he had Bubble up there instead of exchanging and trying to put down Ube as fast as he could to just try and beef up Spree's charge. Or sorry, Kib's charge, but as it is right now, Nano Boost rolling out from Sherlocky. So far, nothing showing up on the kill feed is Mangachu.
Kill food.
Backs up.
And they got some. Henan had been pressured up top pretty heavily, but didn't end up actually going down. Mangachu really going in forward as well is going to help Kib build some charge up. as he had the bubble on himself. Super Pluke going for the Earth Shatter, is going to get quite a few caught inside of it. Jur had the sound barrier go off just before that, so it kept Renegade sustained for a little while, but between Spree, who picks up 3 himself right there, him and Icefelt go to town and come in for the retake. On the side of Luminosity, they'll get it. Renegade started off with 62% on the board.
Renegades will be coming back with Kib's Graviton and Juvenile's Earth Shatter. Luminosity just trying to hold with his self-destruct. They are not close at all to either Graviton or Earth Shatter, so right now certainly in favor of Renegades coming back, and that Earth Shatter gonna put Icefeld on the ground, being saved by a bubble from Sfeet. Juvenile charging Icefeld in the back, and Graviton rolling out as well.
Kib couldn't stay alive there. Nano or Biotic Grenade on him, so hurt. Nube sending off that whole hog. Putting guys into the meat grinder there, takes out Mangachu. And Luminosity continuing to hold on here. They've been trying to stagger some of these ults and keep the economy going in their favor. Renegades had invested a few there, but don't get anything off the back of it. So with some big ones coming online, Luminosity should be looking good for the next couple of fights, really, if they manage them properly. They're going to go and try and take Renegades over on the flank side of the point. Here, Icefeld's going to lay his self-destruct right in there. He'll get 1, gets Juvenile 2 for Icefeld in total. That is just going to be Luminosity continuing to run the point, and they didn't even use the Earth Shatter. That's what I was saying, is if they manage their alt game well, they should be looking good for the next couple of fights, and really it's going to be one more good one that Renegades is going to have, and it will be a big one. If Luminosity hangs on, that's the map.
Shatter v Shatter here.
It's going to be a crucial Rhine battle. Juvenile starting it off. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Luminosity, though, starting to come out on top of it. 2 kills in their favor, and Renegades not getting a whole lot themselves. They're down 3, and with Jur falling, Izube finds it. That could be it. I think Luminosity's going to end up taking this one. There's just not, there won't be enough out there for Renegades. Getting D-mech'd as Jesus. Finished off, no one's around to touch the point. The Earth Shatter comes through, no one there from Renegades. Luminosity taking it very commanding fashion. And that is going to make it so tough for Renegades throughout the rest of this one. Luminosity, the much needed win.
They get the win, and by make it much rougher, I believe that does actually mean the Renegades has done at this point. I'm pretty sure there is no way. Actually, yes, like everybody has 6 wins except for them who have 4, and then we have 1 more match to go. So, well done to Renegades. We will see them one more time. They will play Congarna. It could make things interesting for Congarna later on, but they are done at this point. Well done. Luminosity keeping their hopes alive here.
Unfortunate for Renegades. They had so much promise initially in the winter premiere. Just, you know, they started off great and really started to kind of fumble as the tournament went on into the group stages. Still, really putting on a show there at the end. That was a fun one to watch.
They certainly did. Luminosity playing so well here on Lijiang Tower. Take a look at their plays here. So we saw some more great plays from Icefelt on Luminosity.
Guys, good placement on the self-destruct here, and Luminosity just came through, ringing kills off the hook, and forced Renegades, the rest of their players on this exchange, just go and reset. And from that point, they took one more fight. Renegades, or Luminosity, won it, and there was really just no time left for Renegades to get back to the point.
Just greater composure and better ultimate economy and ultimate efficiency out of Luminosity. Really just took the day on all 3 of those stages, really.
Very rough there for Renegades. We'll take a look at the standings as Luminosity, with that win, going to be tying up with Team Liquid. And I believe they technically have the head-to-head over Liquid. So this is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. Liquid and Luminosity, the 2 teams really vying for that 4th spot. And each match today will have some implication on how that will resolve. So I am excited to see how that will materialize as we move forward. We can take a look at the schedule as well, or we cannot take a look at the schedule, I believe is what we're going to do.
But that's either way, we got some good matches. We know that we got some good matches coming up later today. Some big implications for later on in the standings. So better be sticking around, guys, because we got some big matches to come. See who's going to make it to LAN.
We certainly do. Immortals versus Liquid will be the next match, but we're going to take a quick break before we do that. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be exciting. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere, ladies and gentlemen. We have had an exciting morning so far. A 4-game thriller as Luminosity's able to beat out Renegades, eliminating them from contention. We'll take a look at the standings here. As we saw just before the break, take a look at it again. Liquid sitting pretty in the middle here, right there with Luminosity. Now, these two teams are the two teams we have to talk about. These are the teams that are looking for that 4th place spot that would qualify them for PAC South. You can see right now, tied up 6-5. Luminosity with the head-to-head over Liquid technically has that 4th place spot right now, and these next few matches are going to be huge as we take a look at the schedule. Right now, it's going to be Immortals versus Liquid, and then you can see later on, the last match, Immortals versus Luminosity. Both these teams have to face Immortals, the #1 team right now.
Yeah, and those are such crucial, I mean, you guys already know this, but they're such crucial matches for Liquid and Immortals to try and get that 4th spot. Playing the tough team, it's a tall order. Indeed. But the thing is, and one of the beautiful things about all of the teams that are in this, it kind of seems as though on any given day, any of these teams can beat each other. So I think it'll make for good matches either way. That's the good part about it, is that any of these guys can beat each other on any day.
Just look at Renegades and Complexity. Both have had their slumps, both have had their excellent moments, and then yesterday when they played, they were both delivering, so
absolutely.
Who knows? And then there's some teams that also just apparently have another team's number, flat out.
Which is the situation with Luminosity versus Liquid. Right. Dropping both of their matches to Luminosity has given Luminosity the head-to-head over Liquid. So any situation where their records are the same, Luminosity would get the 4th place spot. So if they both win versus Immortal, it's Luminosity. If they both lose versus Immortal, it's Luminosity. The only way Liquid gets in is if they win and Luminosity loses, which is what they have to be rooting for here, which is just such a difficult situation. So let's get into this match. Liquid versus Immortals. This is their first gauntlet of the day. They have to beat Immortals, and then they have to hope that Immortals is really on fire against Luminosity later. This is such a tough situation right now for Liquid. Let's start talking about Liquid, though. This team been playing very, very well, kind of warmed up in the later half, which is exactly where you'd want to warm up in a situation like this.
I'm sure for them, they wish they could have been on fire the whole time, but hey, better late than never for Liquid. As you know, really as of late, AZK has been doing phenomenal things for this Liquid squad, whether it be on Roadhog, Tracer, really great Tracer play on some of the control point maps, and when they're not on those maps, he can do it on Roadhog, what have you. And then you have, alongside of that, Rafa Mezer, one of the best Reinhardts out there. This guy earth shatters all day, and he comes through with them at very crucial times in these matches. So you have a lot of talent here and some versatility on top of it. It's a matter of can they bring it out against Immortals here, the #1 team in the standings in the Winter Premiere, who already made their way to the LAN Finals. They qualified. Now it's Liquid's turn to try and get themselves in as well. They need a big win to start it off today.
Last time these two faced off, Immortals took it 2-1.
2-1, you say?
We'll see if they can do
it's
it
a pretty
again
good score
here.
against Immortals.
Yeah.
Immortals, though, if we switch over to talking about them here, they have the potential to go 10-2 in our group stages cumulatively if they get both of their wins here today, which would effectively give Luminosity the victory. But let's talk about this matchup. Immortals. What are they going to be doing right now? They're so hot. They've been just so dominant here. What are they going to be bringing into this match?
Yeah, obviously the most consistent team so far, and the players here kind of explain that. I mean, it's a young squad, at least some of them. You see there Verbo, Agilities, and Grim Reality. Some of the youngsters, but man, they're some of the most fun to watch in all of the tournaments so far. Agilities, a beast on the Roadhog or the Genji. And, I mean, you know, Grim Reality, too, a DPS player, can also play a wide variety of roles, 76 Tracer, anything in between, really. So, Immortals, a team also that this is one of the first real big breakout events for them. It's one of their best results in any of the tournaments they've played in, and they certainly proved to a lot of people that they can compete with some of the best.
That's what the Winter Premiere was designed for, to find out not just who can perform on the day, but who can perform day after day after day, and Immortals so far seizing that title.
Immortals playing very well, looking to improve to double digits in the win column if they can possibly do it today. It's going to be a close one. Hollywood is where we are going to start. We've seen this map a few times today already, had a draw in the last one, just quite the match. How are you feeling about Hollywood with this matchup?
I mean, we've seen Seen Liquid do some good stuff here, but with the way Immortals are playing, this is also a map where they've had some success. I'm still going to have to take Immortals in this scenario, though. With Liquid, the back's against the wall, a must win for them. It could bring out the best play out of them.
Liquid is certainly playing very well on Lijiang Tower, but the last time these two teams played on King's Row, it was 3-2 in favor of Immortals. That's a relatively close score on a similar map type, but at the same time, it's Immortals on Hollywood. I'm going to have to choose Immortals on this one, but I think it's going to go 2-1.
Okay, so he thinks it's 2-1. I know you're both predicting Immortals to win here.
Yeah.
Are they putting it away in 3 games or 2?
I think 3 as well, because if Immortals win map 1, Hollywood, Liquid will probably take Lijiang, kind of as David was saying, and then and I think
they'll pick it. I don't know if they'll take it.
Well, yeah, but I mean, with the way that they have played on Lijiang, it's normally a pretty strong map for them in general. So I would take Liquid in that scenario, assuming they lose Hollywood. They'll probably take Lijiang.
Makes sense.
And then Immortals will get a 3rd map in there. That's at least kind of what we're thinking. But who knows? Maybe Liquid, again, with their backs against the wall, could be they could play lights out on Hollywood and take the 1st map.
We've definitely seen them play very, very well. I'm rooting for Liquid. I want chaos.
He likes the chaos.
That's
he
right.
wants to watch the standings burn. Hey, that keeps it interesting. Absolutely. So anyway, guys, if you have anything to say about the matches so far or this match in particular, you can head over to Twitter. Check out @Overwatch_NGE. There's a poll there. Let us know what you guys are thinking. Who's going to win this match? Will Liquid keep themselves in the tournament and beat Immortals, the top team in the standings at the moment, who've already qualified for LAN at PAX South? Will they be able to take them down? Or will it be Immortals ending the dreams of Liquid right here and right now? Let us know. But it is a big one. Look at Minstrel with these surfs, baby. Surfs up.
Yeah,
Waves are crisp.
He's the one that was doing it yesterday as well, right?
Yep. That is, I think so. Look at this.
It all looks familiar. Either way.
Beautiful. Well, it is Hollywood, map number 1, Immortals. Going to be our offensive side starters. And Liquid going to see what they can break out on the defense. Quad tank for them on the defensive end. And looking like triple tank for Immortals on the offense. And Grim Reality breaking out his patented McCree play, which you don't see quite as much these days, but he can really play a good one for sure. Going for that early flashbang over the Rhine shield. Couldn't quite connect on it. Liquid backing it up just enough. They couldn't connect, but he's just going to sit in the back, see what he can get in terms of damage. Nice hook onto AZK from Agilities to start it off for Immortals. And now they're going to want to take that player advantage into the back. As Liquid are a bit on the back foot here. Getting Rafa out of his mech. A little flashbang and finisher there. Goodness, Grim Reality is just pumping damage onto these players of Liquid, and there's not much they can do. Immortals with a very, very quick take on this first point to get us started on Hollywood.
Grim Realities must have been a one-man army back in June, July during the Raid Boss McCree days.
Yeah. Hey, guys, he can click heads pretty good, let me tell you.
Grim Reality has good aim.
He does. He does. That's he certainly does. But now Immortals with a very quick first point take. They will have 5 minutes and 10 seconds to work through this Streets phase, at least at the moment. So Liquid looking to go in and take a fight right away on this card. You don't want to give them too much free room. A nice hook onto Nami right away from AZK to get some early an early picket.
Oh, he finds it.
ID in the end. Man, I thought ID was going to get himself out of there for sure. A bit of a rough positioning, and Immortals are just going to work off of that advantage and find frag after frag after frag. It is not looking good for Liquid off the start here for sure. They'll have a couple more opportunities to take a fight, though.
At that, Immortals losing Nami right in the beginning of that fight, not even backing off and continuing winning it anyways. Team Liquid's going to be coming back for this final defense on the second point. Mezer's going to be looking for an Earth Shatter. Oh, but Nami's going to hit it first.
Oh, Nami hits the Earth Shatter, sends Mezer into the wall. The Fire Strike to finish him off. Immortals using Sound Barrier. Nami finding a couple kills for himself. There's a big Biotic landing on all of them, but Ethan comes in with a clutch Biotic of his own on the Immortals players caught inside of that Graviton. Immortals just continuing to frag out on the Liquid squad. There is a self-destruct up in the air, but Immortals are just on cruise control at the moment. That Liquid respawn is pretty close, so they will have respawns coming through, and Mezer comes in with his Earth Shatter, sending Ethan to the ground, and that might secure, yes, all the kills back in Liquid's favor. So in the end, the respawn advantage paying off for Liquid. They will stop Immortals, and they kept players on the cart throughout all of the fighting. So Immortals didn't really take any more ground there, and they're even going to get a stagger onto Hype to put a little bit of icing on the cake. Oh, sad. There it is. Mezer putting an end to the reign of terror.
That's gonna delay Immortals just a little bit here, but they do still have 3 minutes and 10 seconds left on the clock to get through the second phase. Team Liquid burned a lot of their ultimates to keep themselves alive here in the streets, but Immortals, Nami's got another Earth Shatter, hyped with a self-destruct. Agility's Nathan right behind. It's really only Grim Reality who won't be looking at a ultimate in this fight. Perhaps Verbo, but we'll see exactly how that one plays out. Team Liquid, they're going to have to do it from probably some unique positions here, what it looks like. Piling into the bottom of the saloon and trying to keep this messy.
Look at them. Look at the mind games here, and in the process, Verbo kind of getting caught out of position. I bet AZK getting the hook to take him down, but Immortals responding with kills of their own. Nami getting two as he's nano boosted and just going to town, swinging that hammer. And Rafa tried laying out the old self-destruct, but all it did was zone. And Immortals will, with that fight, oh, Agility's even getting another hook on in there. And sounds of a million biotic grenades ensue, but Immortals find all the frags here. They will take point number 2. Liquid just getting stomped at the moment as Immortals press very aggressively onto those staggered respawners. But Liquid are going to want to take the ultimates that they have in the bank right now. Take a fight early and stop some of this momentum. Immortals have built up 3 minutes and 15 seconds for them to find last point.
So far, Immortals still keeping Grim Reality on McCree. It's been paying out for them so far. 3 minutes to cap the final point here on Hollywood. Team Liquid will defend with both a Graviton and an Earth Shatter, though, and as we all know, those are two big ultimates to slow down an offense.
Grim Reality with the moonwalk off the speed boost on the old Deadeye, but now an Earth Shatter comes in. Nami looking for the charge, finds Mezer. Beautiful Ryan play coming out from Nami, and that will be, well, the rest of Immortals pressing forward, looking very good at the moment. Minstrel kind of caught out in the open, might be a good pick for Grim Reality. Flashbangs out. All kills going the way of Immortals. Grim Reality has just been a monster on McCree here as well, dealing so much damage. It's all Immortals. ID comes back on Tracer to stall things out for Liquid, and Rafa's there on Diva as well, just seeing if he can stall this issue as long as he possibly can, but eventually taken down. AZK back on the Genji, shut out by Grim Reality. See you later, Immortals. So many kills, and Grim Reality, Deadeye in the back to seal the deal on the Immortals push. They get all 3 points. 2 minutes and 8 seconds left on the clock. That is a brilliant start for Immortals.
Grim Reality certainly showing off why he was on McCree there at the end, just busting AZK right out of the air and then zoning everybody with a Deadeye. It's a rough situation for Team Liquid. You could tell they were grasping to try and keep a defense together whatsoever there in those final moments. Immortals doing a great job keeping them on the ropes the entire match, aside from a little bit of the streets phase.
Yeah. Other than that small section, I mean, they looked pretty good overall. So setting good pace, 2 minutes and 8 seconds with how well teams have been defending as of late. And, I mean, there's not too many instances we've had over the past few days where teams get all 3 points with, 2+ minutes left in the time bank. It just hasn't been happening a whole lot. So that's a really good start for Immortals. And Liquid are going to need an all-star offense right here to try and even up the pace. Is that gonna stick? No, that can't. Hype comes out on Mercy. Getting confused there for a second. Is Is this some new strategy, maybe, for Immortals? I can't imagine it will stick. Hyped is currently on the Mercy. But Verbo, that's the one that will be staying that we know for Immortals. Will be Verbo Symmetra. Yeah, Hype doesn't switch back yet.
But Nami's on Lucio, and he's the one that...
Yeah, okay, there
actually,
we go.
both of them changing, both of them.
Okay, phew.
That makes way more sense.
Yeah,
I mean,
I was so
obviously
confused.
the two supports are already out there.
Yeah.
However, I would like to see a damage-boosted Symmetra again. It's been a while. It was...
Just left click, hold.
It was brutal. It was brutal. I think it was South Korea was doing it.
Wheel
in
him
the
and
World
deal him.
Cup.
Oh, yeah. Wheel him and deal him. Oh, here we go. Liquid offense. They're going to be going for some Sombra. ID is on that one. And getting caught up by some of the Verbo sentries. But no problem there. But it is Sombra. And to hang on the Zenyatta for Liquid. They're going to be looking for this to pay dividends. ID already wrapping around the backside. We haven't really seen Liquid do too much of Sombra's strategy, if really at all, so far, at least in the Winter Premiere. So there's a new one coming out, and they're going to need it to pay off at a big time in a very important match.
Got to risk big to try and beat Immortals.
That's right. As now ID working all the way to the back, and he's going to try and just, getting very, very low right there, but the EMP is online. He'll just get himself healed up, ready to go, and they are going to just press right in. EMP, boom, getting lots of people. Nami put into the meat grinder, melted in a matter of seconds. But AZK ended up going down in the end, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. The teleporter is going to be up for Verbo. If Liquid want to make this happen, they gotta go and start getting the kills now, but the teleporter is up. And they're gonna have to find a way to get that on the side of Liquid, or they're gonna have a very tough time indeed as they continue to lose players. Mezer amongst the fallen for Liquid. Oh, one of those instances where he thought that hook was gonna connect for agilities, but he ends up getting hooked back in by AZK. Should rejoin the fight quickly because of the telly, but ID waiting for another EMP to be up. Good hook in onto Nami. He gets a nano boost. Will get good healing, and will be a Graviton used with a Transcendence on top of it on the side of Liquid. But in the end, Immortals just crushing with kills there. Mezer got a couple, but that's about it. 1:50 now for Liquid. Team wipe coming out on the side of Immortals.
Immortals burning 4 ultimates on that hold, though. One of them definitely just to try and keep Nami alive. Hyped immediately following up with a Graviton. Nami also layering on his Earth Shatter. But Hyped is already back to 50% on a Graviton, so if he can find a good bit more in the next fight, he might be able to throw another one down. But right now, Liquid, they're moving in. They do have an Earth Shatter of their own, a self-destruct, a whole hog. And right now, they're pouring it on. Mezer already finding Nami.
Oh, taking the teeth right out of Nami's mouth. There was Mezer swinging away with the hammer. 4 kills. Rafa 3 for himself. In the middle of that fight, Liquid just blowing through Immortals. There is no telly left, so Liquid finally will get this first point. Or apparently someone calls out for the telly. Doesn't matter because they put it down right there. Get the first point. Not quite as much time as Immortals had to move through the streets, but as long as they can keep the momentum going, Liquid, they'll be in decent shape. They just don't want to get hung up too much on that, that fight that happens right before the checkpoint. That's where teams have really found a snag in some of their offense. So they're going to want to keep the momentum going there, but the Immortals taking the high ground, looking to drop. Just a moment on to the Liquid players. Both teams are posturing, and Rafa's actually going to go in and try and displace some of these players. Nami caught in a little bit. Could go in for that one, but Rafa now will get a nano boost, and he's just looking for targets to focus down. He will go straight for Ethan up top, but the Sleep Dart not going to connect. Beautiful target selection from Rafa. He knew that was an opportunity for him, snagging the health pack, and makes his way out as well. It's got a self-destruct, is gonna just lay it out. Make sure he keeps himself in the fight with that one. Gives him an opportunity to get back into the mech. No tongue twister, and Liquid keeping full steam ahead here. See you later, Hyped.
Well, Immortals so far not able to really assemble a strong defense here throughout the Streets phase. That might change just as the cart nears the second point, but a lot of Immortals pretty spread out right now, and it looks like a little bit of a split push, but Agility is going to be pulled right in through AZK, so he's going to have to go back, and that's just an unfortunate situation for Nami being juggled in the air by AZK's whole hawk.
Liquid making pretty good time. Overall, Mezer is...
They're putting together a great game.
Absolutely.
A little bit of a struggle on the first point, but after that, smooth sailing.
Yeah, it's been very smooth through the, all the second point. They still have 3 minutes to work and cap the final point. I don't know if they're going to be able to quite match the Immortals' time, but they have an opportunity to come pretty close and not be at too much of a deficit in the time bank, certainly. So there will be a Graviton in on the side of Immortals. Hype laying it out, but no follow-up from the rest of them. Agilities actually falls to Rafa, so an opportunity for Liquid to come in with a lot of ults at their disposal as well. Now starting to work in ID, looking for a Graviton, maybe a Graviton opportunity. So far, haven't even needed it. Rafa just takes out Ethan. Liquid really full steam ahead for them. So it will be one more fight, and they lay it out there. Self-destruct falls into the back. The shield getting turned around just in time by Nami to make sure those 2 players don't fall, but Liquid continuing to find kills. ID with 2 ID and 3 kills. Just blowing through Immortals here, and Liquid very, very close to being able to cap this one off. Grim Reality stalling out as much as possible. Pulse Bomb does land, but not able to actually secure kills. Sound Barrier in from Liquid as well. The Immortals respawns continue to filter through, just stalling time. They're probably not going to end up winning this one, but they just want to stall as much as they possibly can. Now with Ethan back on the cart, that will stall even more, being on May, as he is... Oh my goodness, he's still in there, staying alive, and Grim Reality's even back on Tracer. What a beautiful stall from Immortals. They know they're not going to win it, but they just want to keep it stalled as long as possible. Keep knocking down that time for Liquid. Hyped in yet himself, and Agility's just waiting. The self-destruct is in on the cart. Oh goodness, Grim Reality even made it back in time, finally. Oh, Liquid finishes it off, but I think Immortals just stalled for about just under a minute.
Yeah, about 50
right there.
seconds or so.
And it's grade A stalling right there, 10 out of 10.
It's a lot of time. Grim Reality is responsible for a lot of it in the beginning, just keeping himself alive so much. Mezer even burning a Shatter to try and catch him, but came up with nothing after that. It's just respawn after respawn after respawn. Ethan with some pretty clutch May.
Yep.
Just dragging it on long enough for Grim Reality to get back out as well.
Yeah, they certainly played the stall game well, because Liquid had gotten, almost a full team wipe with like 2 minutes and 10 seconds left, pretty much. They'd basically gotten a full wipe, and there was just the one player from Immortals that stalled at that point, and then from there they just held it and held it and held it till 1:18.
Had they capped it then, it would have been, I don't know, a 2-second difference between times on both sides. Either way, Liquid with a pretty great offense overall, especially making up the time that they lost in the first phase throughout the second, and definitely the third. They breezed through that relatively quickly.
Yeah, they certainly made up time, because you were worried about them. You had to be worried about them after the first point, especially with how teams get caught up on second point pushes, but they really just continued to breeze through all the way to the finish, made up a lot of time, but now into the second half, so to speak. Both teams with some time left in the time bank. Liquid about a minute less, though. So they're going to have to pretty much get it done off one push. Mezer charges back, not quite connecting, but they get one out of the mech already. That's hyped. Rafa finds that kill, so 1 player advantage for Liquid. They want to take this on in now pretty quickly if they can while they have the 1 player advantage. Immortals are spreading out a bit. Agility's there. Grim Reality going around to the balcony, taking that high ground. Needs to watch, make sure he doesn't get hooked. Dahang is actually up there with him, and he's trying to meet up, but Rafa gets Agilities. Mezer finds Ethan, so Liquid so far so good on the offense. We're down to 20 seconds, so Immortals striking back with a couple of kills. Verbo is still in at the moment. Hyped came back on Tracer. Verbo really needs to make sure he keeps himself alive, though. Rafa has a self-destruct. Now, Verbo may just have to come in and try and stall for them. They avoid the self-destruct. And they even find a kill on top of that. Mezzer, who is very close to an Earthshatter. Huge Earthshatter comes in from Nami, though, and helps Immortals secure a couple of kills. Liquid is very close to getting this cap, and Grim Reality melted within seconds by Rafa as he even finds a couple of kills. Very strong presence from the Liquid squad on the point. It's only Nami there for now, and I don't think they're going to be able to hold this one off. They're really just stalling it at this point. And unless they can find 2 kills very quickly onto Mezzer and Rafa, they do take out the hang. Agilities does, but they get the cap in the end.
That was close.
That was very, very close. It is into overtime now, and Agilities, who's caught far, and he is just going to go die in the cart, needs to reset quickly, and Immortals are going to want to take a team fight and win it right off the gate, but it's going to be tough.
Not looking particularly likely.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, Mezzer has an Earthshatter, Rafa a self-destruct, Minstrel not far away from a sound barrier. Immortals, they have some defensive, and perhaps Dragon Blade could get it done, but they don't have the big Earthshatter they need, and there's no Zarya on the field for a Graviton, so a full wipe, kind of a difficult proposition for Immortals.
It's going to be very tough. Liquid in a solid position here. Sound barrier, whole hog out to initiate for Liquid. Immortals have just kind of backed themselves up so far. Nami's getting close to the Earthshatter, but losing Grim Reality on the side of Immortals is a disaster to kick this off. And Agilities will have that Dragon Blade and a sound barrier to pair up with it, but with how many players Immortals are losing here, they're just better off going back to the drawing board and trying to re-push with the ultimates that they will have up online. But Liquid, a beautiful overtime push thus far.
Yeah, Immortals now finally starting to come back with some of the weapons they'll need to stop this. Nami has an Earthshatter, so does Mezzer. Mezzer's lying in wait and looking for a sneaky one, but now Dragon Blade's on the field. He's going to drop it and put Agilities on the ground.
Oh, Agilities,
no,
I thought he got it. I thought he got it as well, but Agility's managing to stay up. Ends up going down in the end to Rafa, but 2 kills go the way of Immortals. They have a player advantage. Right now, Liquid down 3 players. Self-destruct is going to come flying in, not finding any directly off of it, but there it is. The Liquid players ended up getting off of the cart, but I mean, what an offensive push for them. 1:18 to start it, and they nearly capped 2 points. Immortals are the ones, I'd say, on the back foot now.
I'd agree completely, man. Agilities looked like he was dead center of that shatter when it went
So
up.
I thought he was getting caught in it too. That he managed to evade it somehow.
Well, Liquid does need this one. With Luminosity taking down Renegades just before this, Luminosity is nipping at the heels of Liquid, and in the event that Liquid ends up in a tiebreaker, Luminosity will come out ahead in the head-to-head tiebreaker scenario. So that's reflected by how far Liquid took that cart in overtime. Now it's Immortals going to have their chance at offense here. 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock for them. They do have just over or just under a minute more than Liquid had, but either way, that's a really long distance, even for 2 minutes and 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got a long way to go.
ID on May.
They're looking for the big stall here. Liquid. It's Immortals are really gonna have to bring it, man. I really didn't think there was much of a shot for Liquid in at least his first map, but they really came out big with that offense there on the second attempt. So now it is all up to Immortals to try and beat that. They have a little bit more time to work with in Liquid, but an incredible distance to move the cart. It will be quad tank coming out from Immortals. Triple, 3.5 tanks for Liquid. ID on May, but 3 tanks on top of that. So it will be Immortals going in for the engage. Hype taking the high ground on top of the cafe. Wall goes up and maybe looking for a backboard to charge against. No kills yet, but Nami is going to be the first to fall. Grim Reality takes the Ana out of the fight for Liquid. So that's actually a really big pick for the Immortals squad, and Agilities now taking out AZK. They'll have a player advantage, and ID is getting caught in the back right now. Doesn't have his shift up yet, still 5 seconds, so he's kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Ends up going down. Now Agility is really helping out the cause of Immortals. And they got players all over the point. They could very well meet Liquid's time here because they're building up ults and they are cruising along. And they get a first point very quickly, but Liquid will have some utility to strike back with.
Roughly the same amount of time to capture the first point. The difference is Immortal still has 53 seconds left to work with in the Streaks phase before they even get into overtime. That could be 2 fights. As long as they get back in the second fight and ride it out, they might be able to beat Team Liquid's pretty long distance here. Self-destruct flying out. Nami.
Oh my
God.
goodness! Hyped with 4. That is just incredible. Verbo strikes in to take down AZK. Immortals in full flow at the moment. What a self-destruct coming through from Hyped. Take a second look at this one because that may have just come very close to winning Immortals the game. What placement coming out of Hyped. Oh my God, that was incredible. Now down to 10 seconds left.
Got shatters on both sides. ID with a Blizzard.
Oh man, Nami now with an Earth Shatter, and you said it, Mezzer's got it too. This is the last stand for Liquid. One final fight to decide this one. I think both of them ended up whiffing on the Shatters. Blizzard out from Liquid. That could be enough to seal it for them. 2 kills going their way, and Immortals got to start striking back with some Gravitons on both sides. Nami incredibly low on health. Liquid is going to hang on here on this one. Grim Reality shut down. Oh my goodness. What a match, and Liquid will strike first, drawing first blood, and we'll go up 1-0 against Immortals.
Everybody's bringing it today.
Oh man.
My goodness. I don't think it was as pretty as the Hyped self-destruct, but that ID Blizzard kind of sealed the deal there for Liquid as they're able to put that one away, keeping their hopes alive here.
Yeah, that the Blizzard is so tough to deal with, especially if you compare it with like an Earth Shatter or a Graviton. Yeah, and in that overtime situation where you just have to stay on the cart, you can't move off of it. I mean, so you know there's going to be players on the cart, just put the Blizzard right on top of it, and you're going to get at least a few guys caught in it, and from there it's just clean them up, and you pretty much win the fight.
What I love about having both on the field is you can use them independently, right? But in the event that the Graviton's kind of floating around, or perhaps the Blizzard has already been deployed, but nobody's really getting the follow-up because something else is going on, you can just layer on the other one right at the end of it and keep that CC going on for so long.
Oh, it's so hard to deal with.
Absolutely. We'll take another look at that final fight there. The Blizzard plus Graviton giving them the win here.
Yeah, this is a big one. Like you said, put that Blizzard right on top of the cart. Not much you can do. Even laying in the Earth Shatter just for good measure. You might as well use everything to make sure you win the fight. So that is Liquid taking map number 1. Very, very close game. Brilliant performance, though, coming out of Liquid. Good resiliency.
Yeah, Liquid able to get the win there. I mean, you gotta wonder, like, Nami with the Earth Shatter right there at the end as well. That could have easily been the difference maker on the side of Immortals if they could have gotten that one. But Mezzer still had the shield up. It just completely whiffs.
Nami's was a weird one. It really looked like, I mean, oftentimes it goes underneath the cart, right? And especially if the Reinhardt's standing on top, it can take him down too. And in that case, it looked like it might be good, but it just didn't land.
Yeah, I didn't get to see it super clearly. I mean, I'd love to take a second look at it, but it's just unfortunate for Nami there because that could have won them the game, absolutely. It's just, one of those instances. And, I mean, that's a lot of pressure, too, to be, he had the biggest impact ult that Immortals had at that moment. I mean, they're relying on that Earth Shatter, and just sometimes it doesn't quite connect.
And either way, as long as the ID was still on the field for Liquid, a Blizzard could have tied all that up. So either way, great defense from Liquid, and a thriller of an offense from Immortals.
Absolutely.
Yeah, now we obviously heading on to Dorado. So, Liquid, brilliant start. Immortals feeling good about this one, but guys, check out that link. You can find it right there on your screen or down below in the description of the stream, but you could win a free 12-month subscription of Loot Crate. Check it out. Go to the links. Follow the instructions. It's 10 people will get that 12-month subscription. You might even, 50 of you could even get a 1-month subscription to Loot Crate, so check it out. But it is Dorado for number 2, map number 2 in this series. And this is a big one for Immortals. I mean, Immortals have already made their way in to LAN. I would say it's a much bigger, much more importance for Liquid here, obviously, because they're still fighting for their shot to make it to that LAN final. And, you know, they certainly have a good start on their hands, to say the least. But Immortals will be starting on the offensive side. Liquid have elected to start on the defense in the standard compositions both ways. No Symmetra, surprisingly. Liquid, you know, with how many teams have been running Symmetra on this map, Liquid not feeling it. But
they've been doing well, just playing
all natural.
Without any sort of, I wouldn't even necessarily call Symmetra a gimmick, but you know what I mean. Without anything that has any real elements of risk, just playing it safe and outplaying their opponent. It's pretty much been the MO of Liquid so far. AZK getting pulled very far forward, but a barrier is going to save him. He's going to turn that around and execute agilities.
And now, well, they trade back, take out AZK, so it is a 5v5 fight, and if Immortals can find one more, they'll have a brilliant opening. And that shield from Mezzer's looking quite low, if I have to say so. Nami getting put to sleep, but woken right back up. Just a short nap, not a long one. Charges all the way into the back, and he will be taken care of quite quickly. Couldn't connect his charge onto anybody, and there was no support from the rest of the Immortals side. But Verbo then will actually take down Minstrel. Immortals coming out way on top of the numbers game. And beautiful support coming through from Ethan to keep agilities alive. Graviton, but nothing really to follow up for Liquid. I mean, they got 2 kills, and now a self-destruct on top of the point. They'll continue to delay things, and now a Graviton on the side of Immortals, and the Earth Shatter to follow it right back up. Self-destruct is going to be landing right on top of him. Hype gets Minstrel with it, and the rest of Immortals there. It's a wipe through the squad of Liquid. Essentially a wipe coming through. AZK is still on the cart. Hammer to the face will take care of that, and Immortals get first point. Just under 5 minutes to work through the streets phase.
Liquid getting a little bit of a moment here and there on their defense, but otherwise Immortals running through relatively unimpeded. Immortals going to enter the streets phase with 2 ultimates on their side. Both Nami and Grim Reality are down, but both supports, nano boost and a sound barrier. Meanwhile, Liquid's they're going to be defending, and Mezzer's got an Earth Shatter, but that nano boost already rolling out on top of Mezzer. Mezzer going to let loose the Earth Shatter.
Well, he got quite a few down in the Earth Shatter. Laying it out, but just continuing to swing away. Immortals only lost 1 in the middle of this fight, so if they can get the respawn back quickly, they should be good. But, oh man, Grim Reality was getting just melted by ID there, and some focus fire from the rest of Liquid. So now with those kills, it's going to send Immortals back to the respawn queue and just regroup things right here. And ID Rafa will have a combo just about to be up, but Immortals looking to take a fight quickly here. Still a lot of time for them to work with. Now Agility's getting the whole hog and the nano boost. Self-destruct flies up from Rafa. Was able to find Ethan with it. Agility's now with 2 kills though. And Rafa with 2 of his own, so it's a 4 versus 4 fight. Agility's with a 3rd one yet. Let's see if Rafa gets the next one. Come on, give it to me. Hey, still not yet. He's trying to hunt down Grim Reality, and Agility's taking out ID. And Rafa is stuck in on the cart. Did get Grim Reality, but Immortals come out with the last laugh there. They win the fight and will just press through on the streets. But
rolling into the final element here of the streets phase. Nami with an Earth Shatter. Grim Reality, a Graviton, and Hyped with his self-destruct. We'll see if Immortals can put together another bomb combo like they did just a moment ago on Hollywood, because that'll certainly open things up. Whole hog coming out from the side of Liquid, just pushing back Immortals, but a sound barrier as well.
Sound barrier. Graviton's going to land right on top of the cart with that self-destruct over top. Hype finding 2 with it. Great execution for Immortals. Gotta love that combo all day long. Immortals just putting it right back into their favor. And they are just going to continue cruising.
I'm curious what forced out that sound barrier. I didn't see anything. It looked like
out of
pretty regular. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
Must have been a tough situation on the side. I mean, from our perspective, it looks like just regular shield war, but Immortals now rolling into the final point 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I guess if you miss here a self-destruct, that'll do it.
Well,
Not that you're going to save yourself, but whatever.
It's a couple kills going Liquid's way. They slow it down for now, but Mortals will regroup rather quick. They're going back up to the high ground here. And that's good for Liquid. Just go take this high ground. Let Immortals come in a little bit, and they'll drop on them shortly after. But Immortals are going to meet them up onto the high ground, and it was just Hype that was pushing the cart. 1-for-1 trade. Both Reinhardts fall as his high ground battle ensues. Nice hook from AZK to find Verbo, and Hype is just still moving that cart along. ID with a nice bubble, too, to keep his teammate alive. As Agility's found himself a hook now with Rafa getting a nano boost, pressing forward. That should seal things for Liquid quite easily, at least on that fight. Immortals with a decent bit of time to work with, still 2:30 on the clock. And Liquid, I'm sure, just gonna go wrap back around, go get on the high ground. See, that's good diligence there from Liquid, just always going back, getting on high ground, making sure they always have high ground control. Gotta make sure you're doing that. Now Immortals coming back in, we'll meet him up there.
Immortals actually
Never
deviating,
mind.
going the lower path, but Hype's going to fly back and knock a ton of Liquid off.
And that'll open it up a little bit for them. Nice Earth Shatter connecting from Mezzer. That's going to put quite a few onto the ground. Rafa finds Nami, and Mezzer then cleaning up 8th. And so Liquid really doing a good job right here, managing their ultimates, taking it one at a time. High ground battles, and even a hook to bring Agility's right back in afterwards. Somehow he's still alive. Agility's 2 really good shots, but either way, that's just gonna stall out Immortals more and more. But a full boat up for Immortals. All 6, they gotta find a fight here.
Team Liquid, the only things they have to defend against that self-destruct nano boost sound barrier. Perhaps ID can get a Graviton in time if Immortals lets him spend the time getting it. Mezzer, same story with an Earth Shatter, but that's actually going to roll out a Graviton and a sound barrier and a nano hole hog from Immortals, dumping 4 ultimates all at once to try and take this fight so far. Self-destruct coming up with nothing. That's 5, call it 6 for Immortals, and so far not a whole lot of progress. Agility's finding AZK. Hypes, he's going to be peppering ID in the backline.
6 ults used by Immortals, and they haven't even won the fight yet. I mean, you gotta get more value out of the ultimates than that one. Liquid are holding on. And I mean, Immortals, they're getting a couple of kills. Finally now 3 go their way, and 4, they win the fight in the end. But I mean, that's a whole lot of investment for a very prolonged fight, not even that decisive of one. And Liquid are just going to come get respawns, and Immortals have no response to anything. I mean, ID's now switching over to Mate. Mezzer's going to have the Earth Shatter to possibly end this one for Immortals. Let's see what they can do with it. Earth Shatter comes through, but going to whiff in total. But that Mate from ID might. Oh, yes. He's going to get those right clicks. Takes out Nami. Self-destruct over the top. And ID is just going to look to be a nuisance on this card. Get that freeze onto Verbo. Immortals, though, are still finding kills. Liquid falling apart in the final seconds. No one around from Liquid there. I thought they honestly had it, and just very quickly the tides changed for Immortals, and a bunch of kills come chiming through. They do get all 3 points. 0 minutes remaining, but they do get it in the end. That's what matters for Immortals. But Liquid, I mean, I don't know if you felt similar, David, man. I thought they were going to be looking good going into that final point, and just final second breakdown.
It's kind of back and forth. There was a moment when Mezzer came back from spawn that if he had just been hair trigger on his Earth Shatter, probably could have picked up 3 or 4, but took a moment to be responsible and try to locate where Nami was, and that hesitance for the acquisition allowed Nami to get back and pretty much shut down the real angle he had for the Earth Shatter. But other than Mezzer's Earth Shatter, Liquid didn't have anything else to really work with. And actually, even though Immortals had dumped all 6 of their ultimates and Liquid had burned a lot of theirs, Immortals were actually getting pretty close to getting a whole second round, like 60-70% on a number of them. So it looked like Immortals had a pretty decent chance. It was going to be one of those slugfests on the cart. And with the spawn advantage, yeah, perhaps Liquid should win. But just able to spread them out far enough and Immortals snuck it in.
Absolutely did, and now they're going to head to the defense. Verbo back to his Symmetra. He's getting all of those little turrets set up. That's just some skillful turret placement there. Beautiful on the reflexes, and now work his way back to meet with the team, and strong as the mountain, Liquid, they're going to try and bring it out on offense this time around. They are up one map over Immortals, and this is big implications for Liquid in terms of getting themselves into the LAN finals at PAX South. So now just starting to work forward.
Sure, the charge for Hype starting to get a little high. Looks like he caught that Fire Strike in a double bubble. One of the better things to do is an opening move for Zarya. See a Fire Strike come out, very, very reliable. You get a bubble on yourself and whoever it's for going to hit first. You get a lot of charge out of it. In the old days, it basically put you to 90, but yeah, it's about half that these days. So Team Liquid getting the card underneath the bridge, now readjusting, coming up the stairs. They're gonna have to pour down here into the Plaza of Dorado. Still looking for a different angle. Oh, looks like everybody's going to jump out of the bridge one more time, just keep everybody guessing. But so far, the Symmetra turrets are absolutely peppering everybody here. And Verbo's almost getting ready to drop his teleporter.
He's got it up. That's for sure. And just looking for his opportunity to really put it down without them catching it. And Liquid have lost to Hang, who had a nano boost, and now Immortals coming out with 2 kills. That teleporter does go down, and they only lose agilities. They use nano boost on Anami to just keep them at bay, and the rest of Immortals clean up. So using a couple of ultimates, but that is absolutely fine, and one of which being a teleporter, and that's beautiful. Oh, I didn't realize Rafa was still in as a baby diva, so he'll be a staggered kill for them. And Liquid they're going to have their hands full trying to deal with the teleporter being down for Verbo. Either going to have to find that or really just decisively win a couple of fights, hands, full out. Really, I mean, they will have a couple of pieces of kit to work with. I mean, Immortals with the bigger impact ultimates, at least at the moment. They're going to initiate with a Graviton at least. And see maybe what they can get with it. So far, it's just a Hang. Now Mezzer falls, and Liquid's fine with this. Just let them use some of the ults, maybe find a kill or two, knock down some of the charges on that teleporter. And they'll want to come back in with an advantage in ultimate shortly after. So, but with 1:35 left on the clock, Liquid doesn't have too much time to do that. They can't dilly-dally much longer.
No, that's a lot of time they've burned here on the first point, but they are about to have another attempt. 1:25 with basically 6 ultimates on the table for them. A full house for Team Liquid. Immortals, oh, hold on here. Graviton rolling out from Liquid.
Oh, Liquid's going to be burning a lot on this one. They might need a couple after the players come back into the teleporter, so they need to be mindful of that. And it's going to be Rafa chasing some into the back line, but Liquid themselves not really converting on a whole lot of kills. AZK finding Grim Reality. Liquid now starting to come through with some of these kills. That teleporter is up from Immortals, and Mezzer did keep his Earth Shatter. That's going to be on the bright side for Liquid here. They need to find good use out of that. A lot of people should be filtering through on this right side. Mezzer needs to connect on this one, or the rest, or AZK can just go and slaughter 2-3 people. So that will also work for Liquid. They don't even need the Earth Shatter. And that is going to be point number 1 capped right there, and agilities will be a late kill for them. You still have Grim Reality back there. Just feed some of that ult charge into the Liquid players. Just under 3 minutes to work through the Streets phase.
Mezzer holding on to that Earth Shatter might make up for a little bit of time here in the Streets phase, but either way, Immortals did take it coast to coast here, so got a long way to go. 2 minutes and 40 seconds in the Streets might not be enough. It certainly wasn't for teams yesterday.
No, a lot of teams put up good defenses, but a charge coming through from Mezzer, I think, went way into the back. Grim Reality actually got AZK. Or it was not a charge from Mezzer, I thought it was, but apparently AZK gets taken out, so now the Graviton funneling through with a Pulse Bomb. Grim Reality, 2 kills off of that one. Liquid will just go ahead and let it happen. It's a part of the game. You win some, you lose some. Let Immortals take that one, but they'll want to come back with some of theirs some of their ultimates and try and take this next fight, because there's a couple big ones they can take the fight with. And you're just going to be waiting. But Liquid are going to have to... Oh, man. That hook grazing the brow of Grim Reality over there. But Liquid continuing to press forward. Immortals having some of that high ground moment. Have not yet dropped, now coming in. Agility's missing his hook to initiate. Nami gets a nano boost to come in onto him, and Mezzer just swinging away at each other. Both of them nano boosted. Earth Shatter connects onto some players for Nami, but not really finding a whole lot of kills. Liquid getting a few now. Rafa, AZK, Minstrel, Rafa yet again. And they will continue to press forward. They're getting it done. They make the ults pay off right there. And the only thing up on the board for either team will be a pulse bomb of Grim Reality. ID, that Graviton that he has in the bank, well, it will in just a minute, could come up huge. Nice bubble to even keep his Reinhardt alive. There is going to be a pulse bomb landing in as well. ID keeps himself in it, but the hang did go down. Now Immortals coming back at this point. If you're Liquid, just go, let it happen. I don't think they can even come close to getting back into this fight. They need to regroup once more before they run out on time. It's only 40 seconds left here.
It's not over yet.
I guess it is not. Yeah.
Now it probably is.
Yeah, now. Yeah, and that's unfortunate because ID used that Graviton there, didn't he?
Mezzer skated away with just a little bit of health left in the intro to that fight. Now, had he gone down at that point, that might have actually been better for Liquid. That would have been a much more clear time to back off and have another attempt. Either way, they're probably looking at only one more real concrete attempt at the getting through the second phase here in the streets. Dorado, Team Liquid, they got to get something moving fast. Mezzer with an Earth Shatter, but Mezzer's being hunted right now.
Oh man, he's really kind of caught out. Yeah, he goes down. He was just caught out all by himself. Immortals with 3 kills, looking to send this on to a third and final map. There's really no chance for Liquid here. Immortals doing a great job in the end. And that is going to be Rafa, Minstrel falling. And that is Immortals sending it to a third and final map. I gotta be honest, man, I question Graviton use out of ID in that final instance when they were already down 2 players. I think they could have held on to it and just waited to use it on one more final fight. And that could have been a deal breaker for Liquid.
They were able to get the win there. Immortals able to send us to a third game, making Liquid really fight for it here. And Immortals, it seemed at first that Liquid was really showing up, but then Immortals back in form, able to really get the stomping here. And this is the first time we've seen Dorado completed, I think, in maybe like 3 days.
I knew you were going to bring it up. Yep, I knew you were going to bring it up.
I mean, it's worth bringing up, man.
Yeah, well, at least
it's true. It's true.
At least somebody got it done in the end, but man, it hasn't happened too much. And Immortals doing a good job of forcing the third map. Liquid got on the back foot a bit more on this one, but they're going to need to come out big on the third map.
We take another look at Agility's whole hog right there at the end that gave them the win here. Immortals looking like a first-place team right now.
Yeah, I mean, Immortals, they've been so consistent throughout. Liquid having a stellar first map, but they come back strong with the defense here. And a good performance overall on Dorado, even to be able to finish through fully on Dorado, which, as Caleb so nicely noted, has not been done really at all over the past 3 days. So Immortals getting it done on all fronts, offense and defense of Dorado, and they're going to have to do it yet again on a third map of Liquid's choosing.
I will say that the moment that looked the weakest for Immortals was that final fight that they came in, or not the final fight, but like second to last fight on offense. They came in with full ults. They had all of their ults, didn't get a single kill off those. They eventually won the fight, but still, I was looking at that and I was like, maybe this is the moment that Liquid's going to be able to, put it, stop it, get a win, but they bounced back.
Should have been. Honestly, though, it's just props to Liquid for even surviving 6 ultimates in a row.
Yeah, that's the thing. When you have 6 ults up, it's tough to deal with that onslaught, but at the same time, the team with 6 ults, I think, should, you got to be able to, I think, do a little more with 6 ults of charge. I mean, if you have 6 ults, I think you got to be able to get a pretty solid team fight win off of that, because that's so much utility.
Well, we will be going to a third and final map, I believe. I would guess it's Lijiang. You guys predicted that they would go to Lijiang. if we would, and it is in fact Li Zhang. So
Yeah.
Li Zhang is where Liquid wants to go. If they get the win here, they have a hope. If Immortals gets the win, it's all over for Liquid. There's just no way that they could beat out Luminosity in a tiebreaker.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, all the marbles on the table for Liquid now. Very, very important. They're going onto a map that they've had a lot of success on, so it's a good chance for them. But, I mean, Immortals now have the momentum back into their favor, certainly a bit more. So it's an exciting one. A nail-biter. Let us know what you think about it. Tweet us at Overwatch_NGE. There's going to be polls there. Good omen. Let us know how you feel about that basket even. And Immortals just put into the hoop. Little Kobe again. And we'll see. It's a third and final map. Liquid absolutely need to get this win to stay in the winter premiere.
So far, these two teams have basically gone through the exact same kind of map types they went through the last time they played, except the results are different. The payload going to Liquid last time, the hybrid going to Immortals last time. It's all scrambled up. If everything holds true, that could be a big payout for Liquid, as they did lose 3-0 on Nepal last time. We'll see if they can put together a better performance on Control, on Li Zhang here. So far, Grim Realities looks like he's going to be making that real hard. He's going to take down Mezer.
Grim Reality starting off on the McCree. We know what he can do on this hero, and I'm sure partially to, one, because he's great with it, but two,
AZK.
they know AZK is going to be running Tracer, and he wants to be able to shut that threat down outright. And he's certainly got the skill to be able to do it, but AZK also quite the Tracer player himself, and it can be very hard to shut down, but there it is. Grim Reality does take care of that Tracer threat. Liquid starts off with capping the point, but Immortals now getting these return frags. They're trading out, might have an opportunity to get back in and retake the point, but now losing agilities make it a little bit harder.
Liquid's going to run Tracer. Actually, hold on here just a moment. Deadeye coming out from Grim Realities. We've seen him use this primarily to zone and sometimes come up with kills so far. In that instance, neither really happening all that much. Self-destruct rolling out from Liquid. It's not going to make any connects to Hang's going to find Nami in the midst of all this. And Agilities is being cornered by Liquid in the back. Agilities is going to fall. And now it's looking like Liquid is going to keep holding on to this point. What I was going to say is if Liquid is going to keep running Tracer, maybe they're making up for it elsewhere because they know that Grim Reality is going to be busy. But in the event that Grim Reality starts shutting down AZK, they absolutely need to pair AZK with somebody to shut that down in response, maybe Rafa, but we'll get to there if we see it. In the meantime, ID AZK combining to find 3, and Immortals finding themselves in a familiar position for so many teams being pounded as they try and come out of spawn by Liquid.
That's the thing, Liquid really plays this so well. They just come forward now, but now that they've used ults, this is the other thing. They're smart about the fact if they lose a player or they use a lot of ults, they back themselves up a bit and don't just sit there and hold the choke and get pummeled in the choke. Immortals now have used theirs, and actually they just take the point with brute force off the whole hog. They don't even get any kills, but just press Liquid back far enough. Maybe Liquid a little bit too far, but they're going to want to take a fight here and try and just quickly convert back on the point. But now with Immortals securing 2 kills, 3, in fact, that will be enough for them to solidify a win on the point and start to get things back rolling in their favor, put time down on it. Liquid, with their initial cap, have put up 71%.
That was a very, very long stagger.
Yeah, that's... I mean, Liquid's going to re-engage a bit right here. Now, AZK sending off the pulse bomb. I think they were looking for a little bit more off of it. The Earth Shatter comes in from Mezer. Oh, Nami charging straight back, though, is going to send Mezer back to the respawn queue, and Immortals coming out with 3 kills for themselves.
Grim Reality picking up 3 in the midst of
goodness.
that. AZK Minstrel to Hang. Pretty much a who's who of targets for McCree all in a row.
Huh. I think it's a 4th one. Top of that, this guy is... Who says McCree is not meta?
This is kind of what I'm talking about. AZK's going to give it up. He's going to switch to Hog.
Oh.
Really depends. I mean, if Grim Realities was finding themselves in flank positions, pushing him with Tracer and Rafa at the same time virtually guarantees McCree's going to go down. McCree is not that mobile. but Team Liquid deciding just to give up all of that, and they're going to switch it up and bring AZK back to a hog, but so far that's not working out either as Immortals are pouring it on to Liquid in their own spawn.
It's certainly killing more and more time, but I want to make sure they don't get a bit too aggressive here. Look at this, disrespect coming out from Immortals. The spawn camp. I mean, Nami's just sitting right there and there's nothing.
You can't touch it.
Yeah, there's nothing Liquid can do about it. Grim Reality gets a couple more. Liquid are starting to get kills, but they'll have no chance of getting anyone up towards the point. Immortals just total disregard for the Liquid squad, and that is aggression at its fullest coming out from the Immortals team. Whew, and they'll take actually stage 1 on top of that. Letting Liquid know. Look at that. I mean, Nami going straight in, Earth Shatter, charge. And the rest of Immortals just pressing up, spawn camping Liquid. And I mean, there's really just nothing you can do there. So much suppression from Immortals in the back in this situation.
I don't even know if Nami realized that he sent Mezzer off in that. Oh, look, it's a whole school of Tommies.
It's the whole school of them. Hello, friends.
Is this the Blitzball arena on Lijiang?
It's something like that, I think. Actually, you're going to have...
You didn't know that one either, did you?
No.
Hey.
I tried to act like I did. I didn't. Is that like an old man reference or something? Or?
It's not a Blizzard game, so you don't have to worry about it.
Well,
Alrighty.
Well, here it is. Nami falls right away.
Old man reference. Hey, now.
Hey, you're older than us.
Oh.
Older than me, at least. Well, here it is. Liquid. Liquid have already lost Minstrel, Agilities. Agilities and Grim Reality both going down. Oh, the hooks from AZK. Monstrous. Coming out. He's no longer, not even on this stage, breaking out Tracer, which he's been incredible on. And Grim Reality actually switching over to Tracer himself rather than McCree.
So far, Liquid coming out hot. They have generated a number of ultimates that they're going to be using to try and maintain control at this point. Mezzer's Earth Shatter is going to be huge. All but Rafa getting pulled all the way into the back. He's going to barely survive with some support from ID. But meanwhile, Immortals also have a challenge on the point itself, and they're taking away Bridge. Rafa with a nano boost coming in.
Mezzer's got his Earth Shatter locked and loaded, but Rafa just flanking in. All the Earth Shatter comes through from Mezzer as well, putting quite a few down. Nami charges, but to no avail. The Liquid players going to pick up on quite a few kills. And they'll continue to hold on to this point. Immortals getting stomped in that last one, and that'll be a reset coming through. 50, just about 50% and counting. Out for Liquid, though. Third and final map, guys. Keep in mind, this one is huge for Liquid to come up on, but Immortals working their way over to the White Room side. Graviton comes out. ID lays it on the field. Agility's using that whole hog defensively, trying to keep the Liquid squad at bay as they try and press into them. Grim Reality has a pulse bomb ready and actually was already able to find Minstrel. It's a one-player advantage for Immortals in the fight. Now they're just finding frag after frag on the Liquid players. Finally able to even up the playing field a bit. I mean, Liquid at this point just trying to stall out at the point as long as possible. Give themselves a couple more percentage points. Every bit helps, but Immortals turning the tide back in their favor. Liquid with 83% to kick it off.
Liquid's probably only one possession away from tying up the scoreline here on Lijiang. Immortals, though, an Earth Shatter, a Pulse Bomb, and a Self-Destruct to work with. That Pulse Bomb's going to roll out. Nothing really big coming up on it, just wasting a little bit of Mezzer's shield. Mezzer, he's getting behind in the shield game. He's got to watch out for Nami's Earth Shatter. He's got an Earth Shatter of his own for Mezzer, though. Self-Destruct not connecting either. Rafa's going to have to get out.
Oh, Earth Shatter from Nami is going to be very big, though. A well-timed sound barrier from Minstrel. I mean, kept some of his teammates alive, but with Nami getting the nano boosted, Reinhardt swinging hurt train. I mean, it's just nothing you can do. At that point, Minstrel will just send himself in to hang out with the Tommies for a little bit, and Tommy the Fish, Tommy the School of Tommies. And now it's Liquid trying to get back in his Actually, Liquid working in through White Room side as well.
Liquid is very low on their ultimate count, though. Rafa actually changing over to Pharah in the meantime. And Immortals, they're generating a lot of ultimates. Actually, Nami getting pulled forward, getting barely saved by a barrier.
Rafa throwback to his olden days.
Oh, rip.
Yeah, Immortals losing 3. Liquid losing 3 as well. Earthshatter from Nami. Oh, ends up going down to AZK. Maybe coming through just a bit late. Looks like Liquid might... No, never mind. It was only AZK on the point. Immortals are going to hang on.
That split into a number of smaller fights, some of which Liquid came out above, some of which Immortals, but in the end, Immortals just a little bit more net positive in that overall exchange. Grim Reality's looking for a nasty pulse bomb right now. He's going to be peppering to hang and keeping him guessing. Graviton, he's going to throw it right in the middle of it.
Oh, Nami with 3
Nami.
though. Oh goodness, that should be all Immortals, sending it up 2-0 in this series. There's nothing AZK can do at this point, even if you pull up the biggest pulse bomb of your life. I still don't think it's going to happen. As now, Grim Reality will go hang out with Tommy as well, but that is Immortals taking a 2-0 lead in this final series. If Liquid don't get it together right now, they're done in the Winter Premiere. They need to kick it into high gear, win 3 straight, or they are going to be done in this tournament with a very big next stage of Lijiang to come. Normally this is uncanny of Liquid, because this is normally just a bread and butter map for them a majority of the time, and so far Immortals have been taking it to them.
And the majority of the time they're not playing Immortals, though. And even though Liquid is putting up a valiant effort here, and in some cases generating tons of the capture percentage before Immortals even gets a word in, but once Immortals finds their feet and gets rolling, so far they've just been able to walk right over Liquid. Liquid is making it tough, but 2-0.
Yeah.
It's 2-0. There's no other way to dress it up.
That's right, 2-0. It is do or die. Liquid on the back foot to keep themselves in the Overwatch Winter Premiere with a shot to make land. Grim Reality is going to be back on the McCree, and AZK is putting himself back onto Tracer. They think that's what they need here, and I think it's definitely worth a shot for them, because AZK has been really big for them on Tracer over the past couple days on this map, and now Grim Reality starts it off, gets on to Hang. They need to put some pressure on the Grim Reality, I think, if Liquid want to have success here, but they haven't been able to do that so far, and it is just all Immortals in the kill feed right now. They will strike first on this point and cap it.
I'll have you know, I saw Grim Reality miss 3 times in a row. That's a hallmark
3
moment.
times? That is also uncanny of Grim Reality.
AZK is going to be coming back into this fight with a Pulse Bomb. ID Mezzer nearby with Gravitons, Earth Shatters. But it's a similar story for Immortals. Earth Shatter and a Deadeye. And that's going to be AZK going down to Agilities to lead this fight off.
Oh, man. AZK has been having a rough time on Tracer today against Immortals. They've been shutting him down every chance they can. Liquid now still staying aggressive onto the point. They put down the Graviton, and it will get some kills for them. 3 going the way of Liquid now. This is something they can stand up and shout about. Nami comes back with 1 on the Rafa, but Liquid starting to work their way back into this game, and they're going to need to keep this fire rolling. As AZK finally doing his magic on the Tracer as well, cleaning up on targets. It's what he does best in this role, and Liquid will start to put things back into their favor. They got to keep this going though, David, I'm telling you.
Only 43% for Immortals so far, so Liquid definitely not on the rocks. They're starting to match that score already. Liquid with 4 ultimates to work with to try and deny Immortals any sort of room back in this fight. Grim Reality's trying to break out a Deadeye, but he's going to be knocked back. And that's not going to amount to anything right there. An Earthshatter rolling out for Liquid.
Self-destruct on top of it. Rafa finding the connection onto Agilities. The combination, thought it could have picked up a couple more, but in the end, Liquid come out with a numbers advantage. And Grim Reality's forced to just back up and wait for the rest of the respawners on his team. And this is a good sign for Liquid, at least. I mean, they're slowly getting it, but
they've tied the score, but they burned most of their advantage to keep it, and Immortals are coming back with their own Earthshatter. Agility's got a Whole Hog, which can certainly shut down any sort of shield war in favor of Immortals. Immortals now stepping foot back on point. Nami's definitely looking for that Earthshatter.
Oh, he will have the opportunity in a moment, getting a biotic set on himself, charging back in. Earthshatter comes through at a perfect time to make sure, or to try to keep himself alive, but AZK went to focus the hurt. Reinhardt, Immortals come out with the frags nonetheless. ID getting crushed on the point by Agilities and company, and now Immortals looking to retake this point as Rafa stalling as long as he possibly can, but Agilities, who else?
360 that?
Did he 360 that?
Looks like he tried to 360 headshot that. Oh my god.
Hey,
I hope it was intentional. He wasn't just back checking, but either way. Team Liquid, they're going to be coming back. Pulse Bomb and a Graviton. We've seen that work out quite a bit for AZK and ID in the past, and they're going to be looking to repeat that success. There's the Graviton. Here's the Pulse Bomb. So far, not coming up with anything. Deadeye in the back. Grim Reality is going to find one with it.
Grafa, easy pickings there for Grim Reality on top of it. Liquid goes in. They use ults and get nothing for it. And this is, they're going to be put into a very tough spot here. Not that Immortals really have a whole lot either, but it'll be pretty much a dry fight on both sides to decide this one, other than Agilities coming up with the whole hog in a moment. But it's go time right now for Liquid, and they lose AZK early. This might be troublesome. Mezzer gets an Earthshatter down, but the rest of Liquid aren't there for the follow-up. ID takes out Agilities, but their tournament life is on the line right now, Liquid. With Minstrel, Rafa, and ID all going down at 95% on the point, this might be it for them. Liquid's got to get back in a hurry. AZK desperately trying to get there. What a shot from Grim Reality, shutting it down, and Liquid just getting sent home. Oh, goodness me. That is going to be Immortals taking it to Liquid on their own map.
Able to win there 3-0. Immortals cleaning up, knocking out Liquid. With that, Liquid is going home. We have our top 4 at this point.
The scoreline does not reflect how close that was.
That was so close.
Not at all, especially with the earlier maps. Like this particular map, the 3-0 did look more kind of one-sided, but yeah, oh my gosh. Like remember, this started on Hollywood, which was so close and such a brutal match to watch. It was amazing.
Oh man, that was just about, it's like a 9-round just brawl. Just guys smacking each other in the face endlessly. And I mean, I got to give it to Liquid for putting up such a good fight in that match. And I'm sure it's heartbreaking for them, but I mean, Immortals, they're sitting at the top of our standings for a reason at the moment, and proving it right there yet again.
They are sitting there for a reason. Big part of that reason is Grim Reality. We got to see him on McCree in just high form today. Just picking up kill after kill.
I mean, this is one of the most fun things to watch, I think, right now in North American Overwatch is Grim Reality when he gets onto McCree, because he can do some amazing things. Now, of course, McCree not as easy and not as effective to use as in some previous patches, as we all know, but Grim Reality can have moments of brilliance, and he certainly broke it out today with great effect.
He certainly did, and so that will give us basically our top 4 secured. The final 2 matches could have some implications for seeding, but really in this situation, Kungarna is playing, and they could, I think they're already in second place, so they would be taking the second place spot just more securely in this situation. So yeah, this is our top 4 at this point. Immortals, Kungarna, Complexity, and Luminosity. Well done to these teams as they have secured it.
It's been a long, wild ride so far, and these guys will get to duke it out at a LAN final, and I'm sure excited to see it. As you said, though, I mean, we have more matches coming up today, a couple more, and they can certainly have some implications in terms of seeding, possibly. So, I mean, it's not all said and done. It's not like these last matches to come are just for nothing. You know, it's certainly seeding on the line, so got to keep that in mind.
There is some seeding in the line, but the situation, I believe Kungarna already has the map record over the top of Complexity, and since the head-to-head doesn't matter because they both have beaten each other one time, that's what it would come down to if there was a tie. So if they were to lose here, they'd have the same record. If they win, they'll have one more win. So Kungarna probably secured up in second place, but it's going to be fun. Hopefully they have a good time with it, you know? I'm looking forward to seeing it. I love watching Kungarna play. Yeah,
man, they are a lot of fun to watch, especially the combinations that they set up, man. It's like when they were designing this game, they're like, I hope someone one day can pull off this combination just like these guys are. And, well, that's going to be Kungarna making those dreams come true, because they are certainly a fun team to watch and pulling that one off. So we'll have to see them Renegades as they take that match on here in a couple minutes.
We will, yeah. So let's get into the matchup here. Kungarna, Renegades. Now, Kungarna doesn't have much to play for at this point because they have secured second place. But Renegades, if they've got anything to play for right now, it's pride. They're on a 7-game losing streak. A win here over the number 2 team could be so good for them just to kind of get themselves back on the Overwatch competitive map here. So let's start talking about Renegades. We saw them earlier. They've gone 4 games in their last 2 series, which this is a best of 3. You're not supposed to be able to do that, but they continue to find a way just to make it take as long as possible. What does this team have to do to win here over Kungarna?
Thank you, by the way, Renegades, for making it take as long as possible. But, I mean, it's been, you know, at this point, I don't really know what they can do, and I don't know if they're going to have the mindset to really take it to Kungarna. I mean, at this point, I could be wrong, but at this point, they could be thinking, you know, there's not really much of a hope for us in the series. You know, they could have that attitude about it, but at the same time, they could be playing for their pride. So you don't know, but Kib...
There's plenty to play for. I mean, maybe not moving forward in the tournament, but obviously pride, developing team dynamics. And plus your brand. You have to continue to prove to people that you know how to play and that you're competitors at heart. And they absolutely are. We haven't seen Renegades start folding or fail or tilt at any point that I've seen. Even through their losses, they've been playing with playing their heart out, just not playing well enough. That's all.
Yeah, even when they're not getting the win, I still have enjoyed watching Renegades play so much, and I'm looking forward to seeing it one last time here on the Overwatch Winter Premiere. They're going to go up against Kungarna, a team that we've seen since the very, very beginning of the Overwatch. They were in our very, very first qualifier, the very first match, and these guys just making a name for themselves.
Yep, you have a lot of names that people know now, not only of the team name, but the players that reside within that team as well. You have Remix, Baby Bay, and Michael. Those are the 3 that can pull off some brilliant combinations, as I've been talking about on the self-destruct and Graviton combo. But you also have, I mean, on top of it, it's Connor J, who's really shown himself, or proved himself as just a monstrous DPS for the Kungarna squad. And, I mean, he's certainly a lot of fun to watch, and this is what I've been talking about for those of you that have not been here with us on the Winter Premiere.
How he always makes space for himself with the Graviton. He'll take a speed boost and push real far into the enemy team, making them give a little bit of space, and then he just turns around and drops it right at his feet, and he gets so many people out of it. Kungarna, otherwise known as your sponsor name here, perhaps the hottest free agent commodity in North American Overwatch.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody, I mean, someone's got to grab them up at some point, right?
Eventually, yeah. Give these guys some money. They're playing really well. We're going to try and give them some money at PAX South.
Put a clock on it. You got less than a week.
Yeah, really.
I'd love to see that happen.
Get it while it's hot.
That'd be fantastic. Now, we're going to start on Hollywood. Kungarna and Renegades going up at it one last time here. Renegades, they have their pride to play for. They have you know, their competitive nature to play for here. Do you expect to see that maybe – I always want when teams are in this situation just like to make it interesting, right? Like pull out the Widowmaker picks or pull out the something. You think we're going to see anything crazy like that?
I mean, for them at this point, I mean, you could just go. I mean, I'm not saying throw the game, but try some of the strategies that maybe you've had lying under the rug for a while.
No.
Why not?
No, that's what scrimmages are for. This is a live tournament.
I mean, essentially for them a scrimmage at this point. I mean, it's not, you know, it's not like they're going to play to get into the live finals.
I'll tell you, when I played my game, when people did that, I wanted to tear my hair out and flip the desk because I felt like it was a gigantic waste of my time. So I really hope they're not doing that because I still have a sore spot for it, man.
I would hate for us to be in a situation where it's like for the tournament it doesn't really matter. But we're still going to play Ditto Quad Tank.
As long as it makes sense. As long as it makes sense. Now, if they're running something completely insane like Tor Widow on offense, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, yeah,
if they want to innovate and create a different kind of like meta, then yes, that's completely.
I want to see a Bastion on top of the payload, okay? That's all I want.
I'm just ultra sensitive to this whole concept, okay?
I hear you. I don't want anybody throwing. But
you get cheesed enough, and eventually you just can't stand it anymore, man.
Guys, check out Loot Crate. It's you could win yourself a free month subscription. If you go to that link right there, head down to the channel description down below. Check her out. Could win your month. Yeah, your month of 12 subscription, 12-month subscription. You could win it. 10 of you could, and 50 of you could win a 1-month subscription. So, looks like, oh, I thought Jesus was going to be going all out on the Widow right there on the defense.
Like how you started going a little bit into like the shady alley dealer, like salesman. You know, this guy sells watches. He's like, "Psst, hey buddy, you want some loot crates? Yeah, you want to check out below the stream? Got you covered. Get out of the way again." I don't think they full out whisper, but what do I know?
Hey, depends on what alley you're in.
Leaving that one.
But
Renegades definitely going to be running Mangachu again. Jur on Symmetra. Perhaps they can round out a little bit of that dynamic. They've been trying to play it on the first point of Hollywood for a while. They've had mixed success. We talked about that earlier. Came close to a full hold at least once, but so far not accomplishing all of it aside from that earlier game with Dorado.
Yeah.
Or Mangachu.
Hey, Mangachu was a monster there. And I, for one, would love to see it again. And hey, this is, you know, you might as well practice this. Oh, Sherlocky. Getting crushed by Connor J there. And Kingarna full speed ahead so far. But Jur very close to the teleporter. I mean, if he can go get that one down, he has the opportunity. He's going to try and get it set up so he can get the defense going. Just make sure you stay alive. You got to be able to defend that teleporter. Now here comes the Renegades players. Mangachu's got a little molten core as well if he needs it. Armor over here. Boys, come and get it. And as he said, that teleporter up. Man, he's got all sorts of armor. Just chucking it. Armor for days for Mangachu. Something wildly amusing about the short little Torbjorn hopping around and swinging at his Tord. But all right, here we go. Kingarna pushing straight back onto the point. And oh no, the teleport has actually been destroyed by Michael. It's not too good for Renegades, but oh, Mangachu. Mangachu just pelting those left clicks into them, and that deals so much damage. And it'll help Renegades hold on for a little while here.
You were mentioning just watching him run around. My favorite thing is when you switch to his POV and he's not jumping, you're like, is he crouching? Or is he, no, okay, hold on. I'm just so used to taller characters.
He's my favorite, man. I love him. And, look at this. Mangachu is just still crushing. He's on fire. And it's going to continue to stave off the Kingarna offense. And some ultimates coming up online now for Renegades as well. Almost another teleporter up for Jur. Or they could go for a shield gen, I guess, too, if they want. They have tons of armor up. It would make them beefy as hell, but they're going to go coming through the alley side now. Renegades, they have quite the utility in the pocket, and Jesus going in for the nano-boosted Whole Hog, just looking to shred maybe some of that shield that Kingarna has up. And there will be all self-destruct coming in. The Earth Shatter on top of it from Remix. Michael with 2 off of that. And Jur was able to put down something, I thought.
Good old Michael Bay Big Bomb Explosion combo.
Yeah, it's patented from them. But there is a teleporter up, and I think all the way up top. But at this point, they're filtering onto the point, really just killing time, but also feeding the ults of Kingarna as they go. But it's fine. I mean, they're killing time off the clock. Kib is still in there. And there he goes. Adios. But there it is. Kingarna, in the end, will take first point. 3-10 to move on through the Streets phase. And now all the Renegades players making the switches. Mangachu back onto his Zarya. And Juvenile, Scott Earthshatter locked and loaded. This Kib with a self-destruct, but they're going to want to take this fight early.
And Kingarna, they will be bringing their own Earthshatter online, so you certainly don't want to let them choose which Earthshatter is going to go down first. Kingarna backing off a little bit here, pulling Renegades into a bit of a tough situation. Connor J, speaking of getting pulled all the way into the back, and going to be executed by Jesus.
All right, well, Kingarna, they're gonna get held off for now. 220. And Renegade's able to able to hold on. They got some ultimates to work with here, and actually, Juvenile going in with the Earth Shatter. It's gonna send some bodies onto the ground, but Kingarna. Still, Renegade's getting all the kills though, most of them in their favor. And that is self-destruct landing in. Not sure what it's going to do at this point, though. I mean, Renegade's lost some players. Really more so Michael making sure he can just come back into the fight and be there as a presence. But good on Jur at least to keep himself on the payload. I think Kib was waving high as he tries to get himself out of there. Flying away. Might get demec'd. Actually has been demec'd, but it's a very awkward fight from both teams. Graviton into a whole hog for Connor J. And there it is. Connor J will clean up a little bit more. Very staggered pushes for Renegades here.
Kungarna coming into that last fight with a lot of ultimates on the table, burning most of them to get through the streets phase here. A minute and 14 seconds left to touch the second point, which looks virtually guaranteed for Kungarna. Renegades will have one more chance to delay. A big charge coming out, but not really converting into anything. Sound barrier rolling out from Kungarna. Remix going down.
Looking to re-engage a bit, but Connor J is still doing his thing. 2 kills for him as he finds Jesus and Juvenile. Mangachu will lay the Graviton out. It's still nobody around to follow up on it. I mean, at that point, if you're Mangachu, you just gotta hold on to the Graviton there. You know, you gotta know that there's no chance of you guys winning that fight. There's literally none. You've lost 4 players. Hang on to it, but he's making his switch over to Mei now. I certainly don't want to burn an ult like Graviton just to make a switch to Mei, but since he did use it, he's figured that might as well.
With how he plays Mei, I'm not going to criticize it.
Well, he can play a pretty good Mei. Still, I wouldn't trade Graviton for it, but
no.
there's
I'm reaching, all right.
Yeah, you know, I know how it goes. Oh, Kungarna just still steamrolling through the Renegades roster. They are feeling good at the moment. And Connor J got a whole hog even to block him out of spawn off of this one. So it's going to be tough for Renegades to re-engage. I'm hoping somebody, for their sake, is going to come out the right-hand side. Yeah, they do have players scattered around a bit. Remix gets actually charged and finished off by Juveniles. He had a nano boost on himself. Kungarna actually all getting wiped out here between Jesus and Juvenile. So, yeah, well, you know, set him back to the spawn queue for a second there. There is a minute left on the clock for Kungarna. They're going to try and stagger Michael quite a bit here. But, oh, right as he's getting back in. Jesus is going to send him back, so Kungarna back to the drawing board. And Mangachu just about to have a blizzard. That's going to make things incredibly difficult for Kungarna to cap.
Yeah, Kungarna completely barren here on their ultimates, getting a little bit close to a self-destruct, but no Baby Bay to combine with. Mangachu's blizzard will certainly be a big factor in this next fight, along with Sherlocky's nano boost, Kib self-destruct. This is going to be a real tough one for Kungarna.
Oh, hook from Connor J, though. That might just be what the doctor ordered, but never mind. His Renegade's coming back with a couple of kills. There is going to be 15 seconds left on the clock with a blizzard out there and all the kills that are coming the way of Renegades. There's honestly just no chance for Kungarna here. I'd have to say, Baby Bay trying to make a last-minute switch to Tracer. Michael with a nano boost. I mean, he's going to be able to delay it for a little bit. Renegades, though, with 6 surrounding the cart. And Kungarna continuing to lose guys here. There's really not much hope for it. Baby Bay will continue to stall it out, but there's all the kills in the end. And Mangachu must have had one heck of a right click to kill Baby Bay right there. But Kungarna being stopped before the final point. Renegades finally collecting the defense in the end. But what we're going to need to see out of them is an incredible offense. And Kungarna, in terms of, I believe the defense on this map, at least this week, been pretty much stopping teams for the most part, or at least having very strong defenses in the streets phase. So they're nearly making it to the end, but we are going to go for a change in sides here. Ajax will be on the Symmetra so far. Well, it seems anyway. We've seen Kungarna do mixed bits of trying to run the Symmetra. But really won't know much once these guys pick their teams. And here we go. obviously not filling. There's Ajax, so he will be running that Symmetra, I think. And for Kungarna, too, I think this is a good opportunity to continue to work on
defensive strategies.
Yeah, on different defensive strategies. And for them, running Symmetra is still a newer thing. We haven't seen them do it much until this week, really. So, you know, this is really the time to start practicing it and really trying to perfect it a bit more. But Renegades moving over to the offensive side, and I wouldn't really expect much different. I mean, quad tank it up.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what Mangachu decides to choose here for Renegades. Probably going to be staying on Zarya. So far, we haven't seen him run Pharah on the offensive Hollywood at the first point in a little bit here. Definitely started out doing that a lot in the group stage. And it looks like, yep, going to have 4 tanks for Renegades. They push on here for their first assault against Kungarna on Hollywood. They do look like they should be able to take this map. They do have to push it all the way, but on Hollywood, that hasn't been all that rare.
Renegades, a lot of teams doing this, faking the alley push, then speed boosting back straight onto the point. Ajax already building up 35% or so towards that teleporter, but a lot of Reinhardt charging, I hear at the moment. Renegades, though, going up 2 kills. Ajax amongst the victims there, so there will be no teleporter coming down for Kungarna, and they just blow through them on this first point, and they're even going to catch out the respawner. See, this is where, if you're Kungarna, if they can't get out and you know you're going to die, I mean, that, I guess you could say it was kind of a 50-50 for them as to whether or not they were going to make it out. But in those situations where you know you're going to die anyway, you're better off just going on to the point and die and reset with your team. But Blam did end up making it out, so I suppose semi-worth.
You might be trying to get back on the high ground as well.
There, Mangachu's going to take a Graviton directly into them, and Connor J goes down, as well as Ajax. Renegades with some dominance so far in their offensive side, showing Kungarna how it's done a bit. And Michael will just try and stall the payload as long as he can, and Kib able to take care of him there, so oops, oops, oops. Renegades continuing to move her on forward.
So far, not a whole lot of breaks for Renegades in the Streets phase. 4 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. If they keep this up, they're going to be looking very good to take the third and final point. Remix throwing down an Earth Shatter in that. Kib finding Ajax in the back. Kib coming back into the fight here. A big biotic landing on the team of Kungarna as Renegades just going to keep pushing through the Streets phase here. Only a momentary pause in their path to the second point capture.
I mean, Kungarna's gonna have a shot to get back out and take another fight here, but you have a couple guys going early. I think for them, they could afford to wait it out for a sec, wait for everybody to be there in time. But what do I know? They're starting to come out on top in terms of kills anyway. Connor J uses a whole hog, takes out Mangachu. And Connor J looking for a second one, but they are still making it work. And Juvenile's actually going to, he's going to get a nano boost, and he sends in for the Earth Shatter, but still a bit of a staggered fight back and forth. And Renegades are the ones with the longer respawn here, so every time they lose a player, it's just slowly going more and more the way of Kungarna. And now getting hooked back in is, well, no, Jesus does get finished off there in the end by Baby Bay. So again, very sloppy, kind of sloppy back and forth fights, but in the end, Kungarna coming out on top of it, and they'll go ahead and reset. Renegades looking to take themselves on in, but making good time overall. Renegades, I mean, still 3 minutes on the clock for them. They're in a better spot than Kungarna was, really, at least at this stage. But in order to keep the better spot going in their favor, they're probably going to need to win this next fight or so. But Baby Bay soon to have the Graviton. He's playing up top on the high ground, and he'll just drop straight onto the Renegades players inside of the alley. Remix snag up Juvenile for a frag, and Baby Bay still playing up top here. Will just continue to clean up on all of these Renegades players. They're, oh yeah, even pressing far enough forward to take out Sherlocky. So Kingarna really getting it together on the defense here.
Renegades looked like they were going to be able to roll through the streets phase without too much of a delay, but Kungarna, like you said, it's starting to rally. Baby Bay's holding on to a Graviton along with Michael self-destruct. Ajax will have a sound barrier and Remix his own Earth Shatter here. Right now, Baby Bay looking for the Graviton. He's going to let it loose on both sides, actually.
All self-destruct over the top. Michael grabs two with that. Jesus Endure. Juvenile as well. All the J's falling for Renegades, dropping like bowling pins, and Kingarna are going to be really getting the defense in full flow now. The Renegades were looking so good out of the gate on this offensive side, and now they're down to 1:30. And, I mean, they don't even have huge ults to work with. I mean, they will have 4.
And perhaps Juvenile can lead off with a good fire strike and maybe follow up with a little bit of hammer work in order to generate an Earth Shatter in time, but Remix already has his. And if Remix can find him first, that's going to spell the end for this assault for Renegades.
And Connor J popping whole hog and sending them back, and will actually negate a decent bit of the nano boost that was given to Jesus. Kingarna will speed boost away, just bring themselves backwards. Oh, a big Earth Shatter coming in from Remix, and a Biotic to land on top of a lot of the Renegades players. Connor J converted the kill onto Jesus, and they're looking for a bit more on top of that. Connor J with another one yet, taking out Mangachu. So, and 3 players down on the side of Renegades. Kingarna 2-player advantage in the fight, and Kib is going to get stalled out. Things really not looking good for Renegades now. Ajax are rubbing it in a bit, and Connor J pressed far forward. Should probably go hang out with the rest of his team and press back here, but Renegades one last attempt to send this one in, or they will lose map 1.
They're going to have to get that done with either an Earth Shatter or perhaps Mangachu's Graviton if they can, but Kungarna has a self-destruct to answer and delay. Baby Bay also working on a Graviton. Connor J is a whole hog looming he can use to dump on somebody's shield. Right now, Renegade's actually getting a little bit of distance as Kungarna slowly choosing their moment to strike.
Now whole hog out yet again. Mangachu absolutely rinsed by Connor J and company. Earth Shatter, but a self-destruct from Michael flies backwards. Does some damage, but all the kills going the way of Kingarna. Connor J's picked up a few now at least. That is going to shut it down, or Renegades, unless Jur and Kib pull off the miracle clutch. Don't think that's quite going to happen. And there's Kingarna taking map number 1, a brilliant defense. Again, in that same area, right towards the end of the streets phase. Putting an end to it.
The spawn's pretty close. You have to bend around a couple of corners. It's not a bad place at all to be putting up a defense.
Absolutely.
We've seen a few very, very strong defensive holds right there today, and that was actually only the second time that Renegades has dropped Hollywood, the other time being to Complexity, who's also gods at Hollywood. So, well done there by Kingarna as they're able to take it there to Renegades.
Yep, and I mean, that was the thing. Renegades started, their whole offense was looking real solid for a while. I mean, they were making better time than Kingarna was on their offensive side, but the difference is just not being able to get through that second point, and I mean, that's been a struggle for a lot of teams, so they're certainly not the only ones, but now it'll be Renegades map choice going into number 2.
And certainly, we'll take another look at that Michael Diva bomb, helped out by Baby Bay's Graviton Surge. These guys, they just keep on doing it over and over again.
It's the Michael Bay. Thank you.
I get it. I get it.
The Michael Bay. Boom. And man, it's just still so good at setting that one up, man. And Baby Bay, I love how, I mean, there are some other Zaryas that do this, and you see it a bit more, but, I mean, Baby Bay always comes in from some crazy angle with his Graviton. I mean, there you see him fly down off the roof and, you know, lay his Graviton out there. He's always coming in from sneaky angles and not just running straight into them and just pointing downwards. I mean, he always seems to drop in or come somewhere, get the element of surprise on them a little bit, and certainly helps out that combination that they set up.
They certainly did. And I felt like one moment that was fun that I saw on the side of Renegades was Jur being able to get his teleporter down at the very, very beginning. It looked like he was going to die, and he just puts it in Cafe, and then like all of his teammates come flooding through. It was like really clutch moment. They were able to stall for quite a while there, ultimately losing the map, but still good play there from Renegades.
And sometimes, I mean, I guess there's a couple different ways to look at it, but sometimes putting a teleporter in a place like Cafe where you can actually really defend it is sometimes a better option, depending on what the composition of the other team is, because if they switch it up and you have it kind of sitting in the back where you can't really keep an eye on it, I mean, they can get someone into the back line and take it out really easy, whereas if you just have it sitting in Cafe, I mean, at least then you always have an eye on it. And, I mean, if someone starts to get on it, you can defend it more readily, but we've also seen some teams just throw a self-destruct in there and end it right away, so kind of give and take there.
Pretty much.
So map number 2, Dorado, is where Renegades wants to go, make their final stand here. Kungarna, if they win here, put it away, and end Renegades' run in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. So, thoughts about Dorado?
Mangachu time.
Mangachu time, baby. Give me a little Torb Symmetra, too. Maybe on that defensive side.
Yeah. They put on a show on this map earlier.
Absolutely did. I'm ready to see it. And they start on the defense, too. Let's go. Little Mangachu Jur combo. And they will be looking to go. I'm hoping towards Symmetra. Yeah, there we are. There we are. So we'll see them pull that out. It did work well for him earlier.
Yeah, Kungarna, though, they're probably just going to run 4 tanks through it, which is going to be a little bit more difficult than some picks that they were having to play up against last time. Yeah. Either way, it's going to be Kungarna's chance to assault first, looking to set a pretty far distance and close this series out, cement themselves as number 2 under all circumstances, just in case anything crazy happens. You never know. You never know.
Better safe than sorry. So, Jesus is going to take a little rest in the middle of the road there. And Mangachu is just setting up his little turret. Let's see him go off again, man. If you didn't catch it earlier, be sure to watch the VOD, because Mangachu and company crushed it on this map with Torb Symmetra combo. Full hold first, yes? Yep, full hold on first. That was double checking myself.
Yep.
Yeah, and it was pretty darn good, I gotta tell you. So, we're gonna start it off here with Kungarna, as you called it, David, a quad tank coming out from them. Of course, one of the teams that probably runs more quad tank than just about anybody else. So, Connor J and company looking to push in from this courtyard side. Sometimes you get an easier opening there rather than down on the low ground, and Mangachu takes out Connor J with some nice plays, left clicks, and Remix will get Juvenile. 1-for-1 trade it is. Kungarna looking to continue to get back on the horse here, continue moving it forward, but Kib actually securing a couple of kills for Renegades, but Kungarna, they're both striking back and forth, and they're going to go for that shield generator again, Renegades. So they're going for the full beefiness.
It certainly makes sense with the Torbjorn. You run a Torbjorn at a teleporter, I mean, it makes its own kind of sense, I guess, but this certainly is a lot of health to cut through for Kungarna. They do have a lot of health themselves, running 4 tanks and 2 of the higher DPS heroes in the game between Roadhog and Zarya, but certainly not enough consistent, sustained DPS to really be able to cut through both armor and shields.
Mangachu's got the Molten Core ready. Those shields and armor are up all over the place. It is going to be very tough for them. And Michael getting melted in a matter of seconds. He tried making his way back for that shield generator, but between Jur and Mangachu, they said no siree.
Wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, you came to the wrong part of town, bud. But that is, that's a haha. But that is Renegades. They are going to just keep themselves steadily holding this first point. And you can tell Kungarna is having quite the tough time breaking through. A minute 40 down on the clock left for them. I do get a couple back. Shield generator is still up leave for the time being, but Renegade still just... Shield Generator in the end does go down. Ajax gets it, so it'll make the next push for Kingarna a bit easier, but they invested a lot into that fight trying to seal the deal there, and Mangachu still hasn't even used his Molten Core. So he's still got that on lock if he needs it. It's always one of those nice things to break out if things start to go awry and fight engages. Pop that one off and you're feeling pretty good, but Jesus now going in with Whole Hog, just gonna kill a few more seconds of Kingarna's time. Now actually, now Jesus taking down Ajax like that. Renegade's defense in this first point really holding strong. Mangachu finally uses that Molten Core and sends forward. He's just going to be pelting. Oh, just absolutely pelting Connor J there.
Shotgun is vicious.
Yes, it is. Now,
so far
30 seconds for Kingarna.
Yeah, so far Kingarna not able to find any sort of momentum here on the first point of Dorado, getting stuck right underneath the bridge in between Mangachu's armor. And for a while there, Jer's shields looks like he might be able to get another one. It's just so much to cut through and being suppressed by so much spam and aggressive play from Renegades. That one moment they started getting any sort of distance, Jesus layered on a Whole Hog and pushed him right back underneath. Oh, that Earth Shatter, that's going to be a big whiff. Remix charging right into Juvenile. Remix actually going down in the middle of that. Connor J following immediately afterwards to Jesus. And then we're in overtime now, and it's dwindling really fast.
Oh, yes!
Nano Symmetra.
Yes, the Nano boosted Symmetra. Let's go. I want to see a little bit more of this. Germ melting Blam with it. Sadly, there wasn't quite enough guys around to see him do a bit more damage with it. Should have given it to him earlier, but that is Renegades. Another full hold on the first point. They've really done a good job of executing that Torb Symmetra combo there. It's been shaky for them in the past, but working for them right there indeed. And it was just all Renegades first point. Garnet is going to have to pull off a similar first point hold if they don't want this to go to a third and final match.
Better first point hold. I mean, the card did not make it very far.
No, not at all. So it's a very tall order for Renegade, or for Garna.
Shouldn't really be possible. This should be going into Renegades bank here momentarily. Mangachu's going to probably break out Hanzo again.
Yeah,
didn't have as much success with it on Dorado as he did in King's Row a few weeks ago.
Yeah, it worked pretty well for him there. I mean, he was getting some picks.
So wide open for it as well, right? In a lot of different situations, and get into the shield game and really just let it fly. In this situation, a lot more choke points he's got to work in order to get it done, but if this time around he and Kib can synergize a little bit better on the Graviton Dragon combo, that should spell the end of Kungarna regardless, but Kungarna has to hold really far forward. Look at where the card is. That parking lot is pretty easy to get to.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. Connor J was second-guessing what his pick was going to be a few times. In the end, it's looking like he's going the Roadhog. He was on even May for a moment, which personally don't think is too bad of a pick. But, I mean, his Roadhog is a staple in the Kingarna team and is always a consistent pick for them no matter what. So, I mean, you can't go wrong there.
I mean, why wouldn't you run so much 4-tank like that, like they do, when you have a Roadhog as good as Connor J?
Oh, yeah.
And a Diva as great as Michael.
Yeah, they have two of the best in their respective classes. Oh, just so much damage off the scatter. Connor J, though, is able to find Jesus there, but Mangachu really able to pump out a lot of damage off that initial scatter.
Almost at half ultimate already. Kib's all the way down in 8. Perhaps Mangachu can break out 2 dragons by the time Kib is able to get his Graviton online. But either way, a little bit of discipline there will basically guarantee that they're able to take this.
Mangachu does go down to Michael, though. So it'll stall it out a bit more for Renegades. But, I mean, they have a lot of time to work with to move the cart a very, very small distance. So things certainly looking to play in their favor. If they don't win this, Renegades, I'm going to be astonished, to be honest with you. But the teleporter is almost up from Ajax. If they get that up, they will have a pretty decent shot, to be honest. And now Kingarna playing pretty darn aggressive. As Ajax fragging out a bit here, takes out Jur. And
well played, Mangachu. You can't stagger when there's symmetric turrets on there.
It walks right into it. Well done. But that will be... Actually, put a shield generator up.
Yeah, sure.
Did, all
You
right.
gotta hold very far forward.
That's true.
Trickling reinforcements aren't gonna
Yep.
make this. You can basically not give up that many players. Remix getting pulled very far and forward. Might be one of those ones to fall. Oh, Michael coming up with a big 4 kill off that self-destruct.
Man, that one right through the window at the top of the overpass there, into the back. See you later. I mean, is there anybody that can... I mean, maybe Mickey's up there too. He's got some real good placements on some of his self-destructs. So there's a couple guys that can contend, but I mean, Michael is one of the best at them, consistently getting kills with those self-destructs. But that's some brilliant stuff, though. Renegades now looking to try and press some guys through the right-hand side. Mangachu starts it off. They take down Blam, and that is bad news for Kingarna, but they're starting to strike back with a couple kills themselves. Connor J and Ajax will be able to pick some up, and time is starting to dwindle down for Renegades. 1 minute and 20 seconds now. They started off so much time, they didn't even need to move the payload a far distance, but Kingarna's done a brilliant job so far. That shield generator is still up and kicking, and that's really helped their defense out a lot. Mangachu with a rocket barrage. He'll be waiting for that opportune moment. There's the rocket barrage from Mangachu. 4 in total. That should seal the deal for Renegades on their offense. Be able to press forward and send it into a third map. There we go. Brilliant timing coming out from Mangachu on the barrage. And because Kingarna couldn't move it far on their offense, we'll give it a third map. Renegades coming to play.
Renegades has not been 2-0'd since the very first match they lost to Luminosity back on day number 3. They sent it to game 3 again.
That's gonna hold.
Yeah. That will be a stat for forever at this point. Another fun stat, just because one of the things that Renegades was doing so much at the beginning was just raffle stomping people with 1-0 score margins and shutting people out. I've been keeping a shutout leaderboard. They were right behind Kingarna up until right now when they tied them, and given our Overwatch Winter Premier tiebreaker rules, that means head-to-head. This was the only shutout that has happened between these two teams, which means that Renegades is the best team at shutting people out in the group stage.
And that was what they really prided themselves on at the beginning of the group stage, was these incredible defenses that would just no one could seem to break through. That was really where they really made their breakout moment, and then sadly it dwindled a bit later on for them. But I mean, that was really where they made their name, was stellar defenses.
Yeah, no, the defenses holding on strong here, and even if they go out on this final map, they can hold their heads high, knowing they allowed the fewest points in this situation. But gotta watch them get the win here. Fara play, man, Mangachu 2 games in a row here on Dorado.
Really waiting it out. Perfect timing. The synergy on the Graviton, Rocket Barrage. So many kills, so much pain, and so much sending Renegade into a third map.
Yeah.
Renegades into a third map. So well done by Mangachu and team.
Yeah, they did it, man. We got to watch the Michael. Wasn't the Michael Bay play? I think it was just a Michael Diva
Just
bomb.
Michael.
Just a Michael play.
Oh, no, it was.
Oh, it was, yes.
It wasn't Michael Bay.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Look,
It was hidden behind the cart.
Oh, dude,
Yeah.
that is so good.
Golly.
Dropping in from courtyard through the window with the backdrop there. That is perfection.
In the beginning, I was kind of speculating, have they just practiced the exact locations they want to do this and all that? I think a little bit of column A, but also a heavy column B of Michael just knows exactly where that bomb is going to stop.
That, and I think too, I'm sure they do have a lot of pre-planning on some of them on each map. It seems like they do have various spots throughout maps too, but we seem to set it up perfectly. We talked about it before, where there's always just like a wall, or he just knows the timing of where to stop it. But it's a big part of it too. Throw it in a place where it lands on a wall, so there's that backstop there.
Window. You know, just like I'm gonna weasel it through this hole as well. Just make it just that much cooler there.
Guy's got like precision with the placement of that thing.
Goodness.
It's
Well
disgusting.
done there. Now, game 3. will be Gibraltar. We've seen both of these teams play very, very well on Gibraltar. Also a map that has strong defensive opportunities. So, who do you think is going to win? Who's the prediction here?
Last time they played on Gibraltar, it was a crazy game, but it was 6-4 in favor of Kungarna.
Yeah.
And that was actually a bit of a surprise because Renegades was so good on Gibraltar all throughout. Either way, I think this is
Wasn't that when they pushed it all the way like in overtime? They completed the map.
Yeah, I believe so.
That was when Kungarna finished the map.
Yeah, it was like disgusting.
It was overtime at the first point.
Yeah.
They went the whole way.
Yeah, so I'm going to have to give this one to Kungarna, I think.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
Yeah, hey, you know what? With the Renegades. I'll give it to them. Let's go.
Either way, a valuable experience for Renegades. Sometimes when you play at the live finals, you're going to have to follow up an unfortunate match. Well, actually, I'm going to give you a second here. Talk about our good friends, Loot Crate.
That's right, Loot Crate, guys. You can give yourself a shot at a free 12-month subscription. Follow the link right there or down below in the stream description box. You can check it out there. You can also give yourself a shot at even a 1 month, a little 1 month trial. So check it out. But it is a third and final map, as you were. I don't even know what you were saying at the time. Something about gaming and Overwatch. But
there's valuable experience in having to play a match, or really getting to play a match, when you feel disappointed, when you don't feel like you want to be playing anymore, because that will happen at LAN at some point. It might be a third, fourth match, it might be into the loser's bracket, but you will have to follow up something that is demoralizing and play again. And that, getting that kind of experience before you actually go there in a situation like this, it has value. It all just depends on whether the team actually takes that to heart or not. They've been through the ringer. They've been on top. They've gone down and had some trouble. Now they're getting a little bit of the experience of, or all of the experience really, different angles of what it's like in the big show.
Absolutely.
And I thought they've done a great job so far. Right now, Renegades potentially last defense of the winter premiere. Kungarna, they still got a ways to go, but their offense, they got 3.5 minutes left, and Baby Bay already starting to slip into the back.
Kind of whiffed on the jump a little bit there. He was trying to get up onto the high ground, but Mangachu's coming all the way around for him, and you have kind of that swap in sides as we often see in how Kungarna structures their offensive strategy here on Gibraltar. Now the hook in from Connor J, taking out Sherlocky. That'll get it started, but they lost Michael in the process. You still have Kungarna pressed pretty far. Really awkward fight for both sides. Remix getting two, though. Baby Bay takes out Jur. That'll be Mangachu's still in. I'll just try and go die on the cart. Stall a little bit of time, and Kib was up there as well inside of the server room, and that'll be swiftly taken care of. So Baby Bay and company breezing through on the first attack. And they will now look to move into the hangar phase, which we've seen some trouble with on teams as of late. Getting through some of this hangar phase.
Well, throughout the entirety of the winter premiere, really, a lot of teams struggling. And it is one of the harder points overall. So many different angles, a pretty close spawn at the very final moments of the second point here. Kungarna is going to be rolling into this stage with a nano visor equipped along with Remix's Earth Shatter. Kungarna Michael bumping off Juvenile. Juvenile dropping down below, letting loose an Earth Shatter. He does find Connor J with it. Jesus is trying to follow him up. Right now, Juvenile in a head-to-head. He's going to come out on top.
That is all Renegades. Right there. Mo and Kungarna off the map, and it'll slow things down at least a little bit, give them some, buy themselves a little bit of time. Just Kungarna had so much coming into this phase due to just breezing through first point. So see what they got, but Kib soon have that Graviton. Renegades have a lot of tools coming into this next fight, and as they go and try and meet them on the high ground. Jesus using a whole hog, then put to sleep. Somebody waking him up. Why are you doing that, guys? But either way, it works out in Kungarna's favor. They are coming out on top of kills. Michael grabs a couple. Baby Bay was helping him out on top of that, and it's just been a very, very solid play thus far for Kungarna. A couple kills chime through. 3 for Baby Bay in the end. Why not? And Renegades, they'll have a shot at one more fight before they cap second point.
And during that shot, they will have a Graviton and a Pulse Bomb to work with. Juvenile's Earthshatter will be right on the heels of that. Renegades should be able to hold this if they can find the right angles for everything, but Baby Bay and company trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Michael picking up 2. Remix is going to follow up on Juvenile. And Connor J dropping a whole hog is going to guarantee nobody can touch that cart as Kungarna rolls through the second point.
Mangachu going down right at the end, so Kungarna really just breezing at the moment. 4:30 on this clock to bring it into last, but this really coming up the hill around this next bend is where we've seen probably some of the most consistent struggles for teams on the attacking side. It is quite difficult to push. Baby Bay's looking for an angle on the top end there. Oh, big Earthshatter in from Juvenile. Put a lot onto the ground. Now a Graviton is going to follow up in a beautiful biotic grenade from Sherlocky to land right in the middle of that Graviton, making the kills easy peasy for the rest of Renegades to pick up. Mangachu chiming in with a couple for himself there. So they finally slow down Kungarna a bit. They had to use a few ults to do it, some pretty big ones. But Juvenile, luckily for them, actually really was able to build up a lot of ult charge back towards his Earthshatter, and he's already up on another one. Juvenile is just building this thing so darn quick, and he's got it ready to go. Tac Visor from Baby Bay. It's going to be a Nano Visor. Finds Sherlocky in the back, and he's looking to pile on a bit more damage. Jesus, who's incredibly hurt, was actually... No, he wasn't. He ended up getting taken down, but looking to continue to press forward now. Self-destruct from Michael, finds Jur. And now Mangachu just about to be taken out of his mech will get finished off. So Kungarna kind of made it over the hump, over the hill. Will start to press the card in, but they need those reinforcements before they really take a final fight, because Renegades will have all 6, but they'll take as much free card time as they can.
Renegades getting back in plenty of time here, but 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock for Kungarna. They do have a very good chance of taking this back, and perhaps should. Oh, actually, Jesus getting pulled all the way forward. He's going to narrowly escape with a biotic on him, but Michael's actually going to follow him, make sure he goes down. Juvenile in the midst of everybody. Michael finding him as well.
Michael, 2 for himself, giving them that advantage.
That biotic again.
Graviton self-destruct. That was a big biotic. He's been very on point with them. Sherlocky Remix charging into the back, finds Mangachu, goes for an Earthshatter. That could definitely seal the deal, but Jur is doing a brilliant job of at least stalling for a little while, and it allows Juvenile to come back out. But in the end, it's not enough. Kungarna finishes it off with 2:11 on the clock. They're in a pretty solid offense all around.
I love the combo the teams have figured out for big health characters like D.Va or whatnot, where they get a hook, they pull it in, and so that character is disabled during that time, right? D.Va can't put up her defense matrix, and as it's coming in, they not only get shot by Roadhog, but also put to sleep by Ana, which makes them fall down and then get back up. Even though they are immediately taking damage, there still is a little bit of CC that's taking place, and there's just so much time where that person is helpless, while whoever pulled off the combo is just pounding them into the ground. See D.Vas get demech'd, Reinhardt's fall from full, Roadhog definitely falling in that amount of time. It's such an effective combo, and both of these teams have been nailing it so far throughout Gibraltar. So keep an eye on little things like that. Yeah,
that's really big, because, and at the same time too, when you get that initial hook, your Roadhog player, you're looking for a call out and saying you got a hook on this player, and as soon as they get pulled in, you want to see immediate focus. Oh, hello there, friend. Good to see you again. Tommy the cat, everybody, in case you're newly acquainted to our friend here. Sure do love him. Good old Katie. But here we go. Kungarna on the defense. Got a little Ajax Torb, I see here. Is it going to stay?
That's not going to be real, no.
Hey. Maybe.
Nope. Kungarna's going to be looking to hold this as hard as possible right off the bat. They've been able to do that quite well with just Baby Bay on Soldier 76. They don't really need to break out anything else. Give Baby Bay the high ground, everybody else play forward, and just let Baby Bay let it rain from above.
Yeah, that's one of the things that they do so well, Kungarna. They just have him sit back there, and I mean, no matter how much you pressure him, he seems to be very slippery a lot of the time, Baby Bay, and still makes plays happen. I mean, you send your D.Va up after him, but can really be a nuisance up on that high ground. He'll normally get some help from some players as well on his team to deal with whoever it is that pressures him. But now Renegades moving over to the offense. Quad tank for them as well. And the triple tank, 76 for Kingarna's. Starting to press payload forward here. Michael doing a good job of kind of being behind a little bit as well, distracting, making them look two different ways. And Baby Bay and Blam, they're going to look at speed boost across. They reposition themselves on high ground. Keep no Kingarna, at least Baby Bay did not necessarily remove himself from high ground, just repositioning, which is well done. And now they're starting to engage. Remix charging into the back and needs some heals. Does get taken down. They trade out Reinhardt so far in this battle. As Michael picks up 2-3 for Michael here. Between him and Baby Bay, just locking it down for Kingarna on point number 1. And that's going to be a trip to the respawn queue for the Renegade squad. An attempt to reset here a bit. 2:35 still on the clock. And oh, Jesus. How'd you end up back there, buddy? Yeah. Gonna go in for the sneak attack, maybe, as they come back in. I mean, they know he's here, so not necessarily a sneak attack, but he's getting pressured quite a bit. Oh man, that's not bueno for Renegades, and now they're gonna have to reset. Really, nothing you can do till he's back up.
Now, D.Va's such a big part of this offense right now that's just a largely unfortunate situation for Renegades. They will be able to reform here with plenty of time left. Just passing 2 minutes left on the clock. Sherlocky with a nano boost already. Ribs closing in on a graviton. They can definitely make that work for him. Kungarna, however, throwing out a self-destruct right now. Oh my! Almost picked up Juvenile, but a clutch barrier coming in just in time to save him.
That's the thing. He came in with that with the self-destruct at like such a crazy time, and I think at first Juvenile just wasn't positive exactly where it was coming from. He was a little confused, but he ended up orienting himself just in the nick of time to keep that shield up. But so far, the Kingarna defense has just been tier 1, and Renegades can't really press themselves through it. And they're going to have to. It's only 1 minute and 15 left for them. They do have some pretty big utility, though. Almost all 6, yeah.
For Renegades, and Kungarna in a similar situation.
Yeah, not looking too shabby.
Michael can probably get a self-destruct pretty quickly here, but Remix, unlikely you're going to see this Earth Shatter in the next fight. Maybe the one after that.
Oh man, Kib, you know better than that. He throws it right into the defense matrix while it was still up, and they won't get anything off of that. Renegades. And now it's going to be a sound barrier at least on the side of Kingarna. Just keep them nice and healthy, but Renegades are looking to be in kind of dire straits here. Not really a whole lot they've been able to do, and Kingarna is just holding so strong here.
Enough time for one proper offense from Renegades left here on the first point of Gibraltar. If Kungarna is able to hold here, they will close it out and add another victory to their belt. Right now, Renegades coming back in. They do have an Earth Shatter to work with and a Nano Boost. Renegades, or Kungarna in a similar situation with their own Earth Shatter, but only able to pair that with a self-destruct. That's been enough so far. There comes the Earth Shatter all the way from Renegades. Self-destruct being thrown in the back. That's going to buy a little bit of time. Graviton landing, catching Michael in it, but Michael's going to come out. He's actually getting thrown out of his mech. Renegades perhaps getting some momentum here. Renegades looks like they might be able to take this first point. We're still in overtime.
They are still in overtime, but now Attack Visor from Baby Bay up top. That could just seal it for him right there. The Nano Visor shuts it down just when you thought Renegades were gonna come through with it. Nano Visor from up top. And Baby Bay says no, and that is gonna be Kingarna taking it against Renegades 2-1.
Taking it against Renegades 2-1, and just when I was ready to give Renegades the award for most shutouts, Kingarna comes out and beats them by 1. There we go. They couldn't even let him have that.
Nope. Kingarna, they want all the records, all the...
Well, they've got it right now. Yeah, they absolutely have it.
Yeah, they played well. The defense there was quite strong. The offense was also pretty stellar coming out from them, so it's tough in spot of Renegades.
Yeah, able to get that full push all the way as Kingarna gets the win here over Renegades. Renegades gave it a strong fight there at the end, but this is going to just be all Kingarna.
Nice Earth Shatter in right there. That's part of the thing, too, you see, off the start of that, you pointed this out, David, Juvenile had a pretty big Earth Shatter. I mean, he got quite a number of people down in it, but Michael sent his self-destruct at a perfect time, and he had to keep a shield up. There couldn't really be any follow-up coming through from the rest of Renegades because of that play self-destruct, and, you know, at that point, they could do nothing to either go follow up and die, or just keep yourself alive at least.
It's one of those differences between somebody who's maybe 95% prepared to play a hero and that person who is 100% master. It's just the little tricks they pick up about the full utility of the abilities and ultimates that they have. A lot of people can just pick up a hero and play. You know, we hear sometimes from teams where they say that this guy can only really play 2 heroes. It doesn't mean that he flat out can't switch and play. It's just that they want that maximum level of skill out of that person. And that's a pretty good example why Michael shutting down, in a sense, an Earth Shatter by countering with a self-destruct at exactly the right time.
Well, with that win there, Congarna improves to 8-4 as we take a look at the standings and where they stand before our final match of the day. Well done there, as Congarna going to be the other team to be able to make it to 8 wins. We see Immortals also at 9-2. So, the things the way they are right now, we have one more match today as we take a look at the schedule. It will be Immortals versus Luminosity, and this will round out Group Phase Day 3 of Group Phase number 2. We've had 2 big long group phases here, guys.
Yeah, this is the final one. It's been a long and wild ride, and we've gotten to see who it is that we will see at PAX South, the LAN event, to decide who's the best out of the top 4. Indeed, it's been a good one, and I'm sure Mortals and Luminosity will be a great way to round out the day.
Great teams, going to play some great Overwatch when we come back from the break. It's going to be exciting. I'm looking forward to it. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Overwatch Winter Premiere. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got one more match in store for you today. We are excited to bring it to you. It's going to be Immortals versus Luminosity. I cannot wait to see how these teams go. It's going to be one of the teams towards the bottom, but against the very, very top dogs. Can they improve to 10 wins is what Immortals is trying to do here. They'd be the only team that breaches the double digits.
That's right. They're trying to hit that double digits, so I'm sure they're going to bring it all here. And, of course, these guys are going to be seeing each other in just a short amount of time as well at LAN finals. So continue to scout. Well, yeah. So I mean, you want to continue to, play into this and scout it out even further. Really hone in strategies against some of these teams and figure out their play styles. So big one here, and of course they will be starting off on Gibraltar as well.
They certainly will. Take a look at the standings as they stand before the final match. It is Immortals up there at the top and Luminosity rounding out the top 4. They have the head-to-head over Team Liquid, who lost to Immortals earlier. So if they were to get a win here, improving to 7-5, that would be nice and cozy. Though Complexity does have the head-to-head over Luminosity, so they'll probably be staying in that 4th place spot.
Yeah, it's seeming like that's how it's going to play out as of right now, but. You still want to get every win you can, every map win you can. I'm sure Luminosity would feel great if they could get even a 2-0 over Immortals. I don't particularly think that will end up happening just because of how well Immortals have been playing as of late, but certainly what Luminosity's planning going into this match.
Yeah, so let's get into the match up here. Immortals versus Luminosity. These two teams, number 1 versus number 4, could possibly be a preview for something we're gonna see at PAX South. So these guys will be facing off against each other, hopefully then.
Yeah, absolutely, and this will be maybe a little bit of a precursor to that if they do end up playing there. But Luminosity and Immortals, like I said, I was kind of alluding to before, I think with the way Immortals is playing, it's going to be tough for Luminosity to take them on. Though Luminosity, I mean, they made their way. They're sitting in the top 4 right now for a reason as well, so definitely can't discredit them.
Every win really, really helping out Luminosity there. Let's take a look at Immortals. These guys on fire right now, looking for 10 wins. Would be quite the feat if they were able to pull it off, only dropping 2 matches here in the Overwatch Winter Premiere group stage. I'm excited to see if they can do it.
Yeah, I'm sure they would love to do that and really show that they are the top dog.
Establish dominance.
That's right, baby. Mark your territory if you're Immortals.
As though Agilities and Grim Reality haven't already established dominance in their respective roles. Athan as well, showing up on support day after day. Nami, a pretty notorious Reinhardt amongst some of the other pros that we've spoken to over time. Hyped, definitely consistently bringing it on D.Va, which is just huge in the meta right now. And of course, last but not least, we can't deny a little bit of a shout out here to I guess you would call it earlier in the tournament, a recent addition, Verbo, who is now a full slot on the team.
That's right.
Fantastic Lucio. Also seen him play some Symmetra here and there.
Yep, he's a great support all around. He's, we don't get to talk about him too much throughout a lot of these matches, but he is one of the backbones of the team for sure.
Now, their opponents, Luminosity, sitting at that 4th place spot, wanting to see if they can improve to 7-5 here. What do they need to bring to the table here against Immortals?
Well, I mean, going up against Immortals, I think one of the things that really plays into Immortals' favor is that they just seem like they're on point all the time as a team, very coordinated, collected, and executing on the highest of levels. And I don't know if you get as much consistency in that department out of Luminosity. So if they can step that up and really get, Ube firing with them as well and him playing at, kind of the levels that we've seen him play at in the past. And throughout different various stages of the Winter Premiere, then we certainly have a chance. But man, Immortals are certainly have been cruising quite a bit, and I think it's going to be tough for Luminosity to take them on. But they certainly have the tools there to do it. It's just a matter of can they execute across the board. So
Ube definitely showing up a lot in that last match on Anubis. Speaking of Anubis, Immortals did play against Luminosity on Anubis the last time they played against each other. Anubis, a map that Luminosity loves to break out so far for as long as it's been in the map pool. That overall series was 2-1, obviously in favor of Immortals, but Anubis actually going to Immortals as well in a little bit of an uncharacteristic turn of events, as Luminosity is usually fantastic on Anubis.
Now, I gotta get your guys' predictions here. Does Immortal improve to 10-2, or does Luminosity shut them down? How many games will it take?
I'm thinking Immortals here 2-0. I would say across the board. Immortals 2-0. They've been playing good, and I think they'll continue that trend into this match.
I'd say Immortals for sure.
Immortals all across the board here is what we're thinking as we're going to move on to Gibraltar. Now, we just saw Gibraltar. We just saw an amazing showing of defense from Kungarna. You think we're going to see something similar like that from Immortals here?
I mean, they can certainly pull out some good defenses. It would be a nice thing to see out of them for sure, but, well, that's going to be Immortals starting out on the offense first anyway, so we'll have to wait a bit for that. But guys, go ahead over to Overwatch_NGE on Twitter. You can follow us there, interact with us there. We have some polls up at the moment. Who do you think is going to win this match, Luminosity or Immortals? It's the last match of the group stage of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. So you got to go ahead over there, but it appears as though we are going to be coming out of game for a moment.
We're going to have to switch the servers up. Not going to be able to get into the game just yet. Bit close there. We had the wrong Tommy. We had the
we gotta bring
European Tommy or something like that.
We need the NA
Tommy.
Yeah. You know, he's I would personally say the better of the two Tommies, but I mean, don't tell EU Tommy that. David hates both of us.
I think you just said NA better than EU, right?
Oh, did I say that? Oh, let the war begin, baby. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right. Well, yeah. So we want EU. U.S. East Tommy.
Yes.
That's the one we're looking for.
You guys are getting way lost in this bit. You can't even keep track of which one you're talking about.
I have no idea what I'm doing anymore.
So interesting thing about Gibraltar with these two teams is they didn't play on it last time, even though a lot of the time Gibraltar is a map that most teams were kind of preferring to select throughout at least the first week of group play Phase 1. They did, however, play on Route 66. Luminosity took that 3-2 against Immortals. On Nepal, it was 3-2 in favor of Immortals. And on Anubis, that definitely went Immortals' way. Luminosity not able to put together as much of a presence as they usually have. A great, not their usual performance on it, but it's going to be the first time we're going to see them on Gibraltar here in the group play phase. Again, I still think it's in the favor of Immortals overall. I think Luminosity is a team that can absolutely beat Immortals. I think any team that's left in here can beat another one. However, I think if Luminosity has any real tricks up their sleeve, they might be waiting to debut those when it's going to matter a bit more in the top four. So right now, I wouldn't expect anything crazy or special out of them. Probably just play a regular game and see if they can probe for any sort of weaknesses in Immortals. But if Immortals breaks out anything different, that'll certainly throw that little plan off.
Absolutely. Well, it is Immortals on the offense to get us going here on Watchpoint. Gibraltar and Luminosity will be starting on the defensive end. And pretty standard comps from both of these teams. Quad tank across the board. But
big biotic.
Actually, it's going to be
Edan to start that out.
Yeah.
20% already. What happened with that
Agilities,
hook?
where are you going? Oh, man. He is so lucky he didn't get pulled in right there. But is going to open things up a little bit for Immortals as they take out Mineral.
Looked like Ube was flying him like a kite.
Yeah, it's a big kite, man. I don't even. Well, either way, hyped. Gonna go and put some pressure in on the back line of Luminosity, but quickly being removed from his mech, and now got the Bunny Blaster just gonna be pumping damage out, and Immortals already 2 kills. Mineral getting pulled in by Agility. See ya, pal, and I think Agilities and Nami get the award for crushing first point. But now there's a whole lot of forward spawns coming out from Luminosity too. That is so unfortunate. Luckily, it's enough for them to have so many that Immortals can't push the issue here. And actually, they might end up paying for it because Agility's now getting put to sleep. Good sustain from the rest of the Immortal squad, though. Keeping Agilities up couldn't quite do it for long enough, though.
It's all of Luminosity versus Agilities for a second there. Agilities holding on for longer than you'd expect in that scenario.
Oh,
But
man.
Luminosity, even though they've already given up the first point, they're going to be holding on to this one with 6 ultimates for the most part. I mean, just 15% left for Mineral. He'll get that somewhere in the next fight. Immortals, they don't have a whole lot building for them. I guess you could say, actually, nope, now I take a look at it. Sometimes those numbers just get a little bit blended together for me from this angle. They're going to have 5 online for their next fight. Agility's already pretty low on his. Either way, both teams locked and loaded. A standoff, arms race, if you will. Graviton coming out from Luminosity, followed up by a Biotic and being utterly mowed down by the rest of Luminosity. Immortal's going to go packing right back into spawn. And it looks like that's 4. Hyped barely getting away. Actually, no, he's going to get demeched and soon thereafter staggered even more. It's going to be a lot of time bled off of Immortals, but they do have time to lose. 4 minutes on the clock for them to get through the second phase here on Gibraltar. Luminosity, they only really used 2 ultimates out of that.
Yeah.
And they are going to have 4 in this next fight.
Yeah, well, they had a pretty much a full boat going into the fight, so only using 2 right there and coming out with a win is very nice efficiency. Now they'll go reinitiate in with a self-destruct, and now there's going to be Graviton, self-destructs and earth shatters all over the place across both these teams, but Immortals losing Athan to start it off is not good for them, but
it's still moving.
Look at this. They're so far away from the Immortals players in the cart that they're just going to get loads of free ground off of it. I mean, they're going to end up dying probably, but they nearly even ninja cap it right there, Immortals. Oh, that's
just 3 meters away.
A bit of a defensive breakdown coming out from Luminosity. They got so focused on what was ahead of them that they forgot to check on the payload. It was just moving full speed ahead. Heads up play from the Immortals guys to get some free ground off of that. I mean, they basically just got the distance off the payload, similar as if they had won a fight.
Luminosity just about to get a Graviton online again. They're going to need that in order to keep Immortals from capping. Immortals, they have an Earth Shatter to work with, but everything else still developing a little bit. Perhaps Agility's whole hog will show up in the next fight, but other than that, Immortals are going to have to do it without all the ultimates to work with. Luminosity throwing out that Graviton already, and they're going to take it to Immortals.
Ooh, they got, well, Immortals, it's a 2-for-2 trade. So, oh, there it is. Now Luminosity coming through on the upper hand of that final fight, though. Agility's using the whole hog, and Super Pluke is incredibly hurt here. He should be pretty easy pickings. I mean, oh, yeah, there's nothing.
Oh, no. Coming in from the side from Spawn. Edan's going to put him to sleep. Along with...
Oh, Ube? No, he gets far enough away from it to keep himself nice and healthy, though. Hype getting pulled back in. He stays in his mech long enough. And Nami getting pressed by the whole hog. Does get to meet up with the rest of the team here, the Immortals players, and now there's going to be a nano boost used from Athan onto Nami. He's got to try and find some frags here, really, but there's a big Earth Shatter into the self-destruct. 3 kills for Icefelt. Off of that one, beautiful combination from Super Pluke and Icefelt. That's a thing of beauty right there, and it shuts down Immortals yet again. They're so close to getting the second point, but just can't quite seem to seal the deal. I'll see if they can get it. Again, 1:20 on the clock for them to do so.
They will have an Earth Shatter and a Graviton in the next fight, so they do have the tools they need. Both of those pretty low for Luminosity. Luminosity just with a nano boost and a sound barrier to defend. Those can definitely be enough if they can find the right targets with a nano boosted, probably D.Va. But I guess sometimes they throw it on Super Pluke depending on the scenario, or Spree if he gets it up high enough. But either way, right now, Immortals, a lot of staggered, strange fights. These past few engagements.
I think Immortals really want to go for that ninja cap. The Hype went for it again, but now Sound Barrier comes out from Luminosity. I see this. They go in for a Graviton, but there's, I mean, you have nothing there to actually get effect out of the Graviton. It's just kind of using ults because they have them. Immortals, some of them, it's Grim Reality throwing it in, but now they're down to 30 seconds. They would have loved to have that Graviton coming into this fight, but not going to be the case. Grim Reality actually making a switch over to Tracer. This Hangar Phase defense from Luminosity has been pretty on point so far, and they have Earth Shatter and Graviton on top of that. It's going to be nearly impossible. Oh, even the Earth Shatter from Nami doesn't quite connect, but Super Fluke totally whiffing on his Earth Shatter on top of that, but a huge Biotic Grenade landing inside of the Graviton Surge that Luminosity threw out there. 1-for-1 trade here. Nami gets another nano boost. He needs to convert on some of these kills. Ube, pretty hurt. Nami able to finish it off. Now Immortals are going to be able to pick up a couple kills. Now they start chiming through for Immortals. They should be able to get this second point pretty handedly. And the final seconds, they do it, but only 1 minute and 30 left on the clock for them to move this card as far as they possibly can.
Immortals, Grim Reality on Tracer for this. He's got a Pulse Bomb ready to go, but there's not a whole lot else for Immortals to use to get it into the second point here. Luminosity, Ube also changing over to Pharah. And Icefeld has a self-destruct, but again, a sound barrier pretty close for Mineral. Super Pluke about 30% away from an Earth Shatter, but Spree, he already used that Graviton, so it's going to be a while before he can pair that with anything.
At this point, Immortals, I don't know if they're going to be able to really cap out in full, but you just want to move it as much as possible. And the way they're looking right now, maybe they could cap it out in full. They've gotten another team fight win right here, and they'll have, it'll pretty much come down to one more fight to see if they can cap all 3 points. The response from Luminosity will be coming up momentarily, and there's some ults coming up online right now for Immortals, and a big Earth Shatter comes through from Super Fluke. Is going to put some down. Agility's even getting a nano boost. Kills Ube, looking for a little more. Nami got taken out of this fight though, so there is no shield around Hype. Taking out Mineral with the self-destruct, but they need to string more of these kills together and get these Luminosity players off the payload. They are coming through for Immortals, but they're also losing guys in the process. So Hyped and Grim Reality, really the only two up there at the moment. Ethan's sitting in the back. Oh, what an Earth Shatter coming through from Nami. That'll allow Immortals to clean up on quite a few of the Luminosity players left. Now Super Fluke charging back, has a nano boost, and Nami, who is incredibly hurt, is still standing out there on the payload, but Immortals in the final seconds, in overtime, will be able to cap off that final point. And just barely, but even Agility's coming back. We've seen him do it before. Coming back on his lovely Genji that he is great with in the final seconds of a game, but Immortals making it happen. Oh, I didn't even realize they gave a nano boost to that second phase. Yeah, to Mineral. That's actually a pretty... I didn't even realize at the time. That's a pretty big miss on the nano boost. I mean, had they given that to someone that can really make use out of it, it could have been a much different scenario for Luminosity.
I think that was happening a little bit off camera at the time. It could have been intended to make him hardier for a hold, but given his overall position, unless he got charged off or something, that's pretty unlikely. Often Lucio jumping up at a very inopportune time for Ana catching nano boosts, even at the pro level.
Yep, it happens to the best players still. Probably not quite as often as maybe it happens to some of us in matchmaking, but definitely happens nonetheless. So now we go to the change of sides. Immortals narrowly getting that third and final checkpoint. Hyped? Well, no, he's not going to stick on that. But there he goes, switching back. And see what Luminosity decides to bring out on the offense. Please, guys, push the payload. He's
this was cracking you up the last time he was doing it. Immortals will be having Grim Reality on Soldier 76. That could very well be a death sentence for Luminosity on its own. Grim Reality, a dangerous Soldier 76, but I'm sure Immortals will be bringing Icefell to fly directly in his face and try and shut him down as much as possible. Luminosity very likely to just try and steal that high ground back away from him. But we saw Baby Bay take off knowing that was coming in their own match with Kungarna, switching positions and actually getting up on a different high ground, which ended up working out for him on the full hold.
Well, now Luminosity starting their offense off. Ube back on the hog. Looking for hook opportunities. Just Grim Reality is that's 76 on D. Just be playing up on the high ground. The Immortals doing a good job of controlling a lot of high ground at the moment. Even Agilities is up there, along with Hyped, who's they're making Luminosity look in many different directions as they come through this choke point. Looking basically in 4 different directions. They come up here with Immortals players surrounding them, but they lose Verbo early to Icefelt. That's going to be a bit of trouble for Immortals, especially now as they lose Hyped. He gets demeched inside of the server room. The only issue with Immortals during that whole hold, I mean, they made Luminosity look in a bunch of different areas, but then Luminosity just picking the targets that they want to focus down, and Immortals a bit spread out in different areas, and didn't quite come back together at any point. Oh, nice hook from Ube. Taking out Grim Reality, and Luminosity cruising certainly at the moment, though. Actually, just as I say that, Immortals striking right back, getting the nano boost is Hyped, and really pressing Luminosity back here, looking to stagger as hard as they possibly can. So they've maintained their presence in the hangar phase here, going to go back set up on the high ground for the next fight.
Immortals will have, looks like 4 ultimates online for the next fight. A little bit of generation for them to do to get those online, but Luminosity, a similar story for them. About 5, count Ube, who's working on his at the moment. Should be a lot of weaponry for Luminosity to try and push all the way through. Hedan picking up 1 throughout that. Immortals.
Yeah, right at the very beginning of this fight. I don't even know how that happened. You don't want to be losing guys that early, though. If you're Immortals, I mean, he did get himself back pretty quickly. Immortals could kite it off for a moment, but now with Hype going down, they're going to be yet another player out of it. So one player disadvantaged now, and Agility's getting hooked. Oh, that's easy cleanup. Ube's really been hitting some big hooks here, and they'll going with a Graviton, whole hog, and more kills to add to Ube's collection. And that will be Luminosity. You do have Immortals sending Hype back in, try and stall it out. We've seen some brilliant stalls on this point before. And Agility's getting back on Tracer as well. So the whole Immortal squad has made it back in, and they have an opportunity. Self-destruct flies up. Nami's got even an Earth Shatter, but the self-destruct won't do anything. This Earth Shatter's got to convert. That's a big one through from Nami. Grim Reality and Tim both finding some frags on top of Hyped. And they should be able to hold on here. Grim Reality getting pressured pretty heavily, but they convert on Spree. And it was just Icefelt who's still in. He'll get demeched and obviously stalled out for a little while here as well. So that is Immortals hanging on. Seen it time and time again. Teams able to come back in. Final seconds, get a good stall.
3 minutes on the clock for Luminosity's offense. Icefelt just now getting taken down. That's going to stagger Luminosity for just a little bit. See if they back off here. Yes, they are, especially being aided by Attack Visor from Grim Reality. Immortals finding 3, call it 4 in that last engagement. Luminosity going after, reassemble, and come back.
And Agility's got a little pulse bomb. Not too much else than that in their self-destruct. So the big thing Luminosity wants to look to is coming in with Graviton, maybe syncing it up with an Ube whole hog. They've had actually some success with that combination a couple of times. But Agility's looking for a very, very sneaky pulse bomb here on the back end side. Does make it connected. We'll be able to take out Hedan at least. So all that's really going to do, just slow it down. And you might even be able to find Ube, who was so hurt. Oh, he needed a rewind. Didn't have it, though. But the rest of Immortals want to play aggressively into that. They know that Ube was really hurt and he'd be an easy pick, but they just need to make sure they get themselves back quick enough once these spawns from Luminosity come up. And Spree still holding on to that Graviton. They'll be looking to use it in this next fight.
That's a minute gone from Luminosity. They are going to be looking for Super Pluke's Earth Shatter in the next fight, hopefully. But Spree and Icefelt, possibly the biggest combo they have right now, want to connect those two for a big bomb combo. Immortals, just the self-destruct to defend, but Nami's closing in on an Earth Shatter.
Oh, losing Grim Reality there, though. Many of Immortals have fallen victim to an Ube hook. And Ube actually with 3 there, the whole hog. Oh, my. Will someone from Immortals be able to make it back and stall out again, though? That is going to be the question. Hyped is in, but he needs to put himself down onto the cart. Really, Grim Reality's there as well, but these right clicks are connecting quite a bit. Nami using his Earth Shatter, but there's just nothing coming through from the rest of Immortals. Then Nami did get Hedan. That's a big pick on the supports, but Luminosity now coming across with quite a few kills. That should seal it, but Grim Reality and Athan are going to try and stall it out as long as they can. And maybe Hyped. No, Hyped will not be able to get back in time. So the rest of Immortals going back, respawning. They actually even get away off the forward spawn, and Luminosity really looking to punish if they can, but Immortals did a good job of killing time throughout that hangar phase, and now Luminosity down to just 1:50 to try and bring the cart to the finish line.
The economy somewhat even across the field here, though. Grim Reality, he will be able to get a pulse bomb in that next fight, and that might tilt things. It just really depends on the kind of targets he's able to find and how quickly he can generate it. But usually Tracer, especially in the hands of somebody like Grim Reality or AZK, can bring it online relatively quickly. Nami, the recipient of a nano, he's going to go ahead and press directly into Luminosity. He's looking for a little bit of a hammer action on the opponent, but not really coming up with anything besides pushing back and buying some time.
Super Fluke did a good job of just keeping his shield up there and not giving him, because he knew Nami was looking for that Earth Shatter opportunity, and he's just pressing forward, but wouldn't give it to him, just kept the shield up, and the rest of the team made sure that they were sticking behind the shield for the most part. And Ube getting another hook onto Hyped. Doesn't manage to get himself, but yes, the Earth Shatter now comes through from Nami. Grim Reality able to get heat in, but man, Ube has been really on point. He gets Nami, now a sound barrier from Immortals. A Graviton on top of that one coming out. A Spree secures a couple more kills for Luminosity, and they have so many more ults on top of that. Oh, the Pulse Bomb doesn't quite work out for Agilities, and Luminosity is pressing it forward. 30 seconds left on the clock here, and they still have so many ults to work with on the side of Luminosity. Almost 5. This is going to be incredibly difficult for Immortals to even convert on a fight win. 4 kills come through from Luminosity. My goodness, it's tough. Hyped has to come up huge for Immortals here. They need the respawns to come through. Super Fluke hitting an Earth Shatter. Didn't save it for the respawners though. So some Immortals players will come back up. It's almost down to the final seconds, but Luminosity just continue to ring through with kills right here. Winston coming back up. And at this point, I mean, Luminosity should be able to secure it in an overtime situation. Yes. So both teams will get a bit of time to go through a first point push. But if neither of them are able to convert, we are going to see a bit of a tie here. Oh, actually, no, we won't. Sorry. Yes, it's payload.
Only way they get ties if nobody even pushes the cart an inch.
Yes,
which
you're right.
Basically isn't going to happen.
I was almost thinking worst case scenario. That was just... So, somebody is going to win. Middle caster stuff, right? But they will have an opportunity at it. Both sides, a minute on the clock. And it will be Immortals starting off on the offensive end. Lumina's events. Yes, Icefeld, I agree with you.
I'll keep you healed.
That's pretty standard stuff.
So far,
Luminosity.
Pretty equal performances on both sides. Nothing flashy, nothing dominant. Both teams going through the first point relatively easily, stalling out a lot on the second point, getting there just in time for an overtime on the third, and finally completing it. So the real deciding factor here is going to be who's be able to push this cart further on the first stage of Gibraltar. Perhaps somebody can push it all the way through and get somewhere into the second, but Gibraltar's not exactly a forgiving map for 1 minute on the offense.
No, it is certainly not. And Luminosity playing up top on the high ground, a bit forward, but they'll just back up quickly as Immortals have also brought themselves onto the high ground to meet with them. And so far just gonna wait really till they come towards the top of this hill. And seeing them meet up momentarily. Shield War in full effect. Left side now, Agility's looking for the hook, couldn't quite connect on it, and Super Fluke charging in pretty deep. He needs some support. Yeah, it's very dangerous for Super Fluke. Verbo converts on the kill, but Grim Reality was taken down, so they trade 1 for 1 at least. But now there's going to be 5 seconds left on the clock. So it's going to have to be well, really, Hyped is the only one that's still sitting here. We are into overtime at the moment. Hyped is, oh my goodness, took down
Who needs
two
a mech?
players. Screw the mech, man. Hyped is getting 2 kills with the Bunny Blaster. That's all he needs. Icefelt ejected from the mech. There we go.
They're going to go ahead and capture this first point and roll into the second phase. Doesn't look like Luminosity's going to be able to mount much of a defense. That's just Tracer. She should fall relatively soon here. Yeah, there we go. Everybody else.
Yeah.
Bit of a forward spawn. They're going to back up. Guess they're going to try and hold further back, but really right behind the gate is probably not a terrible location. I guess you probably want to press on that until the gate starts closing. Otherwise, can be a trickier situation. There we go. Graviton rolling out from Luminosity.
Spree sending it through. Big Earth Shatter, though, coming out as well from Nami. And there's so many kills rolling through from Immortals at the moment. Hyped with a couple, Nami with a couple on top of it. Icefelt, oh, he'll be in there, but he will die rather quickly. So things just falling apart for Luminosity on this defense. And Immortals have, I mean, they've really gotten it together quite a bit. Look how far forward Hyped is playing, too.
I thought he was going to go boop somebody off.
Oh, that would have been...
I don't know if he can get that much distance, but it would be pretty close.
Well, Luminosity got to get a hold right here with this Earth Shatter that they have in the back pocket, because if they don't, it's just going to get out of hand very, very quickly for Immortals. And Nami sending forward with a nano boost. Oh, my goodness, 2 more kills for Immortals. Coming in, Luminosity being picked apart one by one by the #1 squad in the winter premiere. Icefelt again, I'll be taken care of later on. A staggered kill, and it has just been all Immortals, all overtime here, and even a Graviton from Grim Reality's thinking about it, but I don't think we're actually going to see him use it. They don't even need it here.
Spree's just going to fall right after that. Blood in the water.
Oh man, this is about worst case scenario you can get for Luminosity at this point. I mean, just about. It's very, very close.
Taking it coast to coast in a minute is incredibly unlikely. But they are already taking it through the second point, so what do I know? Mortal's getting ready to round the final bend into the third point. Luminosity beginning to mount a better defense. Grim Reality, he's looking for what's going to be a big Graviton.
Ooh, that was a bit of a dangerous one, but he will be coming from the back with the Graviton. It's a 2-for-2 trade. That Luminosity respawn is pretty darn close, though, so Immortals need to start coming up with some kills if they want to stick in the fight. Verbo doing a good job of continuing to stall the payload. They are close enough now. Sound Barrier comes out, and Hyped has a nano boost to try and convert this back for Immortals. Agility's landing the pulse bomb to take out Spree, and Immortals still continue to come out on top with the kills here, but Ube getting a nice hook to take out Agilities, and now Sound Barrier for Luminosity. Probably could have used it maybe at a more opportune time, and a huge Earth Shatter through from Nami as Immortals still just going and going and going on this offense. 3 kills for Hyped. And I think Mineral could have waited another moment for the Sound Barrier, a moment when they could have found full effect with it at least. And I think Immortals might really be able to bring this one all the way to the finish line. Icefelt is going to be on the cart. You have the respawns of Luminosity here, though. Super Pluke hitting a bigger shatter, and the frags need to come through from Luminosity right now, but they've traded back and forth. 2 and 2. Self-destruct from Hype. He's going to get right back on the horse, though. As Agilities is alongside of him, but I don't think Immortals now is going to have nearly enough firepower to stay in this one, as Ethan shortly to go down. Hyped and Agility still in. I can't believe that these guys are actually still alive in this fight, especially Agilities. He's been zipping around the whole time. They've bought so much time. Oh, but the Graviton to pull them off. Nami charges back on to save it momentarily. Oh, but he got killed right after. He actually got pulled away again right after he made the charge onto the payload. Valiant effort. Nonetheless, good placement of the Graviton, too, to actually keep them off of it. But this set things up for Immortals to really almost bring it all the way to the finish line with 1 minute.
A monster time bake-office out of Immortals. Luminosity, that is not a very likely distance to match, let alone beat. Getting anywhere close to it would be a gigantic success. Luminosity now going to have 1 minute to push it basically all the way across the map.
Good luck. It's going to be a tough, man. I mean, Immortals, obviously they just did it, but that is a don't see that one often. Not often at all, but they're going to go for it anyway. We've seen it a couple times, I mean, in the Winter Premiere, where teams just get incredible.
Kungarna did it quite a bit.
Kungarna, yeah. Yeah. That's, well, we'll see. See if either of these guys can pull it off here, but it is going to be Luminosity now trying to go for the monstrous offensive push coast to coast to try and take this map. It'll be a tough one. It'll be a tough one. This is only map 1, folks. Keep in mind, this is the last match, though, in our final day of group play here for the Overwatch Winter Premiere. We hope you're enjoying the time that you've spent here so far today. We've certainly had a lot of fun bringing these matches to you. And it will be pretty much one fight. Seal this, unless Luminosity win it and they can keep going. But if Immortals win one fight, that's about game over. And will be map number 1 going their way. But Luminosity have put up a tremendous fight thus far. And Nami goes down early for Immortals, so a bit of an opening for Luminosity. But at this point, they really can't afford to lose anybody, but that pick onto Verbo right afterwards is going to really help out the cause for them here. Immortals are going to back off. Should be able to get out for a second point, at least an attempt to hold it here. They do have respawns coming through. Nami is out. He's swinging away with the hammer. Ethan will give off that nano boost. That's 2 kills going the way of Immortals. Spree is trying to keep Luminosity in the fight at the moment, but Immortals are coming out on the better end of the numbers game. Ube with the nano boosted whole hog couldn't get anything other than 1 kill, and that's Immortals securing map number 1 in this match against Luminosity. A close one in the end, but Immortals just a bit too strong on that defense.
The game's going to call that 3-5. It's a little bit closer to 3 to 5.9, we want to be honest.
Yeah, that's
very,
true.
Very close, but you got to get it all the way to get that 6th point. Only one team has done that, and that was Kungarna on Gibraltar, as we talked about at the last match.
Yeah, that was like just incredible. It amazes me that teams can make that coast to coast in a minute, and yet other times struggling with, 6 minutes on the clock to move through. But hey, man, sometimes, especially when you're on the defense and you're like, oh, we just got to win one fight, you go in and kind of take some just not the best fights in that scenario.
It's probably easier for whoever goes first, because the defense at that point is not so much willing to give up a little bit of territory to have a full wipe. They just want to constantly keep the cart from moving very far. But if you're going second, and you're on defense the second time around, it should be pretty easy. You basically just build your ultimates, wait for the right time, and slam it down, because you know exactly how far they have to push it.
Exactly.
But in that situation, certainly Immortals not even needing to really back off at all. Just a little bit to get Verbo back in, but then just a cascade of ultimates pounding that point into the ground.
One of the most impressive moments from Immortals was that Baby Diva play on the first point of overtime, just able to completely stomp on players all by herself. It was crazy.
Hyped out of mech. The guy's good in mech. He's apparently pretty good out of mech. He's sitting here trying to stall.
Now, if you could get like a Soldier 76 gun to fire the rounds that either Baby Diva or Mercy have,
I would just be
a real one-man army.
Yeah.
I'm sure some mod community's done that somewhere. They've probably also made Soldier 76 to shoot mech suits.
Yeah,
it just lags the game out real fast or something.
That's the beauty of it. You get to do whatever you want. But, somewhere out there in another universe, they have some crazy ideas like that. But, yeah, Baby Diva, man, got to watch out for her.
Able to pull that one off. Now, Luminosity, as they like to do, is taking us to Temple of Anubis for map number 2. This is where they like to make their full holds. We'll see if they can do it here. Immortals has looked good on Anubis as well, though.
They have. They have indeed. I mean, I still see Immortals pulling it out here. No, Luminosity's had success. It's still, I'm thinking Immortals. They got the skill. Ooh, God, I almost dropped my pen. Scared me. But
it's a terrifying thought to drop it.
My automatic reaction is to catch it. So I'm, but I still think this is all Immortals all the way. I don't know. You're giving me looks as if you hate it, but
no, I think it's probably Immortals again. But Luminosity's pretty great at this map. He obviously selected it for a reason. Last time we saw them play it, it worked out for him. So this is probably one of the closer maps out of all of them that Luminosity can take them to.
Possibly the last map of the group stage. Let's get it underway.
Possibly. Immortals, 1 map to 0. Final match of the group stage in the Overwatch Winter Premiere. And it will be Luminosity to start it off on defense. Immortals kicking off on offense. Luminosity have really enjoyed using Ube on the defensive side, particularly on this map. Ube on Pharah, I should say.
He's played far on both sides.
Yeah, yeah. And it's really one of Luminosity's favorite picks in terms of DPS on Anubis. I mean, they also use it on some other maps as well, but really liking it on Anubis in general. So Immortals looking to go for a bit of a dive comp here, and I think they might be switching Nami to Wit. Yes, okay, I was going to say, it didn't make full-on sense to me to be running Reinhardt with that particular composition, but he does switch over to Winston to go for the full-out dive. And now it'll be Nami initiating right away for them, getting them split up, but Luminosity have the kills going their way, picking off both of the supports in the back. Ube and Icefeld able to do that, and Hype comes through to get Mineral, and Ube might even be able to be a late pick for them. Very, very hurt, and Grim Reality picks up on that one. And between a few of the kills that Immortals bring through, I mean, at this point, they're keeping themselves in it. If they can come back now and just wait it out a couple of seconds for all their respawns to come up, those Luminosity players are still coming back from spawn, and they might have an opportunity to take a very quick advantage momentarily.
Just run back. If you're Lucio still alive, run back, pick some people up. You can definitely even keep pouring that advantage on.
But
so far right now, that's going to be dwindling as Immortals losing Nami. Luminosity coming back. They're answering with Spree a little bit, though, but right now, not a whole lot going for Immortals. Grim Reality, he might actually just going to find a little bit of a combination with Super Pluke here. They're going to pick it up with Hedon. There's only one more.
Wow.
Right after that, Luminosity's going to fall, and Immortals are just going to go ahead and take this point. It snuck up on us.
That turned the tides rather quickly with Immortals there. I thought they were going to have to go back, chill for a little bit, and regroup, but
Grim Reality's decided, no, let's finish it right now.
Yeah, he had other ideas than us, apparently. So Agility's now with a Dragon Blade and Aethan Transcendence. A couple of ultimates now at the ready for Immortals. And now you got to be careful with Spree towards the tail end of this. He will have a Graviton. The Transcendence is out, but once Spree has his Graviton, he'll be able to lay it in and no way for Immortals to defend necessarily directly against it anyway. Here it comes, 2 kills back in Luminosity's favor. Agility's found some decent value out of the Dragon Blade a little bit. Immortals are still scrapping out on the point, but they need to continue to string kills together, and they're losing a couple of players here and there, and every kill matters for Luminosity in this situation. There's no way Immortals are going to be able to pull it off. So they send Immortals back to the respawn queue, and they'll have to come back in on another attempt. I think they might be starting to switch to some more standard comps here. Hyped actually going over to Zarya. Nami to Reinhardt rather than the Winston. We'll see if this works out a little bit better for them, but yeah, Nathan going over to Ana as well. Like this a little bit more for Immortals, its composition. But here we go, Agility's starting it off, going in with another Dragon Blade, but a nice sound barrier from Mineral to negate pretty much the entirety of the Dragon Blade. Immortals still coming through with the kills. Grim Reality's really making things happen. Grim Reality with 3 in total there, 2 without the Pulse Bomb, chucking the Pulse Bomb in there and getting another one on top of it. And now Immortals definitely getting some time down on this point. If they can find a way to finish off Super Pluke here, who does have the Earth Shatter, they need to be careful when he comes back up, but they're so close to getting 1 tick down on the point. Luminosity continuing to get kills though, and Immortals really just need to get that 1 tick off if they can. The whole hog from Ube is going to help them secure 3 kills. And I think they did get it, though. In the end, yes, it doesn't start to roll backwards. So 1 tick up there for Luminosity, a good start. Immortals, a good start. 1 tick for them.
My ultimate is charging.
Luminosity looked like they were definitely on the ropes there. Agility is leading off that entire push for Immortals with a Dragon Blade that was pretty far ahead of the rest of their team. I mean, he was dead before they really showed up. But Grim Reality bringing the whole thing back with a big pulse bomb and just a lot of trick play after that. Now Immortals beginning another assault here on the second point.
This is what I want to see, though. Agility's back on the Roadhog now. That's 2 for Immortals. Agility's ended up going down to Icefelt, but Immortals can't really afford to lose anybody else here. They need to get kills, start putting time on this point. They are going to do that, very close to getting that second tick. They do grab it. Now Luminosity's got to send someone onto the point. No one could get there in time. And that is Immortals getting second point, 3:30 left in the time bank.
It's a good time.
Yeah, that's a pretty darn good time. Now, see if Luminosity, we've seen some good offenses out of them, so they might be able to match it, but Immortals making this dive comp on the first point work, and we almost thought they were out of it, but they pulled through it in the end. I was surprised not to see Hyped run any sort of a Zarya with the dive composition. Of course, you can make it work with a D.Va too, and Hyped, I'm sure, is most comfortable on the D.Va, but they get it done regardless, and that's what matters for them. So changing it up, but Immortals have themselves in a great position right now, 3:30.
That's going to be Luminosity's turned on offense here.
Yes, sir.
4 minutes on the clock for them to take the first point. If they take that, they'll get an extension of another 4 minutes to assault the second point. This map was Luminosity's selection. So you would expect them to be pretty good at it. Probably have a plan for victory, but with the time put up by Immortals, that's pretty tricky.
Yes, so far they're showing Ube Genji off the start here. Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see it. We've seen Ube do quite a bit of Genji in the past. Are there any Tommies on this map?
Yes.
There are Tommies?
Yes.
Wow. Well played, Loading Bay.
Watching your back.
Here we go. Luminosity. Oh, hey! There you are. I was waiting for you. There it is. Luminosity and Immortals.
Probably. Definitely a Tommy on the map, and there's probably a whole lot of them in chat right now.
Oh, I'm sure.
Oh, that concussive
Was
almost gold.
Was almost gold. Not quite. Sitting more at out of a brass right now. Maybe a silver. And balsa wood maybe, since he really didn't get anything with it. But
you're just changing complete materials. That doesn't even make sense.
And now Luminosity trying to move up the right-hand side. And later Ube out the hook of Agilities. 3 kills coming through from Immortals. Verbo only at 36%. Nami already with an Earth Shatter up, so he'll have that locked and loaded. Well, almost locked and loaded for the next fight. Both the supports of Luminosity that were caught in actually ended up getting kills. And Verbo without the telly. It's going to be a bit till some of these players get back into the fight, so Luminosity want to try and go quick here, because they're going to have a brief moment with the numbers advantage. But for Immortals, they're just going to try and back off, wait till they get their players in before really taking an engage. See, they already do have Nami back into the fight with his Earth Shatter, and that'll be pivotal for them. Does use the Earth Shatter, putting some guys on the ground. Oh, you got to go convert on those frags. It's Edan out of it. Nami ends up falling. I thought there was a couple more pretty easy picks for them there, but apparently not the case. 1-for-1 trade. Teleporter is up for Immortals, though. And now there is going to be a nano boost off on the side of Immortals as well. And Grim Reality's got some big-time charge. Oh, they will hold it there. Agility's very upset on that missed hook.
2 minutes and 20 seconds left for Luminosity to capture the first point here. Otherwise, Immortals will take this map and the series and close out the entirety of group play for Winter Premier. Luminosity have to take this all the way and get 2 points with time left in the bank. Otherwise, that's going to be it.
Very close to that Graviton. He's just waiting for the opportunity. But with Teleporter up, Luminosity, I didn't quite get a spot on where the Teleporter is, but I would assume either right by the point or behind. But I want to make sure they keep that protected, certainly. Luminosity with quite a bit of utility, though, coming up in the fight. Is hyped, playing underneath. There is going to be the Graviton. Oh, Ube with 3 off of the Rocket Barrage. That is a big-time play, though. That teleporter is still going to be up, so Luminosity need to go and find it, or that whole brilliant push that they just put out will be nullified. There was the Graviton used by Grim Reality, but it didn't really do a whole lot. There wasn't the follow-up, and Luminosity continuing to lay it on Immortals, even with the teleporter there. And that is going to be absolute cleanup. Mow them down, Luminosity. And now they will grab first point. And they're going to be looking to take it into second. But no, they did switch off of the Symmetra now. Not pulling a Complexity. Grim Reality making a switch over to McCree here as well.
4:45 left in the clock for Luminosity to capture the second point. They've got just over a minute in order to tie Immortals' time, but that should be the second thought in their mind right now. The first is simply evening this score up. Bro, Spree getting pulled all the way into the back by Agilities. He's going to be sent back to spawn.
Now, Agility's looking for maybe a couple more exit frags here, but Luminosity continuing to get kills here. Oh no, this is actually a bit disastrous for Immortals. Agilities was pressing up looking for some more kills. Meanwhile, Luminosity just outplaying Immortals on this point, and they even got rid of the Earthshatter. Nami comes back up as a Winston, but Immortals are getting themselves enough kills at least to hold on to this point. Luminosity just aren't going to be able to get back and continue to put time down on it. Immortals just got too many players around, so...
that was dangerous enough that
very
Luminosity made Grim Reality switch to Tracer.
Yeah.
Which pretty much guaranteed the point didn't get taken. Grim Reality, nasty hit scan player, switching over to McCree. After that, he was at 77% or so on Pulse Bomb, but
yeah, one
let
tick
the man
down.
choose.
Yeah, I mean, he's pretty good at both of them. He'd be just as impactful on the McCree, and I think for him, he really wants to be able, now that things have settled, he needs to be able to contest Ube on Pharah, and I think that's one of the biggest reasons why he made that switch back, despite being close on Pulse Bomb. But now
That didn't work out.
There's going to be a self-destruct. Ooh, hyped. He's gonna play anti-air himself with the self-destruct and just take Ube down. Hype gets a second 2-for-2 trade. Icefelt doing some work on the Tracer, which we haven't seen him playing the Tracer quite as much recently for Luminosity. It's good to see him back on it because he is damn good at this class, at the hero, but Immortal is still blowing through the rest of Luminosity there, and now it's 2:45 left for them to make the plays happen and take 2 ticks on the board, but if they have an opportunity, it will be coming up here on this next fight because they have a lot of ultimates.
And Nami already has an Earthshatter for Immortals, and Agilities will have a Dragon Blade in the next fight. Verbo definitely going to need that sound barrier because Luminosity, they're locked and loaded with 5, almost 6 online, and they're certainly going to dump all of them to try and keep as much time on the clock for their second offense as possible, but really got to get that first one done.
Spree, Graviton lays it in on the point. That's 2 kills for Luminosity. They're investing a decent bit into this fight. Not yet the Rocket Barrage. That's still up, and an Earth Shatter through on the side of Immortals. There's going to be a Dragon Blade as well, but Luminosity are continuing to find kills. They also get 2 ticks down. Immortals need to get themselves back onto it. Nice Earth Shatter from Super Pluke might just seal the deal, but Agilities was there. They ends up getting off the point. Oh,
very close.
Oh, it was so close to getting there. Just couldn't quite make it. So Luminosity do get 2 on the board. 1:44 left in the time bank for them. And Immortals will have a bit more on top of that. So we will see a second half, so to speak, on this map, but Ube again doing work. We saw earlier today when he was playing far as well, just crushing on this map. And throughout throughout this week, really, when he plays far on this map, he can get some tremendous value out of the hero, plays it quite well. And that certainly paid off for Luminosity on the first point there and even into the second, so.
2-minute advantage for Immortals. Luminosity's going to have to go first as well. 1:44 on the clock for their offense. Can probably get the first point, but second point after that, and just under 2 minutes is pretty difficult, but the first point might be enough. Immortals with 3 minutes and 30, hard to say that's a guaranteed second point at all. Often takes quite a bit longer than that. Second point, not guaranteed whatsoever to begin with. So Luminosity going to try and repeat some of that first point success that they had previously. Immortals going to have to mount a bigger defense than they did last time, although the last one wasn't bad at all.
Here we go, Luminosity. Not a whole lot of time to work with, but certainly enough to take that first point. All you need is one good push. You can lay it on in. Ube continuing to play fire on the offense. Going for that concussion. Will bring a little bit down with Nami falling early here. That's, oh no, and Furbo is going to go down as well. Luminosity with a brilliant opening to start this one off as Biotic landing on quite a few of the Luminosity players, but still, Immortals need to start securing some kills or something, but all they're doing is continuing to lose players in this fight. Luminosity are putting a lot of time down onto the point, and if you're Immortals, you either need to go down and contest and die, or just go for the reset here. They're not going to be able to hold on for long enough, so Luminosity now heading on to the next point. 1 minute and 20 left on the clock. They are pulling it together here, as not gonna have a lot of time to work with, but certainly enough. Down to a minute. Really 2 good fights is all they're gonna have. Unless it's an extremely prolonged one, then they're not gonna have much more than that. Probably only 1 fight.
It's a very long run from spawn as well for offense.
Oh, getting put to sleep is Mineral, so an opportunity for Immortals. They are going to shut down at least this initial push out of Luminosity, but getting hooked in. Icefelt, and as you can stay alive, they want to try and stagger him out a bit. Oh, poor guy. He's still in. Oh man, they are really playing this one out. But now 25 seconds, gonna be really 20 more till it can even get Icefelt back into play. And he will be coming up now, but actually switching over to Tracer to make sure he can get back quick. But 10 seconds now for Luminosity. If they don't get this cap, Immortals will have 3:30. And to play on their second side now, Graviton being laid out. There's a self-destruct. All the kills come in from Immortals. Yeah, 3 for them right there. That should seal the deal. Luminosity at least getting 1 point though, which is a brilliant effort out from them. Mineral will give it all he's got with a sound barrier on top of that. Agility shutting it down single-handedly with a couple of kills right at the end. And Super Paluke's gonna go in for the charge. Not quite. But there it is, Luminosity with a good start to the offense. Now it's on Immortals, 3:30. I believe it is 3:30 on the clock. Yes, 3:30 on the clock to get 1 point. And if they only get 1, we're going to see a draw. But if they do get 2, they will get the victory and take the series. Or if they get no points, and Luminosity takes the map, and we'll see a third and final one.
3 minutes and 30 seconds. I don't know if that's... I wouldn't call it likely whatsoever to take the second point that fast, but if Immortals is able to snowball off the first point into the second point, then it's certainly not off the table, but in my opinion, we're looking very, very likely at a draw here.
It's definitely looking that way. I mean, if Immortals come in, they do it quick enough. They certainly could make it happen. We've seen some very quick pushes from teams on this map. I mean, if they take first rapidly and then just string together a good fight, in second, it's very much possible, but it's a tall, tall order, to say the least. We'll see exactly what they want to bring out on the offensive side for Immortals. But so far, looking as if they want to go for that dive comp again. Immortals, they got to make it happen. At least first point to draw it out, but man, they would sure love to put an end to the series right here by being able to grab 2 points. But in order for them to do that, they're really going to need 2 quick capture, or a quick fight on first, and Ube getting a hook onto Grim Reality to start it off is already going to hold up Immortals quite a bit. And Hype now just about to go down to Spree. So it will be holding off for now, Immortals. They're going to be waiting as well for the hook opportunity around the corner. Sneaky sneak.
Mortals still holding on to the dive composition here.
Flying in agilities. Ethan going down early again. I don't know if I like the dive comp out of Immortals here. I think they can do something they can play these guys straight up with a normal composition, I think, a standard setup. I don't think they need to go dive for it.
I generally like the dive on the first point, but so far, Luminosity's just had their... know exactly where Immortals are going to go with it, and they're getting early picks here to start off each one of these fights.
Yeah, and the Immortals, they got to get themselves in with that. Nami has switched over to Reinhardt. I don't know if we're going to see any more switch-ups from the rest of Immortals, but they are starting to go back to a bit more of a standard comp. Oh, Agility's getting hooked in, shut down by Ube. I mean, when are these guys going to learn? You got to stand behind the Rein shield or something when you're going. I mean, or at least wait till Ube's not looking at you, because they just continued to get picked by him early every single time. Now down to 1:30. There's almost no chance of Immortals getting both points. At the very least, they're going to be able to draw here, but that's going to be about it. It'll take a miracle to win.
Either way, it's going to be a draw, either a draw in the overall scoreline or a draw in this individual match. Luminosity with 5 ultimates online. Immortals so far flailing with no real progress. They do have almost 5 of their own online. And they do have a chance here. 1 minute left on the clock or so. That can be one very quick and probably unwieldy offense, or sorry, 2 very quick and probably unwieldy offenses, or 1 well-composed offense. Looks like they're going to opt for the latter. It's Immortals restructuring, self-destruct being thrown into the side of Immortals, and Icefelt's going to come up with 2 Ube following it up. Both supports already gone for Immortals as Luminosity just cascades pain on top of them. Oh, Hype being pulled forward, and that's going to be a stagger situation as well. Even more time bled off the clock for Immortals. 30 seconds left, perhaps enough time to get everybody together and mount what will be a very sketchy assault. Perhaps they can come up with it. They do have a lot of ultimates to use here, basically almost all 6. Luminosity burning the vast majority of those in that last fight. Might have been a misstep here. Super Pluke, though, holding on to an Earth Shatter, and that could very well be everything they need.
Well, Ethan, again, these guys are getting picked off by Ube's hooks. I mean, this time Immortals are at least starting to get some kills, but they lose Nami. The very best they're going to get out of this is the first point. I think they might just get that, but they're going to have about 10 seconds. I mean, hardly any time at all to even get to the next point after getting this first one. They're going to have to start sending people forward to get themselves onto the point. Hyped is going to get there in time, but they have 30 seconds after getting that point. So it's a last dash attempt from Immortals. They have the opportunity to take it, and they're going to have an Earth Shatter and a Nano Boost, but Ube is up on May, and all he wants to do is just stall this one out, though. An Earth Shatter from Nami. He's going to come in, get a couple of kills. Immortals, opportunity to make it happen as Super Pluke still on the point, but they're continuing to lose players. Immortals, they need to come up with kills, and that is not going to happen for them. Agilities with the Dragon Blade is pretty much going to have to secure it for them off of a very big... Oh, Hyped comes through with 2 kills off of the self-destruct, but Agilities has got to stay on the point for them. Agilities coming through with kills. Immortals actually might be able to do it if they can get their players back onto the point. Super Pluke is still there. They need to find this kill quickly if they want to make it happen. Super Pluke goes down. They'll start to continue to put time onto the point. Mineral, easy pickings there on the point as well. Ube going down. Can Immortals make this happen? I didn't think it was possible. Spree will come back to the point on Tracer. They need to get all their guys up here, Immortals, and get these guys off the point. Spree falling. Immortals still getting the kills on the point. And how are they making it happen, though? The Earth Shatter coming through as well. Thunder Shatter came through from Super Pluke. It did. Super Pluke managed to get a couple of kills. They still have a lot of players on the point here, Immortals, but they... Oh, Luminosity's just stalling and stalling. Now the Dragon Blade out from Agility's just trying to cut through these guys. Finally to get the win, and they are so darn close. They have bodies on the point of Mortals making it happen. In the dying seconds, I don't know how they pulled that off. Oh my goodness.
I think Agility's just killed 4 different whole teams of Luminosity.
Oh my goodness! And with 2 Dragon Blades in one fight, that was about the most like awesome way that this could have ended right there. The whole the push that you did not think could happen happened.
I didn't even know how to call that fight. It was just absolute chaos. Like guys constantly respawning. It was a long one, but man, props to Immortals for pulling it out.
Man, props to Agilities. Take a look at his Genji play one more time, folks. It was incredible on that final point as they're able to get the win here. Oh my goodness.
Oh man, time and time again. I didn't think it was possible at all for Immortals here. They only had 30 seconds with how long you can stall that point, but they strung together a good Dragon Blade, got some more kills. They even lost a few along the way. But they ended up keeping them off the point enough for Immortals to shut it down. I really thought they were going to draw it, but big props to Immortals there for mainly Agilities. Agilities and Grim Reality came up huge.
Those Agilities at the end, and then also Grim Reality at the beginning on his Tracer was just unstoppable with the amount of time they were able to set there on that first time.
That's why they're #1 and now pushing 10 on the wins column.
Yes, no, that was so well done there by Immortals. They do get 10 wins. Very, very cool stuff from them. And just, that was the end. Like, if for the people that left because they're like, oh, it's not an important match, it doesn't matter. Well, you missed out. That was quite the game. Oh, my goodness.
That was a lot of fun. For those of you that got to stay, you witnessed some fun stuff to end off the group stage here of the winter premiere.
You're absolutely right. And with that win, the 10 wins from Immortals is a real thing. They will sit high and pretty on the top of our standings here as you take a look at the final standings for the groups phases of the Overwatch Winter Premiere. It's Immortals at 10-2, then Congarna, Complexity, and Luminosity rounding out your top 4 to go to PAX South.
That is going to be a stellar lineup with the way some of these teams came into the tournament. I mean, some of these guys we never would have thought would have actually qualified for the LAN finals, and it's incredible to see really proving themselves that they deserve to go. Consistency was a big part of this, and well, it's going to be a fun event, let me tell you that.
It's going to be quite the fun show. We've had such a good group stage here, guys. We've enjoyed it so much. If you have enjoyed what you've been watching, be sure to tweet at us at Overwatch_NGE using the hashtag Winter Premiere. We always check that, and we love to see what you guys are saying about this tournament. We will see you guys at PAX. It's next weekend. Be tuned into Twitter. Be tuned into the social medias to find out when and where exactly the times are. We'd love to see you guys there. If you can't make it, be sure to tune in. We'll be here. We'll be there. We'll find a winner. It'll be a lot of fun. Can't wait for it, man.
For a call out and saying you got a hook on this player, and as soon as they get pulled in, you want to see immediate focus. Oh, hello there, friend. Good to see you again. Tommy the Cat, everybody, in case you're newly acquainted.
However, Complexity, they do have a nano visor ready to go, and they're working on a few more ultimates to back it up. Congarna just with a bomb combo, but that's been enough for them in the past.
Oh, goodness, there it is. You can see it coming. That's an oil painting of a setup from Congarna. They could have had it, but I think things, oh, what a shot from Mangachu. Oh, baby.
Well, just as enjoy.
Oh my God, make it stop, please. Juvenile waiting for the sneak Earth Shatter, wants to avenge himself. We saw him do this the other day. Massive Earth Shatter comes in from Juvenile. Mangachu's there to help with the cleanup.
B-Team Liquid's pretty long distance here. Self-destruct flying out. Nami.
Oh my goodness, hyped with 4.
Getting pulled very far and forward. Might be one of those ones to fall. Oh, Michael coming up with a big 4 kill off that self-destruct. But so far, that's not working out either as Immortals are pouring it on to Liquid in their own spawn.
It's certainly killing more and more time, but I want to make sure they don't get a bit too aggressive here. Look at this, a disrespect coming out from Immortals. The spawn camp.
Gotta stretch before you can
stretch. Yep, no cramping. Hey, look who it is.
It's Tommy.
It's Tommy the Cat. Hi there, bud.